Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. We are one day closer to playoff football, we can say, for a lot of the cities around the league that are firing coaches and looking for coaches. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. We call him Pope Zaza. How are you?
I'm good. I had a dream last night that I slapped Tom Brady and Teddy Bruschi. I don't know why or how this all came about. So Teddy Bruschi and Tom Brady came to my house, and they were attempting to buy my house. And we're trying to present it like it was a real sweet deal, because they're like, Seth, you'll have $17,000 cash after this transaction is over. I mean, it was like in this scenario, it was somehow they were lowballing me on my house, but it was more than the mortgage was. And I looked at them, and I was sitting down at a table, and they were standing up like they were standing there in suits. And I got out of my chair, and I went up and I pinned Brady up against the wall.
Wow.
And I slapped him.
Okay.
And then I looked at Bruschi and I said, "You want a taste of this?" And I slapped him.
Wow.
And I said, "What are you going to do about it?"
Yeah.
I don't know why. Other than that, maybe this is a sign that the Texans are going to face the Patriots in the playoffs. I think that's
as good an
that's got to
explanation
be
as
the universe telling me, gear up and get ready, because Bruschi and Brady are going to come and try to take what's yours.
Do you are you fans of their work as broadcasters? I'm wondering if they seeped into your brain throughout the last week or so, or throughout the season as broadcasters.
I think it's mostly a playoffs thing. I don't know. I shirked my duties this morning and sat and contemplated about it for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's analyze this dream. What is it about? And it was really, and that was the thing. It was where I was really insulted. You know what it is? It's from a franchise that's had much, it's had much prosperity.
Yeah.
And they were talking to me like I'm some peasant. Like, oh, look, it's $17,000, Seth. Think of what you could do with that money.
Well,
and I was so insulted that I pinned Bruschi. Who did I? I know I pinned Brady up against
Brady.
the wall.
Yeah.
And I slapped him.
And then you slapped Bruschi.
Yeah.
After that, so you knocked it. So and did you wake up, or did it keep going? Was it?
I can't remember. I had a weird night of dreams. It was one of those things where I kept waking up and not realizing. You know when when you don't detach the dream from reality.
Yeah.
And you're sort of like, I was going to the bathroom and I was thinking about, how am I going to handle this situation with Bruschi and Brady? Like at some point this is probably going to leak and they're going to put their spin on it, and they're going to make me look like the villain.
Kids?
Which, I mean, by the letter of the law, yes, I am the villain there.
Yeah.
All they were doing was making a business proposition. I didn't need to make it physical.
Right. No, you didn't need to. You could have just told them
to. But they insulted me.
You could have done the old school thing and say, "Get off my property." I always loved that one as a kid. Get off my property. Yeah.
They were wearing suits.
Yeah.
And I was just wearing normal guy gear, you know?
Yeah.
They were really trying to big brother me, you know?
Yeah. Were the suits identical suits? Was this a Jules and is this a John Travolta,
No.
Samuel L. Jackson Pulp Fiction situation?
No, Brady was wearing his full suit. Bruschi had his shirt and tie with his sleeves rolled up.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Bruschi
was ready to pull out a pencil and do business with you. The sleeves rolled up.
I can't remember who it was. I don't want to. Maybe it was Edelman. I don't know. There was another Patriot there, but I can't remember who it was. There was a faceless Patriot.
Oh my God. Well, you know what? Your disgust with their tone may come from the frequent discussions that you and I have about New England fans in general that feel like they know ball better than everybody else.
They know ball. No, New England media.
That they're a bunch of ball knowers.
It's New England media that thinks that they think that they understand the NFL better than all of you. Mm-hmm. You know, they just get football because they've sat at the feet of Bill Belichick, who apparently doesn't know squat about college football, right. But because they watched and observed, they know football better than the rest of the media covering the NFL. Yeah,
kids, if you're listening right now, when you get a little older, you got to get up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. These are the things that can happen. The dreams blend into reality, and they turn into conundrums for you.
Oh, there was a whole other weird thing. I don't know what I ate last night, but it was. I mean, I know what I ate, but I don't know what I ate that caused these weird dreams.
You're here.
But I'll tell you what. Yeah. The look on their faces, the fear, the shock, the
Radiant Brewski. We're talking about.
Tables had been on my property. They didn't know if they were going to get out of there. You know?
Yeah.
They didn't come with security or anything.
Yeah.
They thought they were just going to come in and bully old Sethers.
And your property.
They might. You know what? Maybe that actually happened in the middle of the night last night, and they're buried in my backyard.
I was going to say, no, not to give too much away, but your property is not exactly one where someone might be walking by in the street and hear noise going on in the house.
I can do whatever the hell I want.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to give away too much, but the odds of somebody. There are bodies buried there right now. Right now, there's bodies buried there.
The cool thing about my property and burying a body on it is that I can go dig a 20-foot deep hole with a backhoe, and nobody's gonna know that it's there or that I was doing anything at all, and
dude, and no rush. You can take your time.
I can.
The bodies can be sitting right there, just rotting. You're like, nah, I'm gonna go in and get a drink.
Is there enough lime on there? I don't know. I'm gonna go to the hardware store and get some extra lime.
Brandy, watch this while I'm gone. All right.
The hardware store clerk knows not to talk to the cops.
Yeah, that's the thing. You got everybody in the town in your pocket as well. So
I don't know if you can buy lime at a hardware store. I've never bought lime in my life.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. So speaking of dead bodies, how about John Harbaugh getting fired yesterday? What was your gut reaction to that?
It wasn't. That's a great question, Sean. In the moment, I heard it and I thought, I figured it. It felt it was going to happen.
Yep.
The more scintillating thing to have happened, and if the Ravens wanted to help us out at all, to extend this on through the slow month of June and July, that maybe there'd be some kind of, depending on how the power jockeying went, that somehow they'd try to trade Lamar Jackson or something. The more likely scenario, and then you take any NFL franchise and you take the high-paid quarterback and say, all right, there's going to be they're going to have to make a decision between the high-paid quarterback whose contract is really hard to get out of, or the head coach who just didn't make the playoffs that year. Usually the coach is going to lose out.
It's pretty wild.
No matter how long he's been there with the franchise.
Yeah. I mean, Lamar Jackson's a two-time MVP. It's wild that a missed field goal cost John Harbaugh. Now, maybe John Harbaugh gets fired if they get knocked out in the wild card round or something like that, but we know this: if he makes that field goal, John Harbaugh's still coaching today. They got that.
Right, he's still coaching today. Yeah, I wonder if it seems like there are probably. I think there's a good chance that if he got knocked off in the wild card round, he was still going to get fired.
I agree with you. I agree. It's just funny that he would still have a chance to keep his job.
I think the interesting thing is because the Texans face the Steelers this week, and it's so funny. I was actually listening to Ross Tucker, Sean, talk to one of his guests, I can't remember who, about how it's amazing because Ross goes all over the league. He's broadcasting different games. He does his podcast, so he's hearing from fans from every team all the time. Yep. And the difference between how people outside of Pittsburgh look at Mike Tomlin versus a lot of Steelers fans feel about Mike Tomlin, it's probably the same in Baltimore.
Yeah.
It's easy for us on the outside to say, wow, look at that. Mike Tomlin hasn't had a losing season ever. Incredible. And Steelers fans are like, we haven't won a playoff game since 2016.
Yeah, they're very similar in that they were hired within a year of each other. I think Tomlin was hired, in 2007. Harbaugh came in with Flacco in 2008, and they both won Super Bowls, but they were a long time ago. I would say Harbaugh's probably got the better overall resume just because he's made some deep, he's made some playoff runs over the last, since that Super Bowl, he's made a couple.
He won
a
Super Bowl with a lesser quarterback for whatever that's worth too.
Yeah. They're both undeniably really good coaches, and sometimes 18 and 19 years is a long time in a coaching relationship. It gets stale. I heard. Sorry, Seth. I heard an Ian Rappaport cut on the way in. I was listening to Cleveland because they're all in on John Harbaugh now. They want to hire John Harbaugh up in Cleveland.
We grew up in Cleveland. You were a Cleveland fan growing up.
They're all in. Ken Carman's all in. He's the morning host up there. He's all in on John Harbaugh. But I heard they played an Ian Rappaport cut where Rappaport said that Harbaugh had lost the locker room. That there were a lot of players saying that the message just isn't getting through anymore. That kind of thing.
It's tough when, I mean, so much of it's tied to not just what quarterback you have, but how do you develop and use the quarterback. And I think with Harbaugh, he hung on to Greg Roman as his offensive coordinator for a long. It felt like that offense at some point, it had gotten to a point where Lamar Jackson it felt like he was stuck in a certain mode that was either keeping the offense or keeping Lamar Jackson down or whatever it might be, to the point where when you just wonder, why is the head coach not being more aggressive in all of this? And Todd Monken comes in and changed some things. There are issues with him. It's all the same. It's Tomlin, Harbaugh, Pete Carroll, any of these guys that aren't offensive-minded coaches, D'Amico Ryans, there's always going to be a question about, all right, what are you doing to get the absolute most out of your offense or your quarterback? And but it's crazy with Harbaugh because Lamar Jackson's been a 2-time MVP.
Yeah.
It's not like Lamar Jackson hasn't been an awesome quarterback. It's that how it ties into the entire offense all together and how it fares in the postseason. That's the big question. And in the postseason, it's again going back to it's just so easy to create this narrative that Lamar Jackson somehow isn't good in the postseason or something. The last couple playoff departures, it's been because guys like Zay Flowers have fumbled the football or Mark Andrews drops the ball after Lamar Jackson makes the throw to take a lead or win the game.
Yep.
And I don't know. Tony Dungy was all distraught over what the league has become, that John Harbaugh was fired.
You want me to read Dungy's tweet? Yeah, this is Dungy. Yeah. Dungy said this yesterday on Twitter. I can't believe what things have come out. John Harbaugh has coached the Baltimore Ravens for 18 years. He took them to the playoffs 12 times. He won a Super Bowl for them. The last 4 years, they were a bunch of good records. He lists all the records. They made the playoffs 3 straight years and missed this year because their kicker missed the game-winning field goal in the last play of the season. And he was fired? 4 question marks. I'm sorry, but I don't understand. Good luck in Baltimore finding a better coach.
This is the problem with that. It's the first sentence. What has the league come to? What are you talking about? What has the league come to? Tom Landry, Andy Reid got fired. Like, how is this a recent development? How is this a recent development?
Tony Dungy got fired. Like Tony Dungy was a good coach in Tampa Bay. He got fired.
You're wringing your hands over a coach getting fired after having a job for 18 years in the league, far surpassing the average tenure.
What
are you talking about, Tony Dungy?
It's a terrible
It's always him. He's always moralizing or something. I get so sick and tired of it.
Yep.
I don't want to hear from. Go be a preacher, okay? I don't need your moralizing about how awful it is that this or that is happening. It's the NFL.
I need him to say this on the record on TV or radio so that we have it for Take-A-Mania on Friday.
It's just that part. Everything else he said, yes, I get it. You got a valid point. Okay, should they have fired him, whatever. What does the league come to? This has been the NFL since its inception.
Good coaches get fired. Otherwise, coaches would not get rehired after getting fired.
You know what he should have put at the end of that? He should have come up with the phrase, NFL stands for not for long. That's why I always say, that's one of the things I hate most in this world, when somebody takes a common phrase and says, and takes ownership of it. You know what I always say? NFL stands for not for long. Slap your shoulder, slap your shoulder.
I love how you're leaning into the camera. So that was the big news yesterday. We'll revisit that because that immediately becomes the best head coaching job available. Boy, I was going through the 6 other openings. There ain't a great one. I'll say that. But this Baltimore one.
Boy, there's a long article in The Athletic that I thought the most interesting tidbit for me, which I think had already been reported, but I forgot, was that Ben Johnson, when he was interviewing, wanted nothing to do with the Raiders until Tom Brady stepped into the process. And then Ben Johnson was willing to talk to Tom Brady and was intrigued.
Yeah.
But then the Raiders, in Raiders-like fashion, they never made an offer or hadn't made an offer yet. And then he obviously took the job where he is, and Chicago's done quite well.
He chose well. Yeah, I would say. Other than weather, he chose well.
Well, that's what you have to understand. Like, Chicago doesn't have a great reputation amongst coaches either for being a place to coach. So, like, that's how down bad you are if you're the Raiders. It's that,
lost to the Bears.
He said no way in hell to the Raiders.
Yep.
But Bears, hell yeah, let's do this. And a guy that had really stiff-armed teams a lot and was kind of waiting to find the right opportunity.
Here was D'Amico roasting gear real quick here in our opening segment. Asked 2 days ago, what was the deal with all the explosive plays lately?
Yeah, from our last game, it's too many busts. Guys not being where they're supposed to be, doing what they're supposed to do, and when you bust plays and coverages, you give up big plays.
Kevon Wallace cut yesterday.
Yeah, this is a good little reminder too that this is what people need to understand is that no matter how much you learn about defensive back play and coverages and everything, no matter how many years you coach in the NFL or anything, unless you know that week's game plan, you never actually know who busted a coverage.
Know now.
Tremon Smith gets the classic, the brunt of most of the criticism and ire from the fans after that first Alec Pierce touchdown. Without knowing exactly what their rules were for that route combination on that coverage and everything, you don't genuinely ever know whether it was Kayvon Wallace or Tremon Smith's fault. I think there's a good chance that was Kayvon Wallace's fault.
I'm going to guess, yeah.
Play.
The fact that he was cut leads me to believe.
Well, and that's where what I had been wondering was it's tough, man, because you just with Tremon Smith and Kayvon Wallace playing next to each other, that's where you're really at risk for miscommunications.
Oh yeah,
because you just have one. You've got two guys out there who one of whom might be a little bit off, or a guy that's usually making a call or reiterating a call.
Yeah,
all of those things just tend to slide a little bit. So if Tremon Smith, for instance, had been the issue on that miscommunication, I like you still worry. You worry about it because still maybe if Kayvon Wallace had been a guy that knew the offense better, maybe that there's no miscommunication.
Yeah.
You flip it, and you're still in a position where, okay, whoever's playing safety this week, maybe it's Jalen Reed or somebody else, it's still going to be a backup safety, but he's got Kamari Lassiter next to him, and that some of the pre-snap communication and everything else is just that much tighter that hopefully you don't get from the seventh guy who might end up playing safety opposite of Kalen Bullock this year. You might not get that miscommunication.
We had not seen anything like that bust with Alec Pierce on Sunday all season long. I mean, we'd seen mistakes in the secondary. He was open by 30 yards. I mean, it was crazy.
Yeah.
So Kevon Wallace, if you missed that, starting safety for the Texans this past Sunday, he's gone.
That's where, I fall victim to sometimes I watch so many guys, who are really smart guys who break down film and everything. And I saw a convincing argument that it was definitely Tremon Smith's fault. And I'm like, all right, well, this guy probably knows more than I do. And I forgot my golden rule. And I think once this week I said, I guess it was Tremon Smith's fault. But that, I quickly reverted to, you just never know.
You never
it's just
know.
it's hard. It really is. Remember, when Robert Saleh went to San Francisco, he and Kyle Shanahan had a conversation about one of their coverages, and basically, I can't remember what it was, but basically, Kyle Shanahan, the entire time he had been playing the Seahawks, where Robert Saleh was there, he thought he was seeing cover 3, and it was not cover 3. That's all you need to know to release you from ever thinking you know what's going on. Kyle Shanahan didn't know what the hell was going on.
All right, coming
Way
up,
smarter than any of us.
Coming up next, Mike Tomlin met with the media yesterday. I love hearing Mike Tomlin talk. Mike Tomlin's thoughts on the Houston Texans, their opponent this coming Monday. What does he think about the Texans? What does he think about the Texans' offense and the weapons that they have? We'll hear from the Steelers head coach coming up next.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and however you like to get in on the action.
22. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Here's Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin. He's very impressed with his opponent this coming Monday night, the Houston Texans.
Now I'll turn my attention toward Houston. Man, they're a top-notch group. They need no endorsement from me. They're winners of 9 straight. There's usually a mode of operation, and it certainly is. They're a group that takes very good care of the football as a collective. I think they have 10 turnovers on the season. That's number 1 in football. I think they're number 3 with 27 takeaways on defense. And so you talk about complementary football. They got an offense that's the best in the world at securing it. They got a defense that's 3rd best at taking it away. And I think that's the building blocks of 9 consecutive wins.
Without question. I didn't know that they were first in the league in least amount of turnovers.
Yeah, they've been very good at that.
And they haven't had a running back. He'll go on to talk about this in another cut. They haven't had a running back put the ball on the ground this year.
They're doing a good job. I think we talked about this yesterday at avoiding catastrophe.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if there's one thing you can say about Nick Caley over Bobby Slowick, this has been a much better offense in terms of avoiding catastrophe. The tackles for a loss in the backfield that were just so routine last year, that's another one. I mean, that might as well be a turnover in one respect because you get tackled for a loss on 2nd down. Good luck converting 3rd and 15.
Yeah.
Because, oh, yeah, you got stuffed at the line of scrimmage on the first first down. Like that, it matters as long as you've got a defense on the other side of you that's going to keep the game close. And it's not boring, it's not exciting, it doesn't make highlight reels, but some of the mistakes they don't make are just as important as some of the big plays they do make. Here's Mike Tomlin on the Texans offense.
I'll start first on offense. I think the pack, I think they've displayed that in a lot of ways over the course of the journey. Certainly they went through an adjustment at the early stages of the season playing without Joe Mixon, but they've certainly found a nice division of labor in Woody Marks and Mr. Chubb. Those guys have done an awesome job in terms of dividing the labor up and running the ball for those guys. As I mentioned, their ball security is top tier. Neither one of those guys or no one in their backfield has put the ball on the ground this season. They got some quality young eligibles in Higgins and Noel from Iowa State. They've done a nice job of growing and evolving over the course of the season. There's certainly assets to their passing game and good supplements to Nico Collins. Collins is a big-time one-on-one playmaker. He's oftentimes on the backside of formations. You get in single high defensive structure. He's in one-on-ones with corners, and he wins a lot of them. He makes the big boy catches. He can run through traffic and run the in-breaking routes. He's good down the field on 50-50 balls. He certainly has our attention as we prepare. I think they've also displayed stability and depth at the quarterback position. Got a lot of respect for C.J. Stroud and his body of work and what he's been able to do in this league over a short period of time. And so we certainly have some challenges in that phase.
They haven't played the Steelers the last couple of years, so we haven't played a lot of Tomlin audio. I like listening to him.
I know. I love Tomlin. Tomlin press conferences, Kyle Shanahan press conferences are fun to listen to, too. He's got a much different speaking style than Mike Tomlin. Yeah. Tomlin, it feels like he's an orator.
Yeah.
You know, like it feels like he's getting up to I was just trying to get the offense elected to the Senate.
Yeah.
You know, he got up at the convention and gave a rousing speech for the Texans offense.
He uses phrases, too, that if the magnificent Gladstone used them, we would be laughing and putting them on our sticky list on the rundown. But when he's like, the division of labor in their backfield with Mr. Chubb and with Woody Marks, and I'm like, oh, my God. Like, yeah, I'm voting for you, Mike Tomlin. I'm voting for you.
You know, if you're the Steelers defense and if your game plan was going to be, hey, we got to take this one guy out of the game, based on that speech and sheer logic, it's Nico Collins.
No doubt.
And, you know, Jalen Ramsey he's had a good season as they've got him playing safety now, but he had some bad plays last week.
Yeah.
Let Zay Flowers get it behind him on that one touchdown. And I think there are opportunities down there. The Steelers defense is just they're in a lot of ways the mirror image of the Texans offense. They're just all right. You know, the defense, it's not a prime Steelers defense, but they're a solid enough defense. They're an average defense in the NFL, but with some notable guys who can do some damage.
Is that the one thing? Like, if the Texans, if we had to pick something the Texans might be able to do well against that defense, is that attack downfield?
Engineer up some shot plays at times,
Yeah.
Especially in those field conditions. And when we get to the defense, we'll talk about this. But, yeah, I know they're doing all this extra stuff to take care of the field up there at Acrisure Stadium, but they call it Acrisure Stadium.
Yep.
But I don't know. The field conditions are never great up there, and especially if there's any kind of precipitation, it could get dicey, which is really, I think for both of these teams, they're looking at that as opportunities for the offense. You think about the touchdown the Steelers had, the Austin catch. That was where the defensive back had slipped.
He fell down.
And Austin was wide open for a touchdown.
Yep, got to watch that. So let's hit that. Here's Mike Tomlin on the Texans defense.
On the defensive side of the ball, they just got a kick butt unit. They do. They got a top flight edge tandem in Hunter and Anderson. They got a top flight corner tandem on the outside, and so they rush very well. They cover very well. They're not trying to split the atom schematically. They don't have to when you have corners and edge rushers like that. I'll start first with the edge rushers. Will Anderson and Hunter are simply the most dynamic edge rush tandem in the National Football League in 2025. They got 27 sacks between them. I think it's 12 for Anderson, 15 for Hunter. They're a formidable group. You could talk about the things that you need to do schematically to minimize them and all of that. There's nothing that they haven't seen. We better stay out of a bunch of one-dimensional passing circumstances, because if we're in those circumstances, we're going to be in trouble. And that's just the reality of it. They do a good job of being aggressive and combative in coverage. They got a really good secondary. Petrie, their safety / nickel, very versatile, and he displays that versatility on the back end and in safety circumstances, and also in his ability to cover and blitz as a nickel. They got a real good linebacker is highly active and productive. They minimize big plays. I was just looking at their statistical profile. They're top 5 in most statistical categories. Points, I think they're number 1 in yards per game. They're in the top 5 in rush defense and pass defense, scoring, yards. And so certainly they've been top tier and elite in just about all areas all year with that group.
Okay, so Mike Tomlin much more eager to talk about the Texans than DeMeco Ryans was eager to talk about the Steelers.
We didn't get from Tomlin yesterday. Oh, you guys really want to talk about the Texans, huh?
No, I think the difference would be there's one extra day that DeMeco on Monday when he spoke really hadn't dug into the Steelers yet. Whereas on Tuesday, Tomlin had he had probably spent that morning and the day before digging into the Texans.
He had an assistant that clearly handed him a stack of numbers about the Texans.
I'm not going to read into that too much and think this is somehow evidence or something the Steelers are going to be better prepared. Right. I was listening to Todd Haley, because I'm going to interview Todd Haley on my Believe Network YouTube later today.
Cool.
But Todd Haley, former offensive coordinator for the Steelers, one of the first things he brought up that was interesting was, man, that Texans defense is fast. They're so freaking fast. But if the field conditions are sloppy, that can work against them. And I'm always accustomed to just thinking about how it might hurt an offense or anything. But with this defense in particular, and at times it's that whoever's playing safety opposite of Kalen Bullock, that's the weakness on the Texans defense right now. That's what they're going to try to attack, is throw some route combinations at that side of the field and see if they sort it out right.
Yeah.
Because that's why DeMeco, look, Kayvon Wallace was cut yesterday. So you're going to have yet another safety playing opposite of Kalen Bullock, or you're going to go back to one of the guys who's done it before, Miles Bryant perhaps, or Jalen Reed, who knows. But that's an opportunity as long as the pass protection can hold up. And then again, if field conditions are sloppy, does that take a little bit of the pepper off of your edge rushers? Mm-hmm. I think that's what they're probably looking at, is we've got an opportunity for some shot plays if we can dial it up right versus the Texans.
People pointing out on the text page, and I thought of this as soon as I recited or repeated Tomlin's thing about the running backs not putting on the ground. Dare fumbled in week 1. That was on a pass play. It was on a catch and run. So either way, yes, Dare fumbled.
But it was a running back fumble. Yeah.
It was a running back fumbling. Yes, it was indeed.
Why did you say you couldn't remember?
No. I said I was repeating.
They've done a good job. Yeah.
Tomlin said that none of their running backs have fumbled.
Oh,
this year.
He said none of them.
Yeah,
have.
He said they haven't had a running back fumble this year.
I think he looks at Dare more as a special teams player who sometimes plays running back.
Maybe. Either way, they fumbled very little. That we know. This is how you know.
But hey, do you want to see British Brooks or do you want to see Dare Gumbawale? I've got an appetite for some British Brooks.
He was awesome. Dude, he was great on Sunday. He was really, really good for sure. You've had a season when you can name both of their fumbles. Like, Dare fumbled in week 1, Nico fumbled in week 3, and I don't think they put the ball on the ground since then, at least not turning it over.
It'll be interesting. I was watching this. I went back and watched some of the Steelers game, mostly because I wanted to watch Cam Hayward. But they were facing the Ravens, but they more so than most teams that run a 3-4 were just lined up in old school Okie 3-4 front, where you've got a nose tackle and you've got the 2 defensive ends head up on the offensive tackles, and then they just manhandled. Once they figured it out versus Derrick Henry, but they do it a lot all season long, and it's a different look than the Texans are usually seeing, even when they play a 3-4 defense. That's one of the schematic difficulties that the O-line will have this week, is that They gotta, and it's nice to have an extra day of preparation.
Yeah, that's true.
It's that it's a different look in different types of players because they've got big, tough, physical defensive linemen. Cam Hayward, notably, that are going to cause some problems for him.
Yep.
It's gonna be tough.
Yep.
This isn't an offense where I can say they're going to go in and they're going to roll right over these guys. It's going to be a challenge for the O-line.
Looking forward to it, man. Monday right here on Sports Radio 610, 7 o'clock kickoff. 4 o'clock, Texans Countdown with me and Seth. We got you covered there. Playoff football on a Monday night. This is going to be a whole lot of fun. Coming up next, headlines. We've got Texans headlines. We've got Rocket headlines. We've got a lot of headlines. We got headlines around the NFL to get to. How about this for a headline? Better sex in the new year. That's an attention.
and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Thank you, Men's Tea Clinic, for powering headlines. We appreciate that. Let's start with the Texans. Kevon Wallace started at safety for the Texans on Sunday against the Indianapolis Colts. He's now on the street. The Texans cut Kevon Wallace yesterday. We know that D'Amico Ryans, we played the audio a little bit earlier. We know D'Amico on Monday still upset with the defense. He's been more upset with the defense, and he's been praising the defense over the last month or so between the Cardinals game, the Raiders game, and certainly this game against the Colts.
Well, you know, Jonathan Alexander, in his article yesterday, in one of his articles yesterday, had pointed out that during the first 14 weeks, the Texans allowed only 3 opponents to gain 300 or more yards. There's 4 times in the last 5 weeks that they've allowed an opponent to gain 300 or more yards in a game. And a lot of times it's that 1 or 2 big plays that's a coverage bust. You go back to the Chargers game, and it's easy to blame Tremont Smith because he's the guy who's closest, but you always have to wonder, all right, how involved was the safety supposed to be in this particular look?
Yep.
So Kevon Wallace, a safety, who's played the last couple of games, is now no longer a Texan.
In a game, after a game where it wasn't just the touchdown, another 53-yard catch in that game.
Yeah.
I mean, Pierce had nearly 150 yards when he got kicked out of the game for bumping that ref.
It's really, I mean, the 2 under-heralded positions that are potential weaknesses here are the fact that you've got at least two new defensive tackles that are, I think they've done better than I had hoped or expected out of a couple of backups who were recently signed, but they're not going to be Tim Settle or Mario Edwards. And then that the entire season, you haven't had a guy you feel comfortable with playing opposite of Kalen Bullock at safety.
Nope. And you've gone through a lot of names there. So we'll talk more about the Texans at the top of the hour. Some of the national talk about the Texans makes me wonder about bulletin board material in a way that you may not think. So we'll do that at the top of the hour. Around the NFL, John Harbaugh fired yesterday after 18 seasons, including a Super Bowl championship with the Baltimore Ravens. Seth, the report was that within 45 minutes of Harbaugh getting fired, he had 7 phone calls, or his agent had 7 phone calls from teams that were interested in John Harbaugh. The interesting thing about that is, aside from the Ravens, there's only 6 other openings. So at least one team, if we're to believe that report, at least one team, maybe more, that already have a head coach are calling John Harbaugh's agent.
It's really, there's something to be said for, at the very least, an organization can be improved so much just by simply running a tight ship. And he runs a tight ship. Mike Tomlin runs a tight ship. And then you can talk about quarterback play or this or that and the other thing as to why a guy doesn't succeed, have incredible success or what have you. But I think for the Browns, there's probably that feeling of, man, we just need somebody who's going to come in here and run a tight ship. And I don't know if I don't think Stefanski was the major problem with a lot of the stuff that they've got going on in Cleveland. But
Stefanski's getting interviews too from teams for head coaching jobs.
The Browns are interesting because Jim Schwartz has one of the best defenses in the league.
Yeah.
He's a former head coach, but I wonder if the new head coach is able to retain Jim Schwartz.
There's people in Cleveland that want Jim Schwartz to get promoted to head coach.
Yeah.
So there's that, too.
I mean, that's the one. They're a really good defense. For those of you who haven't watched a ton of Browns games this year, they're a really good defense.
Yeah, if you want to get excited for the Steelers game on Monday, go watch the Browns-Steelers game from Week 17. The Browns shut the Steelers down.
The opposite of running a tight ship would be Cliff Kingsbury, who's rumored to potentially be getting head coaching opportunities. And I just, okay, cool, go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
For those who don't know, he will not be back with Washington. This isn't a situation where he's interviewing for jobs and the fallback is he's the OC in Washington. They parted ways yesterday with each other as well. It wasn't framed as a firing, but Washington let go or allowed each of their coordinators to leave yesterday, including Cliff Kingsbury. John Morton, the OC in Detroit, who Dan Campbell took away play calling duties from about halfway through the year, he was fired as well yesterday.
The Cliff Kingsbury, in his career as a head coach, in 10 careers, the head coach, he's had 3 winning seasons. The most
across college and pro.
Yeah, across college and pro. And I just heard so many stories out of Arizona about the way he ran that operation. It didn't sound like a normal NFL team. Maybe he's learned his lesson.
Yeah, that's what I was
and it
gonna
would
say.
be different. But I don't know. Like being kind of a taskmaster and everything is more of a personality trait than a learned trait.
It's how you're wired.
Yeah, I just don't know if he's that guy.
I'm with you on that.
But good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
He's a good-looking guy.
He is handsome. Yeah.
Where's nice sneakers?
He'll have
had a kick-ass house in Arizona. That's what I know about him.
He'll have no shortage of Instagram model opportunities, I'm sure. Yeah.
Alex Earl might have him on her docket, at some point.
Once she's done with Brady. Rockets news. They're in Portland tonight to take on the Trailblazers. They'll be in Portland for a couple of days here. They have 2 games coming up against the Blazers. Alperen Şengün is expected to miss 10 to 14 days with this ankle sprain right now, so that certainly makes the Rockets a different-looking team over these next couple of weeks. They were running a lot of the offense through Şengün. Kevin Durant and Şengün, 9th and 10th in Western Conference All-Star balloting. I guess they don't even do positions anymore.
Yeah.
Because it's
basketball is positionless.
It's positionless, and it's U.S. versus the world
well,
now. So
especially as centers started, it got to a point there for a while where there were just some really curious omissions when you look the disparity between some of the guys who were making it and some of the guys who weren't because they had to pigeonhole people into positions.
Yeah, yep. So 9th and 10th, Durant and Alp there. A last headline, the Cougs get a big win last night. Battle of 2 for Texas Tech. Cougs pull it out in the end, 69-65. Those are your headlines for today. All right, up next, I mentioned it. Texans getting a lot of love. The bulletin board dynamic in the AFC is one that Texan fans are not used to right now. Is this something we should be concerned about? I'll explain coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. Talk about quality of life in the new year.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the Texans are getting a lot of love. They have been for a while during this winning streak, but it is really hard to find people that think the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to win this game.
Yeah, I would say within Pittsburgh as well. I don't even know. Just from, I'm not on social media a whole bunch. See a lot of back and forth between Texans fans and Steelers fans. There's not even that going on. You look over to the East Coast and New England versus Jacksonville fans. It's Buffalo versus Jacksonville fans, and it's heated right now.
Is it really?
Oh yeah. Well, those are a couple of smaller market teams that always have a chip on their shoulder about not the Bills fans, even though they've had a bunch of national attention, still have an underdog mentality, and then Jaguars fans also have an underdog mentality. So they've really been going at it.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because it plays into what we're going to talk about here in a few minutes. Before we get to the bulletin board. Some of the things that are being said in the last 24 hours around the country about the Houston Texans and this matchup with the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is Dan Orlovsky of ESPN yesterday saying this is a bad matchup for Pittsburgh.
Houston's defense is ridiculous. We had to do we got to do the voting for the NFL awards and first and second team all pros. I struggled to not put 6 or 7 guys on their defense on the first two teams. That's that good. And so one of the things that Pittsburgh has thrived on offensively this year is yards after the catch because they get the ball out so quickly. Aaron knows exactly what you're in. He's going to get the ball out to playmakers in space and yards after the catch. It's one of the best defenses in football in everything, but certainly defending yards after the catch. It's one of the best tackling defenses in football. And so that's the big challenge is the thing that Pittsburgh loves to do, and it's really kind of kept them afloat this year offensively, is the thing that Houston dominates with. The one thing that if you watch teams have some success against Houston defensively this year, you have to take shots down the field. You're not going to hit a ton. You have to. And it's just not something that Pittsburgh does. So I think it's a pretty significant challenge.
Yeah, the dump off, the last 2 weeks with no DK Metcalf, they have been hammering Jaylen Warren and Gainwell especially in the passing game, out in the flat, screens, things like that. Those are both, I would say, very kind of slippery, tackle-breaking running backs for their size. Getting DK Metcalf, I think, adjusts the calculus a little bit.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And again, though, the Steelers haven't been great at getting those downfield shots. Aaron Rodgers is a little bit like Ben Roethlisberger was in his later years, where he can set up the deep shot by being bad at the deep shot. Because they're gonna nickel and dime you and pepper you with all these short passes, but they lull you into it, and then all of a sudden, lo and behold, there we go. He's throwing the ball way better than Ben Roethlisberger was in his last couple of years. Mm-hmm. But the fact that the Texans have improved their tackling so much and that the run after the catch isn't the problem that it used to be, it still could rear its ugly head if the field conditions are sloppy. Because that's when they can't fly in there and swarm as effectively. Yeah. You don't get as many shots on a guy immediately after he catches the ball. When receivers enter the kill zone, be as vicious and as your footing is solid. That's where the weather elements. This is the story anytime if weather conditions are bad, that field conditions can really even the tables. And Pittsburgh obviously has a lot more experience playing in bad weather than the Texans do.
I'm looking at the weather in Pittsburgh over the next few days. Friday and Saturday, it's actually supposed to be up in the 60s during the day, but there's an 80% chance of rain both of those days. I'm guessing they're going to keep the field covered, although from what you're saying, Seth, maybe they should just I forgot to cover the field.
A little gamesmanship there. Yeah.
Notre Dame used to do that back when they weren't getting nearly as fast of players as they're getting right now. Yeah. They would let the grass grow a couple more inches and slow USC down and things like that.
That's an old John Madden thing. Yeah. John Madden used to run the sprinklers, He had big, heavy offensive linemen. He'd run the sprinklers the night before the game.
No precipitation Sunday. Monday's supposed to be nice. Monday, it's partly cloudy, low of 26, high of 38. So it's going to be – you're going to get a cold one, but it doesn't look like they're going to get any elements.
Yeah.
No rain
so,
or snow.
Freiermuth, the tight end, is the guy that a lot of people following or covering the Pittsburgh Steelers have been frustrated that he hasn't been more involved this year. And, and then the same old boat with Aaron Rodgers is that, man, it doesn't always seem like he's running the offense exactly the way you'd prefer to run the offense. Yeah. And he's taking some of his he's picking his favorites and going to those guys even when other guys are wide open. But Freiermuth is a guy to watch. And especially the Cardinals game when Trey McBride went off.
Yeah.
Freiermuth isn't as good as Trey McBride, but, man, the Texans had a really hard time with Trey McBride. Freiermuth had some good moments in the game on last week. That might be that's a guy that could be a sneaky appearance.
He did. The thing that makes me optimistic about the Texans and what Orlovsky said there about attacking downfield is in that Ravens game, they couldn't get anything downfield with Kyle Hamilton in the game. And Kyle Hamilton goes out with a concussion, and then all of a sudden it's like the dam opened up there for them. Freiermuth got that big hit you're talking about. The one big hit they got on the Austin touchdown, the cornerback slipped and fell, which plays to your concern about the field.
Come in again. Yeah, you take the extreme strength of the Texans is obviously the defense, and one of the things that makes them so extremely good is just how fast and violent and vicious they are. If the field conditions affect that at all, that's gonna tip the scales back towards the Steelers a little bit.
A few more from the ESPN guys. Here's Ryan Clark saying just flat out the Texans defense tries to hurt you.
They don't just tackle. Like, they try to hurt you.
Yeah.
Like, the physicality, the pursuit to the ball, the way they corral is so different.
Yeah. And he's not even saying it's dirty either. He's like, they are physical.
There's an article in Go Long TD right now by Tyler Dunn.
Yeah.
I think the first part of it is not behind a paywall. Then you have to read the second part of it. But, man, there's a whole lot in there about just how violent and physical these guys are.
It's a good article, man.
One of my favorite quotes from this, Woto praises the team's unbreakable bond with head coach DeMeco Ryans. Quote, "When you have a leader who'd literally go out and die for you, you would do the same for him." Unquote. Which, come again? Give To'oTo'o the chance to sanitize this outlandish claim, and he doubles down. 100%. He'd die on the field.
God, I wish that article came out before we had To'oTo'o on the postgame show.
To'oTo'o said, "You're going to have to cart us off. We're going to do everything we can to get a win."
Dude, how hard is it to find guys like that?
Well, to find an entire defensive room full of them.
That's what I mean.
That's the whole thing. It's not hard to find a few of them. It's hard to stock up the entire bank with them. Yeah. And on defense, they've certainly done. They've got more guys like that on offense now too. I think, and honestly, I think they've got way more guys with that mentality. I don't know if the skill level or the physical potential is there yet, and that is going to maybe take another year or two. But I think they've got much more of the right mentality on offense right now. It's just a matter of you've got to also have guys that tied to really good football players.
It feels like it's easier to display that on defense than it is on offense as well.
Yeah,
just taking guys' heads off. I mean, you guys.
No, yeah, and it's tackling. Really it's a difference between on defense it's like a heavy metal band.
Yeah.
On offense it's got to be a little bit more like just good old classic rock.
A little smooth jazz mixed in with some classic rock.
Yeah.
Yep. That was Ryan Clark. Here's Marcus Spears saying sorry for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Guys, listen, we going to be there for Monday night. I don't think the Steelers are a threat. I'm actually terrified for them. Because 2 weeks ago, I saw them only score 6 points against the Cleveland Browns. And this Houston Texans team, I never thought I would say this, is I don't think you want to play against them as an offense. Like, this is one of those situations where Aaron Rodgers last night took over the football game and did a phenomenal job. But we wasn't writing home about the Baltimore Ravens defense. We haven't wrote home about them all season long. This is a different animal. And the only reason I say that they're not a threat is because when you look at the game last night, it was still balls flying over the secondary head. Derrick Henry still was making explosive runs, and you saw the deficiencies that have shown up all season long. Now, getting DK back is unbelievably timely for what they're about to face against the Houston Texans. and the secondary at times you can win back there with time and the ability, hopefully. That's the problem against Houston. You just don't have time. So whatever game plan Aaron Rodgers comes up with, because, yes, I'm saying Aaron Rodgers, a lot of that I thought in the fourth quarter was on him. He's going to have to come up with the best one he's ever come up with in his life playing against the Houston Texans front. I ain't even talking about the back end. The front alone, you better come up with the best game plan you ever came up with.
I think one of the exciting things about the Texans versus any team is always the existence of the kill zone. That when you got over the middle, out in the flat, that they're gonna take a hit. And there was a drop the other day that one of our listeners pointed it out to me. And for the life of me, I can't remember. But it was a dropped ball that looked like, man, that guy was well aware of the kill zone. The Rashee Rice, that Jalen Petrie hit on Rashee Rice.
That was a Michael Pittman drop, by the way. I think
that's right, the Michael Pittman drop. Evidence of the kill zone.
A total kill zone drop.
Thank you. But I think the fact that happened on national television was some of the best advertising the Texans defense could get, and the fact that it was just shared on social media over and over and over again. Mm-hmm. You'll never find an offensive player to admit to being scared or nervous or anything, but Travis Kelce on the final play of that Chiefs game, it was a bad pass. I think 98 times out of 100, he pulls that ball in and catches it at least.
I agree.
But he had Azeez Al-Shire bearing down on him.
Yep.
And then Miles Bryant ends up being the one who delivered the hit. Azeez gets the interception. But that's right there in the kill zone.
Yep.
And it's on their minds, man. They know that they're facing a bunch of savage barbarians.
It's exactly it.
They're freaking Huns, man.
They are.
They do weird. It's like they don't just capture you and kill you. They disembowel you and put your head on a spike.
Yeah, and I think there's something about that group that probably likes going on the road and doing it too. You know, we're going to do it in front of your family. Yeah. That's what the real savages do.
Yeah. E.J. Speed in that Tyler Dunn article, did the classic. Don't get it wrong. We're not trying to hurt anybody. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Wink, wink. What the hell?
You don't want to hurt anybody with an illegal hit.
Right.
You want to, by the rules of the game, hurt him. So it's like you never hit somebody as hard as you can thinking, oh, I hope he doesn't feel any pain on this play.
Nobody's calling them a dirty team in all this stuff, Nobody's calling them all these cuts that we play and all this video that pops up.
Yeah, they're clean hits.
Nobody's calling them a dirty team. Last one here, and then I want to get to the bulletin board question that I have. Here is Ben Solak of ESPN saying that the Texans can run the AFC this year.
I think that the Texans can run the AFC even from the wild card spot. To me, that's the kind of the storm cloud's been gathering on the horizon here for the last several weeks as they've gotten better and better. It's not the strongest AFC field like we've talked about. That Texans defensive unit is a unit that can absolutely win 3 games in a row. They get an easy start, right, with getting the Steelers as the 4 seed. It's obviously not, want to look ahead of the game. The Steelers have legitimate stuff. But in general, like catching that 4 seed in both conferences is a big deal. So the Texans, to me, are very viable to run out of the 5 seed in the AFC, which is not something we typically see a wild card team making it all the way through.
That's what makes Sunday so fun, Seth, is that we're going to get the other 2 AFC games on Sunday. The early game is the early game I think is that Jacksonville-Buffalo game that you talked about. It's got a lot of pepper on it right now between those 2 fan bases. And then the night game is the Chargers and New England. Poor Chargers getting sent up to play at night up in New England all the way across country. Although no negative body clock for them, at least. They're playing at 5 o'clock their body time, at least, as opposed to 9 a.m. in the morning. But as a Texan fan, getting to sit on Sunday and watch those 2 games is going to be so fun because the Texans could play, if they win, if they beat the Steelers, it can be anywhere from the Broncos to the Patriots to the Jags to even the Bills if the Chargers are able to pull off the upset as well. Like there are so many, as a 5 seed, there are so many scenarios that can play out, and you're going to know going into that game what the situation is the following week if you win that game.
Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, that's a good one. You don't have to scoreboard watch.
No.
None of that. You don't have to wait to find out. That'll be. What do you feel about the Monday night dynamic for this week? Do you think because Tomlin yesterday, there was a clip floating around on social media where it said, "Oh, Tomlin's excited that he found out it was a Monday night game because of their 23-0 on Monday night games in the last 23 games or whatever it is." The actual clip, the point he makes was he's glad it's a Monday night game because it'll give him an extra day to rest up and heal. And I think I feel like both teams, obviously, at this point in the year are going to benefit from having an extra day of rest.
Yeah.
I think the Texans, defensively especially, like, we know the difference in that defense when there's Kamari Lassiter on the field versus when he's not.
Yeah.
It's night and day. So Kamari Lassiter being as healthy as possible. Derek Stingley's been working through this oblique injury. Like, I don't know which team benefits more, but I think the Texans have a much better chance of being the peak version.
Totally agree with you. I'm all for the Monday night game. If it were the Texans of 2 years ago, the first year of DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud, I would have actually been nervous for that because that was a team that played all Sunday noon games the entire year. So they hadn't really been able to flesh out the dynamic of playing a 4-day week or a 6-day week or a 10-day week, the de facto bye week you get from a Thursday night game, all of those things. So I would have been more nervous a couple of years ago about it. This time around, I'm with Seth on this one. I think the extra day of rest is really, really good. This is a Texans team that's played all sorts of different primetime scenarios and Thursday scenarios and whatnot over the course of the last 2 seasons. So I'm not too worried about it. I like the Monday night dynamic. I'm not overly concerned about the Steelers and their 23 straight Monday night wins. It's an impressive feat. There's no doubt about that. But I'm not super concerned. I like the fact that they're playing on Monday night. I like the fact that they get the big stage. I think it's a team that's performed well on some big stages here over the last 8 to 10 weeks here. So I think it's going to be really, really good. So the Texans are getting a lot of love nationally right now as we just played. Dan Orlovsky, bad matchup for Pittsburgh. Ryan Clark, this Texans defense tries to hurt you. Marcus Spears actually feels bad for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Ben Solak, the Texans can run the AFC. My thing is that the Texans, if you're a head coach who likes bulletin board material for your team, if you're a head coach that likes bulletin board material for your team, because we know those coaches, Liam Cohen, I think, is addicted to bulletin board material. I think he fabricates and creates bulletin board material. I can't find bulletin board material for the Texans. I've never experienced this dynamic. Seth, last year at this time, we were replaying over and over again Rex Ryan saying the Chargers got a bye week.
Yeah.
And the players brought that up after the game, too, when they beat the Chargers in that wild card. Joe Mixon with a cigar looking into a camera saying, "Where are you at, Rex Ryan? Where are you at, Rex Ryan?" I think there is bulletin board for all 6 other AFC teams out there.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any that I can find for the Texans right now. Even their offense, which has been average at best this year, I feel like more people are giving benefit of the doubt to the offense than are saying this is what's going to drag them down.
Yeah, we've talked about this where sometimes the perception within a city is different than the perception outside of the city. And usually it's that you find people within your city defensive about things and everything. Now I find myself a lot. I do think that CJ's getting some criticism that I think is undeserved. But I see people outside of Houston talking about the offenses almost as if that it's a really good offense or something, and it just flat out is not. They've been really good. They've been really good at doing what they need to do in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that as a backhanded compliment or anything, but it's an average offense. Scoring, et cetera, they're about an average offense. They're a really bad red zone offense, but for this team, it's enough so far. But, talking about this matchup is almost like the Texans' defense is the only thing that matters.
Yeah, and I would take it even beyond. You're right. I would take it even beyond this matchup. So many people talking the way Ben Solak is that, like, oh no, they got to go to New England, the Texans can handle their business. If they got to go to Denver, they can. And even with those teams, take the Texans out of the equation. Let's take the Broncos and the Patriots, the number 1 and 2 seeds. I think there's more bulletin board material for Sean Payton and Mike Vrabel than there is for DeMeco Ryans right now. Like the people bringing up with the Broncos. I mean, I know I've said it, and I know you've watched the same Broncos team I have. All they do is win close games. They're 5th in point differential in the AFC. So there's 4 teams that have been, by that metric, more dominant than them. They're maybe the most lightly regarded 1 seed that I can remember in a long, long time. Because typically the 1 seed has been it's been Mahomes or it's been, some other team. I know the Titans were the 1 seed one year. Maybe they were lightly regarded like this too, and they rightfully so. They ended up getting knocked off as a 1 seed. I think Denver is for what their record is this year, bulletin board material, they've got it. The Patriots, they had the same record as Denver, and people are like, well, they're phony. They didn't beat anybody this year. I saw a stat yesterday. They had the most snaps against bad starters or backup quarterbacks. Bad starting quarterbacks or backup quarterbacks this season. The percentage of snaps that the Patriots played was the highest percentage of any team in the NFL. So they played bad teams, bad quarterbacks, and I guarantee you that Peyton and Vrabel, and we know Liam Cohen. I'm just bringing up the top 3 seeds. These are all teams that are seated ahead of the Texans. The Jaguars are underdogs at home. That's all the bulletin board material Liam Cohen needs is Vegas, despite an 8-game winning streak where they have been utterly dominant in this 8-game winning streak in terms of point differential. So it is, as a Texan fan, this is such a 180 this time of year for what we're used to.
The interesting, somebody had a stat yesterday that my knee-jerk reaction was like, all right, great. Well, but it's, you know what, I think it's accurate and it's valid to point out, and it's a good stat. It's that on the Texans' 9-game win streak, they've scored 20 or more points in 8 of those 9 games. And my first reaction is, all right, 20 points in the NFL isn't all that impressive. I think for an average offense where they land, they're just average. The average number of points scored by an offense is 24 points in a game. That they're consistently at least giving you that performance. It's not like they've got a bunch of 30-plus performances, but then a bunch of games where they only scored 7 or 10 points or what have you. Like, it's saying something that they have that consistency.
Yeah.
And that as long as the defense, you're going to need an incredible defensive performance to run the table in the playoffs versus good teams. You're going to need, it will be, and we know this defense is capable of it. It's just really, really hard to do. But the offense is, they're consistent at the very least, and they're giving you 20-plus points. If the defense puts out a superhuman effort a couple of times, that might be enough.
Yeah, it may be. It may be. At the very least, to get to an AFC title game. It's hard to do 4 games in a row like that.
Yeah.
But at the very least, winning the next couple of games. But this Sunday is going to be a blast, man. Just getting to sit back and watch these other 2 AFC games, and then you go into Monday going, okay, I mean, there is a possibility they're going into Monday night if the Chargers are able to upset the Patriots, and that's a 3.5-point spread. That is not a big spread. That's a winnable game for the Chargers. I'm not picking the Chargers, but they can win that football game. And if the Bills are able to beat the Jags, which, again, I would probably pick the Jags. I'd probably take – if I'm getting the Jags as an underdog at home the way they're playing right now against the Bills, I would probably take the Jags. So I'd probably take the Pats and the Jags if I was betting on those games. But I'll sure as hell be rooting for the Bills. I'm not going to bet on either of those games. I'll be rooting for the Bills and the Chargers. The Texans could be going into the Monday night game against the Steelers playing for the possibility of a home game in the divisional round, which has never happened for them before.
The one, I sent this to you yesterday. That the line hasn't moved yet at all, but at least according to one book or one person on the other night was that 72% of the money had been bet on Houston.
Yeah.
And that's the one that made me wonder, like, okay, the line's not moving, and 82% of the money is going to Houston, actually. So it's not just that the public versus the sharps or anything, that people are looking at that line and saying, hey, all right, what am I missing here? If they still haven't moved the line that much, why is the public so overly ebullient about the Texans' chances? And it might just simply be a combination of not just the offense on the road, but the offense in cold weather conditions. And C.J. Stroud has yet to have a really impressive game in cold weather in the NFL.
Yeah.
And take that for whatever it's worth. Small sample size. It's only been versus good defenses. His cold weather games have basically been the Chiefs and the Ravens.
Yeah.
Multiple games against those 2 teams. That's it. And yet he hasn't proven yet that he can have a great NFL performance in cold weather. So maybe it's as simple as that.
I love that the tweet that you sent me with all those numbers on it, all that data. That tells me I think Vegas thinks that the Steelers are a very, very live underdog.
Yeah.
If they haven't moved that thing to 3.5,
Yeah.
Because of all that money. And for those, those who haven't seen it, I mean, the numbers are like set by all different sorts of books and metrics. Like 80% of the money is on the Texans right now.
And then the conspiracy theory starts already. The guy that tweeted it said Vegas is not letting the Steelers lose.
They're not letting them lose. I love that. I absolutely love that. I mean, so that's no bulletin board material. Now, we did get a text from somebody, Seth, saying go find Nick Wright's take on this game.
Oh, yeah.
There's some bulletin board material for the Texans. I have not seen that. Have you? I guess Nick.
I did. I saw it last night, and I didn't. I couldn't. I didn't click on it. But he. One of the there was one. He had 3 bullet points, and one of them raised my hackles a little bit.
3 bullet points about that game, about the Steelers-Texans game. Okay, we'll go back and we'll find it during the break. We got lots of show left. We got lots of week left. We like playing Nick Wright audio. Nick's a friend, except if he's picking the Steelers. Then we're not friends anymore. Sorry, Nick. Cal McNair and Hannah McNair were in studio with us yesterday. It was a fun conversation. If you missed it, you can go back and get it on the Payne and Pendergast podcast. They were in studio for about 25 minutes at the end of the show yesterday. We talked about a lot of different things. We'll play some more audio from them later. I wanted to play this one here, though, now, since we're talking about the Texans and the season they're having, how much love they're getting. What was it like in the building after the 0-3 start? And Cal said, Cal dished out what the advice that he gave to DeMeco Ryans.
You knew it was there. You just couldn't believe you were 0-3.
Yeah. I told Coach, this may be the best thing to happen to you. He said, what? I said, yeah, if you were 3-0, you'd think you're a really great team and really cooking, and you got a lot to work on this team. And he goes, yeah, we got a lot to work on, and yet you're one play away. You're a fumble going in to score. You're a missed tackle to win the game, and you get those, and now you get to really roll your sleeves up, test the mettle of your team, and you got to be better and really get this thing turned around.
This is what, hearing that yesterday, what immediately popped into my mind is all the people after the 0-3 start that were firing everybody. Fire this guy, fire that guy. The owner was walking up to DeMeco saying, this might be the best thing that ever happened to you.
Yeah, you know? And I think, 3 games into a season, obviously, that talk was really, really heating up at that point.
Haley and Caserio, those were the 2 that were catching the most heat.
Because of the state of the offensive line, et cetera, and understandably so. You get it. I think it is true, though, with a coach, find me the NFL head coach, good NFL head coach who isn't miserable about the way his football team is performing, and it's a very small, it's an empty room.
Yeah.
Look at DeMeco. And this is why I get so frustrated when people act like somehow you and I are too nitpicky, because we're not nearly on the same level of what DeMeco is feeling about his football team.
Yep.
You win 9 games in a row, but then you have a few coverage busts. Your fear as a football coach is, man, these guys are just getting too comfortable. They're reading their press clippings.
Yeah.
They think that they can just roll in and win. We got to figure out a way to send the message to these guys that they need to tighten it up.
Yeah.
And it gets harder and harder with each successive win, because it just that natural motivator of wanting to go out and avenge last week's loss isn't there. So that's where DeMeco looked miserable on Monday.
Do you think he did?
After his 9th straight victory, he looked absolutely miserable in that press conference.
Okay. I was so glad when you texted me back, because I had watched the press conference live, and then I texted you. I'm like, man, DeMeco he's ornery today, and you hadn't watched it yet. And I was glad you texted me back. This pretty much the same things I was sending to you, because I know you thought there was a chance I might have been overreacting to it, and I was glad that I was appropriately.
I think the thing where you and I differed was that I think you can speculate as to the million different reasons that he might have been agitated in that press conference.
Yeah.
And I think you thought that, it's because he's unhappy with the defense and those big plays allowed, and because they lost the number 1
scoring title. Yeah.
Right. And I said, that's very possible, but it also could be for myriad other reasons, including, and I wonder if they just either got bad news on an injury or maybe they've got to cut somebody and they've made that decision. The next day they did cut Kayvon Wallace. He's kind of wrestling with that. Now he's got to go in and talk about the defense to the media. So it could be, you never know. Somebody could have something going on in their personal life. You just flat out don't know. I don't think we're reading into it to say he definitely looked way more agitated and in a more dour mood than he usually ever is.
Yeah.
Even when things are tough, he's usually like a pretty fun-loving guy in there.
Yep.
As far as the actual scoring title goes, again, this is from that Tyler Dunn article.
Mm-hmm.
You and I kind of argued about, or we wondered, okay, how much are they really thinking about the number one scoring defense, or whatever?
Yep.
This is from Tyler Dunn on Go Long TD. In Houston, at the beginning of the 2025 season, Matt Burke plastered the top scoring defenses in NFL history up on the board and discussed the legends of the sport. And Burke said, let's aim for real Steph. Doesn't matter what other people outside the building say. It's what our standard is, what we're shooting for.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's safe to say that they cared about that number one scoring defense spot, and they relinquished it in the final game of the season.
Against Riley Leonard. That's the thing.
Yeah.
If you relinquish it in a meaningful game, then – and I know there was meaning to that game. Look, I said myself, I was upset that they took the starters out at halftime because of the five. I feel like the 5 seed is a better spot than the 6 seed. So there was meaning to that game, but it wasn't like 2 years ago where the two teams, the winner stays in and the loser goes home. If it was a game with those kind of stakes against a real starting quarterback, not Riley Leonard, you can excuse that, I suppose.
Yeah, it's one of the, and honestly though too, and I wonder with D'Amico how much of the criticism he was putting on himself, which again, NFL head coaches are miserable, partly because they're always blaming themselves for every single thing. I thought, okay, so Dan Gable was a wrestler, one of the all-time great wrestlers in American history, amateur wrestling, at the time amateur. He was undefeated in college wrestling, just destroyed everybody.
Yes.
He had won 3 straight national championships. The final match of his NCAA wrestling career, he got defeated in the finals of the national tournament by a guy that he had no business losing to.
Wow.
And when he talked about it, he's done multiple interviews about it afterwards over the years, and really for him what he blames is that he changed his process that year. That year going in, there was just all kinds of, they were doing Wide World of Sports specials, and he was still taking it very seriously, but for the first time in his career, he started thinking about what strategy he should have versus that opponent and how he might need to alter his game. And that had never been his process before.
Yeah.
And, and it was something he would do later on and when he would compete in the Olympics. But at that point in his career, that was, he strayed from what his process was, and he ends up losing the game. And you got to wonder with D'Amico going into that game, all his instincts tell him, nope, we're going into this game. We're going to win this game no matter what.
Boy,
but what happened?
Analogy.
They changed the process.
Yeah.
They benched the starters. They did all these things that were different. And without being able to point your finger to any one thing, it was just they strayed from the process that had led them to so many great performances.
Yeah.
And it's probably driving him insane right now because they lost that number one scoring title because of it.
Yeah. Because, and hey, if I had to console him, I would say at least you won the game.
Right.
Like you didn't compromise anything in terms of the big picture. Like nobody's – I don't
probably look at you and be like, oh, yeah. Oh, I hadn't noticed, Sean. Thanks, Sean.
I know.
You want to talk about the Steelers now?
Well, I'm just trying to take a page out of Cal's book and say, hey, D'Amico, this might be the best thing to ever happen to you, losing the scoring title. I don't know how that would be, but might be
it would be motivationally.
Yeah.
Like now, again, if that's something the guys really cared about, and I imagine they do, then it might as well be a loss in the win-loss column.
Yeah.
Emotionally, motivationally, all those things. So it might be the best thing that could have happened to them is that they got that extra little bit of, man, this isn't who we are. No, we're going to go out and avenge ourselves, and we're going to take it out on Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. Yes.
Aaron Rodgers' beard will be grayer by the end of the game than it is at the beginning.
We are driving him into the dirt the same way Seth buried Tom Brady and Teddy Bruschi's dead bodies in his backyard.
Slapped them. They insult me. I'm going to slap them across the face. What are you going to do about it?
Yep. Seth
the looks that in my dream last night when I slapped Teddy Bruschi and Tom Brady, it was the looks on their faces that made it extra sweet. Because they had that look of like, what just happened? Nobody's ever treated me thusly.
Can I tell you, I'm
Tom Brady.
I'm very impressed by how vividly you remember your dreams. I have very vague memories of what I dream. Even like a minute after I wake up. Sometimes I have that thing that you talked about where you still feel like you get up to go to the bathroom and you're still processing it like it's real life. That happens. But more often than not, I don't remember my dreams. I have recurring characters in dreams too. So I don't have the same dream, but I have, and I don't know if this is normal or not or whatever, but I have characters that'll show up. Oh yeah.
And I'm like, this guy again?
Who's the most interesting character that pops up in a Seth C. Payne dream? There's
There's a guy who's trying to extort or blackmail me for something, and it's for something that I didn't even do. There's some weird like I can't quite figure it out. It's like he's gonna expose me for having an affair that I didn't actually have.
Right.
And it's like a friend of Brandy's, and I don't know exact deal is, but he shows up. And it's like, it's one of these things that's going to be publicly embarrassing, and I'm going to have to answer for it. And it's like, he's got evidence for it.
Yeah.
Even though it's fake evidence,
yeah,
it's going to look bad for me.
And
I have to figure out how to kill this guy. But he's a very squirrely little guy.
He's a recurring character in your dreams.
And he was there last night. He was involved in this whole plan that Tom Brady and Teddy Bruschi had to try to lowball me on selling my house to them.
Nice house, too. That was a bad offer they gave you.
Oh, it was awful.
Really bad.
And then, but the biggest thing was that they acted like that I was going to walk away from the deal with $17,000 cash, and I'd be an idiot to walk away from $17,000 cash.
Remember the exact number of the dollars? I'm impressed.
It was 16 or 17. I think it might have changed.
Either way.
I think they might have been. I think they tried to sweeten the pot to 17,000.
Sweeten.
And I'm like, what the? Who do you think I am?
Oh, that was close.
Yeah. And that's when I slapped them both. I put him up against the wall, and I slapped him, and then Bruschi was looking on, kind of like, what's going on? And I backhand slapped Teddy Bruschi.
Classic Teddy Bruschi not to come to Tom Brady's defense. He just sat there waiting for you to slap him in the face.
Yeah.
Bruschi. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday.
I hope I have that dream again tonight, because I got plans for him.
Oh. Seth's been chicken scratching on paper the whole time.
And I got to remember to ask this guy exactly, specifically what he's blackmailing me for.
Oh, my God. That is great.
If this is something in my real life that I could be blackmailed for, I got to get on top of that. I just can't. It's elusive within the
question for the next segment. Is Kevin Durant a bad breaker-upper? That'll be next.
Oh, okay, good.
Ready? Texans, Steelers, Monday night. from the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Why are you shaking your head, Seth?
Oh, this whole Steelers on Monday night stuff is starting to annoy me.
It's Wednesday. We got the game's 5 days from now.
No. Their streak on Monday night, and it's weird that this isn't the one. The stat that's cited more, because we keep seeing that Tomlin is whatever his record is on Monday night.
I'm looking at it because I went and found that Nick Wright audio or video from yesterday from First Things First, and they put up a graphic. Steelers on Monday night under Tomlin, 22-3 overall, but obviously undefeated at home on Monday night.
Undefeated at home on Monday night under Tomlin. The Steelers as a franchise have not lost at home on Monday Night Football since October 14th, 1991.
Wow.
Chuck Noll was the head coach at the time.
God, I'm trying to think. A great trivia question would be, who was the starting quarterback in that game? I don't even know. I mean, that was 8 years after Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah.
Bubby Brister was in the rear view at that point.
So so usually, I'm really reluctant to credit, franchises, for their record and such and everything, because what's it really matter? It's different coaches, different players, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. There's something about it happening geographically.
Yeah.
Right down there, nestled at the Three Rivers, the confluence of those three rivers.
Yes.
A word that we only know because of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
The Ohio,
confluence.
The Allegheny, and the Monongahela.
So the fact it's actually all happened right there in those two stadiums, which are basically in the same spot, that does freak me out a little bit. There might be something about the environment. I don't know, the alignment of the stars, whatever it is, the moon. That since 1991 they haven't lost a Monday Night Football game at home. What the hell, man?
That was my first year out of college. 1991. I was 3 months removed from graduating. The starting quarterbacks in that game were Jeff Hostetler for the Giants, who won the game, and Neil O'Donnell for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I should have been able to tell you Neil O'Donnell right off the bat.
Neil O'Donnell was 11 of 21 for 152 yards.
I should have been able to tell you, if only just because I went to school with a bunch of Yinzers that were huge Steelers fans.
Bubby Brister was still on the team. They split. I don't know who started and who, but Bubby Brister was 6 for 16. I bet Bubby Brister started 6 for 16, 97 yards, threw a pick, and I bet Neil O'Donnell came in off the bench. I bet that's what happened.
The whole thing about the Steelers in the 90s was that they'd been, they were not the Steelers of the 70s in the 1980s. So in the 90s, they had this resurgence, and, that's when here we go Steelers, here we go, and all that annoying crap started. I remember, my personal vendetta against the Steelers comes from when the Texans played them on Christmas Day. It was like 8 or 9 years ago.
2017. Yep.
Yeah, and in the stands with my family, and I remember walking down the ramps after the game. There were so many Steelers fans there, and there was one guy in front of us that just the entire time down yelling was basically telling Texans fans there's still time for them to be Steelers fans. You can sell your soul for the black and gold.
Oh.
Sell your soul to the black and gold. And he was turning out, he's running. He made eye contact with me a couple times. And I had to be an adult because I had my child with me. And just be like, it's all right. It was just and then I sent them off to go get some to see if there were any hot dogs.
Yeah, and then you slapped
and I beat him down.
Yeah, just like you did to Teddy Bruschi and Tom Brady. We'll get back to the Texans at the top of the hour here. Real quick, the Rockets, good win the other night against Phoenix. Look, no Alperen Şengün. Şengün's going to be out for the next couple of weeks with his sprained ankle. So Kevin Durant, on a night where he, prior to the game-winning shot, had shot 1 for 11 from three-point range, was able to knock down a 27-footer practically at the buzzer. Here was Kevin Durant after the game with Vanessa Richardson on Space City Home Network, talking about, Vanessa asked him, how about these fans chanting MVP for you right now?
What's it like to hear everybody at Toyota Center chanting MVP?
Being booed in here so many years,
being an opposing player and being booed, it feels good to come out here and get some love. I love Houston. I love Texas. I'm just grateful and representing the Rockets.
Thanks, Kev.
Okay. And I think it's shipped for a long time. Kevin Durant signed a new deal with the Rockets, a new extension to be here for a few years.
He shows no signs of really slowing down off of his current pace. I think the biggest thing, remember when Colin Cowherd said he's not a two-way player anymore?
Yeah.
He's been playing very good defense this year.
Yep.
And it was odd for Cowherd to say that. That was definitely a flyby take by him because it's not like he's had a drastic drop off defensively or anything. He's not peak, defensive MVP candidate or whatever. But calling him not a two-way player anymore was kind of odd.
No,
he'll be a good two-way player by virtue of having his wingspan for as long as he's playing.
And I don't think Ime brings a guy in who doesn't at least put out effort on defense.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with how Durant's been defensively.
Right now, it looks like he's ninth favorite on the MVP board.
Yeah, I don't think the fans chanting it is really cool. Luka Doncic, Jokic, we've got a group of guys that are going to be at the top of the board for the next several years.
It's tough, honestly, because if who knows what it would look like if Fred VanVleet was out there, and you could open things up a little bit more, and it would be they wouldn't be able to focus as much on Kevin Durant. But that's ifs, ands, and buts, and all that stuff. He's done everything you could have wanted for so far.
He's been great. Now, is he a bad breaker upper? This was Kevin Durant in the post-game press conference when he was asked what it feels like to do that against the team that traded him here, the Phoenix Suns.
I have love within that organization, but as a competitor, does it mean any more to you to be able to hit your form?
Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? A place that I didn't want to leave, and my first time I don't want to sound too dramatic, but I will, to be kicked out of a place, you know what I'm saying? And felt like that, I've been scapegoated, you know what I'm saying, for the issues we had as a team last year. Yeah, it felt good to beat them and hit a game-winning shot, but that's all it is. It's not just for the moment, It's something tomorrow I won't even think about, So it was a fun game. Like I said, of course, yeah, I felt you play with a little chip on your shoulder against your former team, especially when they trade you.
Love the honesty. I would say to him that, heavy is the head that wears the crown. When you're the best player on a team that's underperforming, that's part of getting paid $50 million a year.
Yeah, I don't know if he feels scapegoated. That's good. I like having him have the chip on his shoulder. I don't know if I never got the read that they were scapegoating him as much as just an organization recognizing that, all right, we gotta do more of a hard reset or really change everything, and that if we can get some assets for him, that it's probably best to part ways.
Yeah.
So it's I don't criticize him or question why he would feel scapegoated, especially because he is active on social media. He's heard from a lot of Suns fans who are going to tell him as soon as he's out the door, those Suns fans are immediately going to tell him, we never liked you anyway.
Right.
You were part of the problem anyway.
Right.
I hate you, Kevin Durant. I hate you. Please come back. Please. I'm sitting outside your house right now. Just come out and just something.
I don't know that he's a bad breaker-upper. He does not hang out in the corners of the internet that would make you a good breaker-upper, though, I would say.
I think he would totally, if he broke up, it's whatever the equivalent of if he broke up with a girl and then went out with her best friend.
Yeah.
Is that bad breaking up? Or is that just brilliant? I'd say it's brilliant.
I would say so, too. Well, he landed in a better relationship. This is what happens with divorce sometimes. Now, Durant is on his fifth marriage now. He's been married to Oklahoma City and Golden State and Brooklyn for a little bit and Phoenix.
He's the Liza Minnelli of the NBA.
He is a lot. Yeah.
I don't know if Liza Minnelli was a bad breaker-upper or not, but she was a – was she married a bunch or Elizabeth Taylor?
You're thinking of Elizabeth Taylor.
Elizabeth Taylor. He's the Elizabeth Taylor of the NFL.
He is, yeah.
And yet, unlike Elizabeth Taylor, you don't have to explain to the younger people how hot he was back in the day.
That's right.
Remember, we grew up when people were like, you hear these references about like, whoa, this woman's as pretty as Elizabeth Taylor. And I'd look at Elizabeth Taylor and be like, what? What are you talking about?
Yep.
But the olds would tell you like, no, son, let me show you this old calendar I've got.
Back in the day. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, the Texans are favored over the Pittsburgh Steelers. If the favorites win out this weekend in the AFC, are we cool with what this scenario looks like in the AFC? Coming up next, but first, West Point Lincoln. I'm here in the studio right now, and I'm looking at the two screens that we've got over each of our shoulders in here. And West Point Lincoln? West Point Lincoln.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So looking at the AFC playoff picture, if the favorites win this weekend in the AFC, we cool with this? I would be cool with it because it means the Texans won. It would mean that the Broncos would be hosting the Bills in Denver. That's fun. And it means that the Texans would be headed up to New England. Are you cool with a second-round game in New England against the Patriots?
Oh, yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with any second-round game.
I am, too.
Like, what are you going to do? It's, oh, no, I want them to face the Patsy that won a wild card game. There are no Patsies.
No, there are no Patsies. But of the teams that they could travel to go play, the Texans in the second round, because as we pointed out earlier, where you're at with the 4 and 5 seed teams, there's a reason they're on Monday night, because those are the two teams that, they are the least disruptive to all the travel that could potentially take place. Those lower-seeded 6 and 7 teams win, and it throws things into some degree of disarray. But of the teams seeded above the Texans, which one would concern you the most right now, having to go play on the road? Broncos, Patriots, Jaguars?
Patriots.
Patriots?
Well, wait a second. Let me think about the Jaguars versus the Patriots, or the Jaguars and the Broncos. The Broncos defense concerns me.
They're all good teams, obviously.
Yeah, no, but the Jaguars are a more complete team, and at home, in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
We've seen that, they're capable of reeling off some big. They got some shot plays off there up in Jacksonville. It was early in the season, but this Texans defense has allowed some shot plays as of late. I think the Jaguars are simply a better football team than the Broncos right now. So the Jaguars would concern me more than the Broncos.
I think they might be better than the Patriots too.
No, definitely.
Yeah.
No, I think the Jaguars are the best team, and based on their second half of the season, I think the Jaguars are the most complete team in the playoffs in the AFC right now.
Yeah, it's crazy that it's a little bit like the audio we played of Cal McNair earlier when we asked Cal and Hannah. They were in studio with us yesterday, and I think it was you that asked them, Seth, about what was it like. What were you thinking after the team started 0-3? And Cal said something to the effect of, I told Coach that this might be the best thing that happens to you. It might focus you guys. If you're 3-0, then you might think you're better than you are. I'm paraphrasing here. That comeback win by the Texans, I thought that was going to torpedo the Jaguars because previous Jaguar teams were very torpedoable. I coming into this season didn't have a lot of respect for the Jacksonville Jaguars, and why would you? It looked like they overpaid their quarterback. They get it for a viral moment in his opening press conference.
Yeah.
With the magnificent Gladstone, there was no shortage of shade that we had for him, and yet it feels like that comeback by the Texans was a catalyst to turning the Jaguars into the best version of themselves.
Yeah, they. I think you and I differed on our respect for Liam Cohen. I think that looking at the work that he did with Baker Mayfield last year, and look at Baker Mayfield last year compared to Baker Mayfield this year, that was impressive. My biggest thing with the Jaguars in the first half of the season was I just don't know if Trevor Lawrence is the guy for Liam Cohen, and that this might be the point where I don't know how they would work their way out of his contract, et cetera, et cetera. Then lo and behold, especially with the addition of Jacoby Myers, Trevor Lawrence really started to click within this offense.
Yeah.
And they do some things with that offense, remember, that they're really good at figuring out exactly what your coverages are, how they're handling you, all of those things. It takes some time for a quarterback to figure out that system, the legal sign-stealing system. That's the same one that Sam Darnold is using up in Seattle, that he seems to have figured that out and latched onto it, and he's looking like a smarter quarterback than I wanted to give him credit for being. The thing I wonder about with the Jaguars versus the Texans with that dynamic is, man, no team in the NFL is more straightforward defensively in terms of showing their look. They don't disguise their as much as other teams. They don't disguise their coverages. I don't know if the Jaguars can glean as much from the Texans pre-snap operation defensively as they can from other teams.
Yeah.
If it's just line up, go out and play football, we don't care if you think you know what we're doing. I kind of like the Texans' defense in that matchup. If you take away this little trick, this little gadget that Trevor Lawrence now has at his disposal and basically render it less effective, it's like taking away Thor's hammer.
Does the fact that the Texans, more than any other team throughout the season, did what you just pointed out, which is more than any other team, they just line up and play defense.
Yeah.
They're not doing all kinds of disguising and blitzing and everything else. We're going to let, as Bum Phillips used to say, Aaron's beat urines, that kind of thing. Does that avail D'Amico to maybe unveiling a few wrinkles in the postseason?
Oh, yeah, and he's done that, and he will. He did it versus the Browns last year, and he did the beauty of that, and he has done it all year. The beauty of being a team that doesn't disguise as much is that when you do disguise, you ambush the crap out of them.
That's what I'm saying.
When Christian Harris got that pick six, they were showing a look and a coverage that Joe Flacco had seen before and had success against before. And then, boom, at the snap, they rotated their coverage. And Christian Harris was just sitting there waiting for his pick six.
Mm-hmm.
As D'Amico Ryans on the sideline had predicted, that we had audio of D'Amico telling Christian Harris exactly how that play would work. Yeah, beautifully well, especially with a guy like Trevor Lawrence that thinks like, hey, I'm like Tom Brady now.
Oh, yeah.
I'm smart.
Yeah.
I know exactly what the defense is. I got them figured out. Yes. That's it. The beauty of not disguising that much is that when you do disguise, it's really, really effective.
Yeah.
And that's where, yes, there will be wrinkles and there will be some nice little some nice little surprises for some of the opponents in the playoffs.
I can't wait. I'm excited about that. I think, I'm just looking at, I just kind of played it forward with the teams that are favored this coming weekend winning their games. Texans would go to New England. Bills would go to the Broncos. We're allowed to do this. I know D'Amico's not looking ahead past the Steelers, but we're allowed to in Talk Radio. In the NFC, you'd have Rams-Seahawks again, which was one of the best games of the year the last time they played. You'd have Eagles-Bears in the second round. There is a really, really, really good chance, especially now that Mahomes is out of the playoffs, that we get some new blood here in terms of the inside the velvet rope of Super Bowl winners.
Yeah.
I was just chicken scratching onto this piece of paper here. The last 11 Super Bowl winners, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 of the 11 have been either Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes.
Annoying.
Yeah, well, Peyton Manning was one of those 10 years ago, so he was already a Super Bowl winner. Nick Foles, Matthew Stafford, and then Jalen Hurts last year. You look at Matthew Stafford. They're a 6 seed. Those are the only guys in this playoff that have won a Super Bowl, are Matthew Stafford and Jalen Hurts, and the Rams are a 5 seed. So they'd have to get to a Super Bowl or go through Seattle. And the Eagles feel like a 3 seed that's just been fighting with each other all year.
Yeah,
it's kind of impressive they're a 3 seed, actually.
I would say that of the two teams, the last couple you mentioned, the Rams and the Eagles.
Yeah.
Those are the two teams that have been really good and really competitive for a while now, and yet they don't annoy me as much as I would expect. And maybe it's because they're in the NFC and we'd be more annoyed by them.
Yes.
The Eagles do us the favor of having a whole lot of drama even when it's going well. That at any given time they might be undefeated, but A.J. Brown seems like he wants to be anywhere but there, at various points this season.
Mm-hmm.
With the Rams, I don't know why I don't hate the Rams more than I do. I really should, given the success that they've had with Sean McVay. And yet, I don't know. Maybe it's because they've done it in different ways through the years, and that Matt Stafford is a guy that everybody would have counted out as basically being over the hill, and that their defense has been really good this year. I don't know. I have a respect for the Rams.
I have great respect for their front office because when they did the F them picks thing, they traded all those picks for, who was it, Von Miller. They traded a couple picks for. They went a couple years without high-level picks. They are so good at finding guys in rounds 3, 4, 5, and on.
Yeah, when people would say F them picks, it really it wasn't all draft picks. It was first-round draft picks.
Right.
And it's something the Texans have been doing with Nick Caserio pretty regularly. It's that the first-round picks, if you don't love what you have or see, there's a whole lot of value to be had in them, our 2nd through 7th round picks.
Yep.
And the Rams feasted and have done really, really well with those non-first round picks over the years.
No doubt.
Well, I mean, that's the Ravens, too. They just haven't had the success recently. The Ravens have just amassed boatloads of picks through the compensatory picks.
Yeah, they got that
done
formula
a good job
down.
with them.
Yep, they got that compensatory formula down.
Which team of the newcomers to the fold, which one do you want to see smacked down in their place, and why is it the Panthers?
It's definitely although that feels like a formality. That's a 10-point spread.
I just don't like acknowledging the existence of the Panthers.
I like that. I'm not a big Panthers guy. I backed off on Bryce Young. I'll be honest with you. There was an email we got yesterday from Jimmy Shapiro, who sends us all those odds, and I didn't even want to click on the email because the subject header was something I thought I would never see. Sam Darnold, favored for Super Bowl MVP.
Oh.
And you know how I felt about Sam Darnold through the years and his fat face. I don't know that I can exist in a world where Sam Darnold all of a sudden is in the Ring of Champions.
This is what would be really annoying. Let's say Sam Darnold wins the Super Bowl and he has three touchdown passes, 0 interceptions.
Yeah.
But all 3 touchdown passes go to Jackson Smith-Njigba, in which Jackson Smith-Njigba has gotten incredible separation versus a really good cornerback, say like Derek Stingley or somebody. Who gets the Darnold? And it's going to be such bogus BS.
Darnold.
I'm preemptively mad about this.
Yeah.
That if that were the case, I do think that the quarterback would get the MVP when really Jackson Smith-Njigba is the more impressive part of that equation.
Dude, especially if it's against the Texans.
Well, yeah, let's leave the Texans out of it. I shouldn't have said Derek.
No, but I think there is nuance to it. If I had to bet, I would say that Darnold. If you're asking me blind, don't look at the opponent, don't look at the box score. This is just what these two guys did. It seems to always go to the quarterback, but wide receivers have won MVP of the Super Bowl before in games where the quarterbacks had. Lynn Swann, back in the day, was the MVP of the Super Bowl against the Cowboys because he had 4 catches and they were all amazing catches.
I think if it was Jackson Smith-Njigba, especially given the season he had this year, I think the voters would actually get it right and give it to Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Yeah.
If it was versus a cornerback like Stingley or Surtain, that says something. That's the matchup. If it's versus one of the lesser defenses, there's a better chance that it goes to Darnold. If it goes against one of the really good defenses, then it's going to go to Jackson
Smith-Njigba too, Seth. Boy, that's a great hypothetical. I like this. Smith-Njigba also will probably have been 2 nights removed from having won Offensive Player of the Year at the NFL Honors. So I think some voters would view that as sort of a cherry on top of the sundae for an amazing season for Jackson Smith-Njigba.
As we just crowned Jackson Smith-Njigba potentially the Super Bowl MVP, we started off that part of the conversation with the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
And I just don't like acknowledging the existence of the Panthers for whatever reason. I think it's probably because of the Jaguars, because I was on the Jaguars and the Panthers, but they came in the same year, and people have kind of they lump those 2 teams into the same boat.
Yep.
A lot of times people introduce me at a speaking event as a guy who played for the Panthers, and it annoys me. So
that would annoy me
it happened once, but still. This is, somebody who does know the Carolinas, North Carolina specifically, really well is Chad Ochocinco Johnson. This is Shannon Sharp and Chad Johnson on the Nightcap podcast.
Matter of fact, I used to date a girl in Charlotte. Yeah, never forget, 2003. I wonder how she doing.
I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder how she doing. Yeah, in Charlotte. I've been to Charlotte twice. I've been to Raleigh. I've been to Raleigh twice.
You mean Raleigh?
Raleigh.
Oh, okay. Close enough.
That's how you say it? How you say it again?
Raleigh.
You for real?
Yeah.
But it's spelled R-A-L-E-I-G-H.
Raleigh.
That's Raleigh.
Close enough.
Dude, Shannon.
I love him so much.
Shannon is so disgusted with him right there.
I love Chad Johnson more than anybody else in the world.
Shannon Sharp was disgusted with him even before he mispronounced Raleigh.
He was. When you watch the video, whatever was going on in the conversation at that time, Shannon's just kind of sipping on his drink, and he looks disgusted with Chad Johnson.
Ocho completely derailed whatever they were talking about. He's like, I wonder where she is now. Cannon's like, no.
I'll tell you, honestly, I don't know if Chad Johnson was, I think he was spelling Raleigh from his head. I was looking to see if he was reading a screen or something, but I think he knew how to spell Raleigh, which is a hard name. It's a hard name to spell.
Yeah.
Like without looking at it.
Yep.
And yet also thought that spelling would be Rylea.
Yeah.
I love him. He's the best, man. You know
He's
why
awesome.
he's the best? Because he'll have these little moments, but he has zero ego about it.
Yeah.
Like when he gets showed why he screwed up or something, he's like,
Well, the Desmond Watson clip we play all the time.
Yeah.
How heavy is he? 425. Oh, bleep.
Yeah, he realizes he was wrong. He's like, oh, okay,
360.
I'll take the L on that one.
Oh, my God, yeah. Ocho Cinco. And there's something, too, about a guy that wears shades indoors on a podcast.
Yeah.
It's got that personality. It amplifies
more.
it. Yeah.
He was there was some when he was a player, when he was a young player, you could tell that he was just wired differently.
Yeah.
Because there were all these stories, like he slept at the actual Bengals facility when he was a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
He would be there all the time. It'd be like 11 p.m. at night, and coaches would go down to grab a snack, and there's Chad.
Barefoot Chad with shorts on and a tank top.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And he's also, I like him because he's very frugal.
Yeah.
I wish more celebrities were more vocal about this. Like John Cena's like this. John Cena drives like an old Camry or something.
Yep.
But Chad Johnson says like he still flies on Spirit Airlines. Like he's a really good role model for younger athletes. They're like, hey man, don't be stupid.
No doubt. All right, we had Cal and Hannah McNair in studio yesterday. Good conversation. If you missed it, it's up on the Payne and Pendergast podcast, which I would suggest giving a subscribe to on the Odyssey app. Cal giving us the mini documentary on the high five video that went viral, and also a little bit of stadium talk, a little bit of stadium and new HQ talk with the McNairs as well. We'll get into that coming up next.
Trajan Well.
Payne and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Had a few texters point out that, hey, Sean, Aaron Rodgers, he won a Super Bowl also back in the day. He did. You're correct. The gist of the previous segment was looking at it through a lens of the favorites win this weekend. Any Super Bowl scenarios I'm looking at here are with the mindset that the Texans are winning against the Steelers. So that's
no, yeah. I mean, look, you go back to the Ravens with Joe Flacco, et cetera. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, usually in this round the favorites win.
Yep. So we'll see what happens on Monday. Cal and Hannah in studio with us yesterday. Cal McNair and Hannah McNair. Good conversation. I'll mention again, you can get it on our Payne and Pendergast podcast, which is available on the free Odyssey app or wherever it is you listen to your podcasts. We asked a couple things here. We asked Cal and Hannah about the viral Cal high five video that dropped a few days after the Texans beat the Chiefs. If you're a Texan fan and you're on the internet, you've probably seen it. But there was some video. There was a clip that aired. The clip that popped up on the video after the game of CJ walking past Cal McNair, who was holding up his, and the optics of it were CJ just walked by and ignored Cal.
Yeah.
Cal explains what exactly happened in this audio clip here, and ultimately the Texans decided to have some fun with it and do a video where Cal's walking through the offices with his hand up looking for a high five, and everybody's holding people back because that's CJ's high five. And then eventually the two high fives. Spoiler alert. But here was the thought process. There were some interesting things in this explanation here of the video that we'll get to after. But here's Cal and Hannah on that. The most viral, almost surreally viral moment of the year for you guys was the video that you did looking for your high five from CJ after the Kansas City game. Can you give us, it's great to have you guys available, the exclusivity of this conversation to tell us, can you give us sort of a behind the scenes on that, like a making of kind of thing? Where did it all come about?
Do we say everything or do we just say a little bit?
As much as you want to give up.
Just a little bit. So CJ was coming down after the game,
right,
signing autographs on the side.
Yeah.
Of people in the stands. We were back in the tunnel.
By the way, it was freezing. We're all
I remember.
Freezing.
Yeah.
And a kid on the other side was saying, "It's my birthday, CJ, come and sign my hat." So CJ bypassed the tunnel without looking in there and signed a birthday hat, and then came down the tunnel, gave us high fives and hugs like he did.
Right.
Well, someone caught me, waiting for the high five when he bypassed the tunnel, and tried to turn that into a negative.
Yeah.
That CJ and I have a problem.
The internet does.
Y'all got beef. Quarterback and owner and beef.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Favorite.
And so Hannah said, "Cal, this looks bad. Well, we can't let that stand." And then some of our folks were watching it, and they were saying, "It looks like it's dying down, and it's okay." I said, "No, let's have some fun with this.
Yeah.
Come on, let's challenge our creative group and see what they can come up with." And they came up with that, and Hannah started it with the SpongeBob 3 days later. And so we had some fun with all that.
Was the Breakfast Club,
Club
and Napoleon Dynamite.
Oh, yeah. The fish rays at the end. Okay, this is the last question I'll have on it because we got a bunch of stuff we want to hit with you guys. Did CJ know that you were going to be waiting outside the locker room for him? Because it didn't look like he did when he high-fived.
That was a genuine response.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. Okay.
He knew something was up, but not where or when.
And was he aware of the fact that it had turned into something on social
Everybody,
media?
our whole building was.
Yeah.
So when Cal was filming this and he was just walking around like this, everybody was laughing.
Yeah, they
because
knew exactly
everybody
what it
knew
was.
exactly what it was. Like all the players knew. I mean, everyone knew.
All right, so there you go.
That
was a good follow-up at the end by you.
Well, the part that was interesting, because for one, like a lot of players genuinely, I know people never believe it, but a lot of players do really try to stay off of social media during the season anymore.
Yeah.
They've gotten better at it. But that was such a crossover hit that everybody was aware of that. The part that I found really interesting was just thinking about how, okay, initially there were a lot of people presenting it as that, the CJ really doesn't like the owner, and that the team was monitoring it to kind of see, like, okay, is this a real thing? Is this something we're going to have to issue a statement about?
Yeah.
Or whatever else? That at any given time, there's 29 ludicrous different takes or scenarios or things athletes or football teams of these days. And you kind of got to monitor it to see, okay, we know it's ridiculous, But is this going to rise to the level of all of a sudden Stephen A. Smith is talking about the issue that C.J. Stroud has with the quarterback or something? And then you got it. So when do you let it die down? When do you address it? When do you make a joke about it?
Yeah, I thought they handled it perfectly. You're right, Seth. That was really interesting to me. The exact part where Cal said, yeah, and we talked about it later in the day, and we were told it seemed to be dying down.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, this is something they were monitoring throughout the day. Like, this is one of those, when it first popped up, it was probably one of those conference room, 5 minutes like situations.
Well, now the really interesting thing would be if it had happened when they were 0-3.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they just had a victory, their first victory,
yes.
but after they had started off 0-3, then or if if CJ was high-fiving some loyal Texans fans after their third loss and then left Cal hanging, that would be immediately addressed, I think, and they probably wouldn't have had as much fun with it.
No.
They probably would have said, like, all right, listen, kill this thing in its crib, issue a statement, here we go.
Well, it probably also helped, as Cal pointed out, because I hadn't heard anybody say this from the Texans side, that, CJ actually literally walked back and high-fived us and hugged us, right after he autographed that hat.
Well, the other thing about, I guess crisis is too extreme a word, but like PR, the management of situations like this, when you're the organization or the athlete, you got to monitor it to see that, okay, is this something that if we delay, it actually turns it into a bigger thing than it actually is?
Yeah.
I remember Phil Mickelson had something a few weeks ago. I remember he came out and he delivered a statement, and everybody was like, what the hell is he talking about?
Mm-hmm.
And it ended up becoming a bigger story than it was, just because Phil Mickelson had issued a denial to something that very few people were actually aware of.
Yep.
So you got to try to find that balance too. Screw that life, man.
Oh.
I don't know. This is, again, Sean, one of the many reasons that I will never own an NFL team.
Mm-hmm.
One of them might not be the biggest reason, but
money's not one of them.
Reasons,
But that's the reason. Yeah,
I've stiff-armed 7 or 8 different opportunities.
Of course you have.
Sure.
Here was one other from the conversation yesterday. Big topic with the Texans, and it's going to get bigger over the next few years. Is one, the new headquarters that it appears is going to become a reality.
Yeah.
Team headquarters, which will be. Well, just take a listen to this clip. That and the stadium, whatever that situation is going to wind up, whether it's a refurb of NRG Stadium or a new stadium, these are some big topics on the horizon. We touched on that yesterday with the McNairs.
Will they ever have a facility at your new headquarters? And where is that headquarters going to be and when?
Okay, yeah, nice Pause, Ben.
Yeah, we're talking there about will the Love Beat volleyball team have a facility at the new headquarters?
Yep. Okay, start over.
Great question.
Yes, so that's the idea, is that when we do get those facilities, that they'll all be housed there.
Oh, really?
Including youth sports.
Yeah, we want to really embrace youth sports.
So you'll have a youth attached to the headquarters.
I'm not saying yes to that. I'm just saying
you'd like to.
There's a lot of things in progress. I'm not giving you anything here, Seth.
We love youth sports.
I was just reiterating.
That was a good try, though.
I just was.
No, you said specifically it's attached to it, right?
Are you gonna get a state of Kansas type deal for your stadium?
Stadium? We're talking practice facility.
But now we're talking about the stadium.
My goodness, he's good. He is really good.
He is. The stadium side of it. That's the stadium is a whole different thing. Like that we're working with the county and the rodeo, and I mean, like, we're working together to try to keep what we have and upgrade and do all those things. So we'll see where that goes.
Okay.
So that's what we got. I honestly wasn't trying to get her in a gotcha or anything. Maybe I'm just naturally devious. Like
yeah,
that.
well, it's been out there that they're going to have a new headquarters here.
Right. I guess the part about the youth, they're going to have something to do with the youth facility at the new headquarters, and also the Love Bee will be. She didn't say whether they would play their games there, but they'll have their facilities there at least.
Yeah.
That was cool. If only because I look ahead to the potential romances between NFL football players and 6'2" volleyball players and the children they'll have.
God.
We're gonna yes.
The NIL deals that will be given to 3-year-olds just milling around the facility there.
But also, I feel like the way she talked about working on the stadium and trying to stay there, that's sounded earnest, trying to, posture or anything for the, make it look like they were still 1 foot in about whether or not they wanted to stay there.
No, that's
I think
been
there's
the
a good
public
chance
stance.
they stay at NRG Stadium.
Yeah, that's been. I don't know if it's a good chance, but that's definitely what they're leading with right now.
Yeah,
they have not. They have done zero agitation for building something brand new.
Yeah, that they're. So I don't know if I had to dice like right now. The chances that if I had to handicap, what are the chances that they're in a new stadium versus staying at NRG? I'm probably right at 50-50.
Yeah,
I just don't know.
I am too. To me, the biggest thing is not to turn this into a big stadium talk, but for me, the biggest thing has always been the ease of getting to, getting in, getting out of the stadium is the biggest. I think people sit in their seats at NRG Stadium like this is a great environment. It's getting to there and getting inside and things like that you hear the most complaints about.
And for those of you, I should have explained it better for people that don't know what I was talking about when I said the Kansas deal. Kansas City, in moving over to the Kansas side of the river, is getting a deal from the state of Kansas that is absurd. They're getting $3 billion in funds, is it?
Yeah.
But also, the Chiefs are going to have to pay a lease, but the lease goes into a fund that the Chiefs use for their own operating expenses. So they're paying a lease to themselves.
Yeah.
It's absurd how good that deal is. I don't think the Texans or any other NFL team is going to get a deal quite like that anytime soon.
No, I don't think so. The closest thing might be if Indiana won. The Bears wanted the Chiefs.
Yeah,
that might be the only. But there's the Texans. That that state line dynamic doesn't exist here for us, obviously. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
The only thing, I guess they do have there are a boatload of fast-growing counties.
Counties would be the closest
Houston
thing
that might really want to up their tax base and status and everything.
Their profile, no question. All right, Dan Orlovsky loves the Texans. We're going to hear from Dan Orlovsky on the matchup with the Steelers. He drops a little factoid, and not a factoid, but drops something in this cut here that makes me think it's about all pro voting. Take a listen in the next segment, and then I've got the question, how many Texans did Dan Orlovsky vote for the all-pro team? We will have that for you coming up next.
Right now is the time to get
Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. 713-572-4610 if you want to text the show. Here was Dan Orlovsky of ESPN yesterday talking about the Texans, and he's echoing a lot of what people are saying about this matchup between the Texans and the Steelers, which is this is a bad matchup for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Houston's defense is ridiculous. We had to do we got to do the voting for the NFL awards and first and second team all pros. I struggled to not put 6 or 7 guys on their defense on the first 2 teams. That's that good. And so one of the things that Pittsburgh has thrived on offensively this year is yards after the catch, because they get the ball out so quickly. Aaron knows exactly what you're in. He's going to get the ball out to playmakers in space and yards after the catch. It's one of the best defenses in football in everything, but certainly defending yards after the catch. It's one of the best tackling defenses in football. And so that's the big challenge, is the thing that Pittsburgh loves to do, and it's really kind of kept them afloat this year offensively, is the thing that Houston dominates with. The one thing that if you watch teams have some success against Houston defensively this year, you have to take shots down the field. You're not going to hit a ton. You have to. And it's just not something that Pittsburgh does. So I think it's a pretty significant challenge.
Okay, we'll talk plenty about the matchup forward. The thing that jumped out at me, Seth, when he was talking there, I love the accolades.
Yeah.
Where he said he had a hard time not putting 6 or 7 Houston Texans, I'm assuming all on the defensive side of the ball, on his all-pro ballot. I guess he and Mina Kimes both vote for the all-pro team. Mina Kimes had a quote where she said 4 or 5. Orlovsky says 6 or 7.
Yeah,
on the
well, I
defensive
guess
side.
Nico Collins would be the obvious one that he might have been considering on offense. But if you go to the defensive side of the ball, the first four are super easy. It's Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson, Derek Stingley, Kamari Lassiter. Actually, the first 5, Kalen Bullock as well, I would say, because I've heard a lot of Greg Cassell thinks Kalen Bullock's been the best free safety in the league this year.
Yep.
So there's 5 right there. And then when you get to Jalen Petrie, he's the tough one, because Jalen Petrie, it's kind of like back in the old days when the all-pros were defensive ends and then outside linebackers.
Yeah.
And you'd get into this conundrum where so many of the linebackers were actually basically defensive ends, and then off-ball linebackers weren't getting voted in at all, because you got all these outside linebackers they wouldn't even say outside linebacker. They would just say linebacker.
Yeah.
And so you'd have all these linebackers that have 16, 17 sacks who are basically defensive ends, so they just started calling it the edge rusher.
Yep.
An edge or an edge defender. So with Jalen Petrie, he's not a corner. He's not a linebacker. He's your nickel backer, or he's your star, or whatever your defense calls him. And it's, these Derwin James types of players, they're harder to put into a slot. And you start having to make these decisions about whether, like Jalen Ramsey is an actual safety, and he gets the Pro Bowl, a Pro Bowl nod at safety. But did he have a better year than Jalen Petrie as a football player?
Right.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
So Jalen Petrie gets hosed on that. And then, so that's what? Is that 6 already?
That's 6. So just to repeat,
Yeah.
So you had 5 that you thought are easy ones to consider for an all-pro vote, which is
for a second team, first or second team
right,
all-pro.
right. So Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, Derek Stingley, Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock. Then you mentioned Petrie. If you go to 7, I think it's pretty easy who the next one is.
I'd say Alshire.
I would too. Yeah.
And Alshire, who got the Pro Bowl. So for those who don't know, All Pro is like it's regardless of conference. It's just
the best of the
guy
best.
here, the best. And and he plays as a Mike linebacker. That's another position that's still it's very underrated in the modern NFL because the run game doesn't matter as much as it used to. I think with Alshire, the part that doesn't show up on his individual stats, but that has been so vital, is that the Texans have gone from being a team that really struggled versus play action when D'Amico first got here to one of the best teams in the league against play action. And part of that is because when you watch those linebackers on some of these play action fakes, their feet don't move. Not one bit of biting on the fake. They're just standing right there. They know it's pass. They're waiting. They've got their eyes on what their coverage responsibilities are. And Alshire is a big part of that because that all comes down to pre-snap reads, tendencies, the tells that various players have, all of that stuff. That starts with Alshire and his leadership and his ability to do that because it's not like he's brilliant in coverage one-on-one, but he puts himself in position to where he doesn't have to be. That's really why he's so vital to that defense. And we saw versus the Raiders when he was out, they couldn't operate quite the same way that Texans defense operates typically.
I think the Texans ultimately I feel safe in saying they're going to get at least 2 first-teamers. I think Will Anderson and Derek Stingley Jr. will both be first-team All-Pros. I think Danielle Hunter's got a real shot to be a second-team All-Pro. I think Nico Collins will for sure be, at worst, a second-team All-Pro. And then it gets interesting after that because you're talking about guys that have not lived in that stratosphere of player that long. Yeah. I think Lassiter deserves to be. I think Bullock absolutely deserves to be. Petrie, I think you nailed it, Seth. I think he gets victimized a little bit by the positionless nature. Azeez, I'm a little dubious about. The thing that gives me hope that Azeez might get some All-Pro love would be the fact that he did make the Pro Bowl. You know, he is getting some, and it's a different voting constituency. You know, the Pro Bowl is fans, players, coaches. It's people internal to and employed by the NFL plus fans. These are writers that we're talking about. I don't know on their high horse when it comes to Azeez Al-Shaair and what happened with Trevor Lawrence last year.
Yeah.
You know, that would be the big variable for me there.
The receivers, there's 5 receivers that are either first or second team.
Okay.
Usually, I think it's usually 3 first team wide receivers and 2 second team. So Nico might there, going by receiving yards, and I think he's 6th amongst receivers right now.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people would put him above Olave, partly just because Olave's been
I think the
working in anonymity down there.
I think the respect for Olave playing for the Saints doesn't help him. Nico makes big plays in big games. That's the thing. His yardage is the opposite of empty calories. Like Nico makes huge plays. And I think the respect factor, the sense I get is the respect factor for Nico Collins around the league has never been higher.
Yeah.
You know, both across media and across people within the league.
He's actually 8th in receiving yards in the regular season. Yeah. I think Zay Flowers and Chris Olave right above him there, just by virtue of, again, like the guy that people are treating – people are focusing in and zeroing in on Nico Collins more so than they are Zay Flowers. I think like the yardage, you don't think about it necessarily.
I think one of the guys ahead of him is Trey McBride, also, who's a tight end, if I'm not mistaken. So I think Nico is at minimum a second-team All-Pro. As we're talking about the defense and just following up on Orlovsky's take, like, wow, it's really hard. Really hard time not voting for 6 or 7 guys All-Pro. And I think you and I did a pretty good job of unearthing who those guys would be. To me, one of the unsung things about this defense is the years that you're getting Tommy Togiai on the inside. Like, those aren't just guys that are occupying space and occupying blockers. They're making actual plays. Like, Tommy Togiai is among the league leaders in run stuffs this year for defensive tackles.
Yeah.
You know, I would throw Henry To'oTo'o in there as well as a guy who's, that Raiders game notwithstanding. To'oTo'o has been flying all over the place this year.
By the way, on the All-Pro, so the Pro Bowl changed it. On All-Pro, they still do outside linebacker and linebacker.
Okay.
So and defensive end.
Okay.
There's or wait, did they do? Oh no, maybe they did. They have defensive end. At least last year they did, and outside linebacker.
Okay.
Which is bogus.
Yeah. Yeah. But Rankins and Togiai and the supporting cast doing their thing for the Texans defense this year.
So as far as Togiai, with Togiai, like his strength, he's a really, really good run stuffer. He does more in the passing game by way of getting a lot of pressure and push and everything, and he does a really good job with it. But in this league, it's so much of a passing league. You don't get the respect. You don't get the respect you used to get just for being a run stuffer, unless you're a nose guard in a 3-4 defense.
Yeah,
they'll still give you credit for it, but it's going to be hard for Togiai,
yeah.
especially because he's not a household name.
No,
yet.
no. I'm not saying he should be considered for All-Pro. My point was that as we're talking about all these All-Pros, I think one of the things that's made the Texans defense so good this year is they're getting really good years out of the guys that are the grunt worker guys, the blue collar guys.
What's the standard when people talk about all pro? Is AP the still?
Yes, it's abbreviation for it. Yep.
I was looking at a conglomeration of all of them.
Yeah.
So I take back anything that I said about what the positions are and whatnot.
Got it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, Black Monday did not disappoint this week. It turned into Black Tuesday as well with John Harbaugh yesterday. Is the Ravens' job easily the best of the jobs available? And boy, I don't know what's more sketchy right now, the jobs that are open or the candidates that are out there for these jobs. We will have that for you coming up next. I don't know that there's anywhere that you can take the
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Wednesday. Payne and Pendergast. Texans and Steelers Monday, 7 o'clock kick is what it appears to be on all the schedule and scoreboard apps out there. We'll have Texans countdown, I would imagine, starting at 4 o'clock on Monday. We'll know what the entire rest of the NFL playoff picture looks like going into that game, so that's kind of cool. And we'll know exactly what the stakes are for the Texans. We'll know exactly where the next destination will be if and when they beat the Pittsburgh Steelers. So we'll be digging into that matchup plenty over the course of the rest of the show, as well as the rest of the week, and on Monday as well. And by the way, Monday will be a 4-hour endeavor for me. I did earlier this season when the Texans played on Monday nights, where Payne and Pendergast for a couple hours, and then we'll be 8 to 10. We'll be mixing in Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Andre Ware, ND Kalu. No better preview for Texans and Steelers than the one you're going to get here on Sports Radio 610. So keep it tuned here forever. John Harbaugh fired yesterday. What was your shock level over that? Were you surprised, especially given the comments or maybe the dodginess of Lamar Jackson when asked about it after the game on Sunday?
No, was anybody surprised? I don't. I think that you might not have forecasted it was going to happen, but you knew it was a possibility.
Tony Dungy was surprised, to answer your question.
There was just too much drama.
Yeah.
I guess with the Ravens, it's kind of like, they've had Harbaugh for so long that it seemed like he might be coach for life, and you might wonder whether they would actually pull the trigger on it no matter what was happening. But that report about Lamar Jackson and how he was operating, that whether it was erroneous or not, it comes from a writer who's been there in Baltimore forever, and I think he definitely got something from somebody inside the building. Whether that person was lying or not, who knows? But that it smelled like a classic thing that sometimes a team or a coach might do to try to wage war. And
do you think Harbaugh was in on it?
Or somebody? I don't know. Yeah, no. Harbaugh's got a very cozy relationship with the local media. Oh, he's a master at it. Yeah. He does a really good job.
I don't think you last 18 years, by the way, without having a cozy relationship with the media. Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know if Tomlin has a cozy relationship with the media, but he's also in an organization that's only ever had three head football coaches in the last 5 decades.
That's an exception.
So, so it wasn't a huge surprise, but it almost speaks to it's weird that for a team that's been so stable, even though they haven't reached great heights in recent years, they've been a very stable and competitive organization, that it almost feels like there's some kind of dysfunction within the organization.
Yeah. Yep.
And that there was something had to break, that there was something that things just weren't working right.
Is that the best job out there right now? Just to reset for the audience, because you guys probably don't carry a list of NFL openings in your pocket. The openings right now are Baltimore as of yesterday. There are 4 jobs that have opened on Sunday and Monday: Atlanta, Las Vegas, Arizona, and Cleveland, and then 2 jobs after that have been open since midway through the season, the Giants and the Titans. So there's 7 openings right now, which is usually about where it falls every January.
I think that as long as I guess the 2 questions with Baltimore, the one big question would be, all right, just how much fire was there to the smoke that was Lamar Jackson, et cetera, all of that. That I guess I'd really want to dig in and learn exactly what happened, what was the reason for this story, et cetera. But other than that, I think that Baltimore, because first and foremost, they do a really good job of scouting football
There's
players.
A culture there, and there's a mode of operation.
It wants to go in and feel like I'm going to have good players to work with, then yes. The one wild card I think might be the Falcons, just because I think that Arthur Blank is very willing to spend. He spent money on just after taking a swing at Deshaun Watson, was willing to accept the dead money hit on sending Matt Ryan out the door. But they're gonna be hiring a new general manager as well.
Yep.
So it's enticing because I think Arthur Blank is an owner that I think I'd like working for.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, who's the GM going to be? Do I have a say in it? What's it all going to look like?
Well, they were easily put Baltimore aside for a second of the other 6 teams because I think Baltimore is clearly the best job. Baltimore is the one job where you have to prove to me it's not the best job out there. The other ones, you need to prove that you could be considered the best job. Like
that's almost, it's like you're looking at Lamar Jackson and you know what he's capable of, and you're like, okay, but I gotta hire an independent mechanic to take a look at this car before I buy it. It looks like an awesome deal.
I don't trust the Carfax.
It's almost a little too awesome, okay?
Right. Yeah, because they're the one, I did pros and cons just on my own notes, Seth, for each of these jobs, and that's the one job where the quarterback to me is a pro and a con, because of the whole Lamar.
Depending on how you ascertain things.
The pro is he's a great player, undeniably. The con is I need to dirty than hearing about it, or even seeing with my own eyes in some of these press conferences. I need to know what that's all about. Atlanta, of these other 6 jobs, had the best season last year, and they finished on a strong note. They actually won 8 games. I'm with you. I think if I were a potential head coach, my criteria in looking at a job would be ownership, quarterback, assets to build a roster, and then just in general the quality of life in that city, for my family, probably. That's the order I would have.
The only 2 teams there where I would say ownership is an asset is Baltimore and Atlanta.
Yep.
The other ones I'm looking at, and the Giants, hell no. Other than that, no. I can't go with Joe Schoen because the owner allows Joe Schoen, the GM, to completely keep doing a hatchet job on that organization. And it's clear by now that Joe Schoen is really good at winning the battle between a GM and a head coach, or at least blame shifting and what have you. Tennessee, give me a break. Tennessee just issued a statement about how they're restructuring their front office to now where it makes more sense and everybody's going to report to me. Blah, 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 blah.
Flat organizational structure is what it read like, man.
The Raiders, are you kidding me again with the ownership? Cool, Tom Brady's involved. The owner still has to listen to Tom Brady, and we don't know if Tom Brady actually knows what he's doing when it comes to being a front office guy.
That's
Bill Parcells, Bill Walsh, various other guys who have taken on that front office role. It's different than being an awesome NFL head coach.
Or in Brady's
Arizona,
case, a quarterback.
like Arizona, how many indictments are they currently enduring in their front office or with their ownership? Cleveland, you don't deserve my breath.
Cleveland, okay, I've got some Jimmy Haslam audio here. Cleveland is dead last for me. I would not, if I were an aspiring head coach, unless I wanted a payday. That's the only reason I would take the head coaching job, is if I was being honest with myself and I'm saying, look, I'm probably not one. But I don't think any coaches have an ego where they're like, I'm not the guy. But if you are somebody, it's like, look, I just want to take this payday. I'm probably going to get paid minimum $7 or $8 million a year over a 4 or 5 year deal at a minimum. I can set my family up for life, and that's really all I want to do.
Yeah.
That's the only condition I would take that job. Because to me, the only pros with that job right now are you got a really good defense, but boy, that is so temporary. You lose Myles Garrett, or Myles Garrett's play drops off, and Denzel Ward's play drops off, then who knows where you go defensively. And they've got some draft capital too. They've got 2 first-round picks this year. Other than that, their cap situation is an abomination because of the Deshaun Watson contract. Shedeur Sanders is in the building there. Do you want to Shedeur Sanders, the Shedeur paparazzi out there, was painting your predecessor, if you're the new head coach, as if he were racist for how he was handling Shedeur Sanders. And then the owner, to your point, Seth, this was the owner. Jimmy Haslam the other day did a press conference when they fired Kevin Stefanski, and he spent the first 7 minutes of it explaining why he didn't fire Andrew Berry, the GM.
Yeah.
And he talked about, like, the deal he made for Malik Collins, rookie class. Talked about their resilient rookie kicker. This was the owner of the team. This is not response to a question. This is him proactively saying why they kept the GM.
I think it would be short-sighted to not just look at free agency, not just look at the draft, but also to look at a couple of other moves Andrew made. We have struggled to have a consistent place kicker here really the whole time we've earned the team. And I guess the way we started this year, you'd say, well, looks like you're continuing to struggle. Our grandsons were at the game, and we were coming back to Cleveland last night, and I said, Andre Schmidt is a great lesson of when you fail, pick yourself up, persevere, and good things will happen. And the signing of Andre and bringing him on, holding with him that first week when everybody was saying you need to cut him, you need a new kicker, I think we've hopefully solved our place kicking woes for a long time. Quality person, the team believes in him, and we're glad to have him.
Dude, that was one of those press conferences where you're like, dude, you're just talking too much.
You're leading with your field goal kicker.
Well, he led with a couple other things, but I thought that was the most ludicrous thing.
But that was the one, yeah, like pointing to like, hey, we've got a field goal kicker who might not actually. It just give him one more season to not.
He's citing that as a reason he's keeping Andrew Berry as the general manager. Like, what? Yeah. You're just talking too much. Just say, I'm the owner, and I think he's done a good job, and we've got all these draft picks, and I trust him. That's it. He's like making a court case. I'm glad he did it, but, man, that Cleveland job is the worst one. Someone on the text page is saying, just turn the segment on, what about the Giants being the number one job out there? I think it's fairly high up. Jobs in Baltimore are great jobs. I think Baltimore's the best one. I think Atlanta would be number 2 for me. I think the Giants would be number 3. You're in a division where, it's not the AFC West or the NFC West.
I think the big thing about the Browns, you do have to point out that Kevin Stefanski is the 2-time Coach of the Year in the NFL while he was with the Browns. I think that. Because you had laid out the scenario of, okay, well, you go and you know what, you get a big contract, it's guaranteed money, you take care of your family for life and everything. I think Stefanski has a good chance of getting another job.
Oh, for sure.
As a head coach in the NFL.
Yeah.
I guess the flip side of that would be you got to go back to Romeo Crennel to find a Browns head coach who then went on to get another head coaching job.
Yeah.
And then before him, it was, Terry Robisky, Butch Davis, Chris Palmer. So since 1991, the two guys who have gone on to get another head coaching job are Bill Belichick and Romeo Crennel.
Yeah.
And that's actually across 2 different Browns franchises.
Yeah.
And different owners. No, but under the current regime, it's set up in a situation right now where it's because of the Deshaun Watson situation, because you have you got to go into that meeting with a really strong opinion about what you're going to do with Shedeur Sanders, and understand that immediately you're going to face a divided fan base. I was talking to Figgy about this yesterday, about just what it's like in his neighborhood, and he says about half.
I think he's from Cleveland. For those,
half of the people he talks to hate Shedeur Sanders. Half of them think he's the future.
Yeah.
So you step immediately into figuring out, how am I going to handle what's my plan for Shedeur Sanders, and am I willing to take a whole lot of hatred for it if it's really just wait and see, we're going to draft a quarterback or we're going to sign a free agent or whatever. Like, that's a murky situation to step into.
Yeah, if I'm a good candidate, like if I'm Ben Johnson from the last couple of years, I don't go near Cleveland. I'm going to go back and be an OC for another year, make a couple $1 million doing that, and wait and see what else comes up. That might be, of all the categories that I laid out, ownership, quarterback, roster building assets, quality of life, this gaggle of teams here, the worst aspect across all of these teams, and maybe this is instructive, is ownership. These are some bad owners, man.
Yeah.
Like Amy Adams Strunk, Mark Davis, the Bidwells, the Haslams.
And this highlights just honestly how the stars had to align just right for the Texans, because people were saying the same thing about the Texans 3 years ago. And the fact that DeMeco Ryans had a relationship already and his wife is from here and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, it made it possible for them to land a viable actual NFL head coaching candidate, a guy who was one of the hot candidates that year. Of these teams that I could see the Giants are a team where, much as it has been with McNair's, their greatest weakness could also be their greatest strength.
Yeah,
and it's only let the football people do their thing, and they're going to give them latitude to do it. You just got to hire the right guy. The trouble with the Giants is, I think that Giants ownership is willing to do that, but right now they have a GM who is not the right guy.
Yeah.
And if you're a head coach, you're stepping into that situation. It'd be awesome if it was a GM that you liked or respected or thought was doing a good job or knew what he was talking about or wasn't openly lying on Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
All of those things. But you can't say that about Joe Schoen.
Ultimately, as a Texan fan, I would guess that the opening that we care the most about is probably the Tennessee opening, because that's the team we've got to deal with twice a year.
Yeah.
What if the Tennessee Titans hired John Harbaugh? How would you feel about that?
I think that's a pain in the butt. I think he's going to have them, at the very least, be a respectable team year in and year out.
Yep.
As long as he's working with the GM.
I'm with you. And
but he also, John Harbaugh's had the benefit of that really good scouting staff in Baltimore this entire time too. I mean, you can't separate the two. It's the head coach and the job he does, but also the talent that he has to work with. And Baltimore's really, really good at drafting and doing all of the front office stuff.
Yeah, I respect John Harbaugh, so I would rather they not hire John Harbaugh. He doesn't scare me as a Texan fan, just because I think there's so much work to do in Tennessee. Like, I'm not even sure that Cam Ward is the guy to play quarterback there. And
I worry about the right guy getting matched up with Cam Ward. Just because, all the reports about Cam Ward are that on the intangible side of things, really, he's the right kind of kid. But he's also he's trying to learn to be more like an NFL quarterback and play within system and within structure. But he's doing it behind a ramshackle, awful offensive line.
Let me give you one for the Titans.
Yeah.
Give you another one. Clint Kubiak.
Yeah, that would make me nervous. That would make me really nervous.
More nervous than Harbaugh.
More nervous than Harbaugh. Stefanski would make me more nervous than Harbaugh.
Stefanski
also.
too, yeah.
Yeah, because Stefanski, again, running some of those Kubiak-Shanahan principles, really good at getting the most out of quarterbacks. No matter what their ceiling is, doing a good job of getting the best version of that guy. I think both Kubiak and, in terms of just making it, at the very least, getting the most out of Cam Ward or getting him up to a certain level of player, both of those guys are a bigger threat than Harbaugh would be.
Multiple text messages saying Cleveland sounds like a David Culley kind of job. Yes, it is.
But they've been through that already. It's so much fun to go through a list of Cleveland head coaches. Yeah. I mean,
they're going to get a C-lister in Cleveland. They're going to get somebody who's, I promise you, is worse than Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah,
where they're going to get somebody where the Cleveland fans are being like, we should have just kept Stefanski around.
I remember when Mike Pettin took the job, he was like their 7th choice, wasn't he?
Yeah.
That was the year that they couldn't. People kept turning the Browns down.
Yeah,
and finally they landed on Mike Pettin,
who's probably like, okay, it's going to be a big payday for me. You know?
Yeah, and then they went to Hugh Jackson.
Yep,
and then they went to Greg Williams, wasn't he?
I don't know. I know he was the interim when they fired Hugh Jackson.
I think he was the interim after Hugh Jackson. Then I think he was there the whole year of 2018.
Yeah, okay.
And then Freddie Kitchens.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they're looking at.
They lucked their butts off getting Kevin Stefanski.
That's what they're looking at. Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Up next, let's hear from Mike Tomlin, the Steelers head coach. What are his thoughts on the Houston Texans? What scares him the most about this team as far as what they've done well during this 9-game winning streak? That is next.
Hey, what scares you the most about building a custom home? The money, right?
Payne and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Texans Steelers on Monday night. Next week, we're about 5 days away. Got a lot of time to dig into this. Mike Tomlin met with the media yesterday. Just real quick, no Texans media yesterday or today. The next we will hear from D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud will be tomorrow afternoon. So
it'll be like a normal Wednesday.
Yep. Everything's pushed back a day. So that'll be.
Do you guys ever have? So in the NFL, usually, at least the teams I was on, they'll do the schedule by that. When you have a Monday night game, the schedule at the beginning of the day will say normal Wednesday.
Oh, really?
I don't know if most teams do that. It was just my experience with 3 different head coaches. But when we were in school, I remember in elementary school, we had color days instead of days of the week, and I hated it because it was just so hard to keep track of.
What was the issue with the days of the week?
Because they had the schedule set up to like it was a 6-day schedule, so everything, your classes you would go to and everything was based on the schedule. But I felt like when, one of the things you'd like to learn and get really good at in elementary school is just the actual days of the week.
Yeah, they're there for a reason.
Don't disorient me by throwing me into this 6-day schedule. It doesn't make any sense at all, and I don't know what to expect. Yeah. That's why I'm the mess I am. Everybody from my elementary school went on to really suffer in life.
Well, but my school didn't do that, and you know that I mix up the days of the week all the time, so maybe there's no set way to do it.
Maybe they helped us out.
Yeah, maybe there's no set way to do it. These rules are not hard and fast. Here's Mike Tomlin, head coach of the Steelers yesterday. He's very, very, very impressed with your Houston Texans.
Now I'll turn my attention toward Houston. Man, they're a top-notch group. They need no endorsement from me. They're winners of 9 straight. And when you win 9 straight games, there's usually a mode of operation, and it certainly is. They're a group that takes very good care of the football as a collective. I think they have 10 turnovers on the season. That's number 1 in football. I think they're number 3 with 27 takeaways on defense. And so you talk about complementary football. They got an offense that's the best in the world at securing it, best taking it away. And I think that's the building blocks of 9 consecutive wins.
I love he's got some mode of operation as a collective.
Oh, no, man. If he ever decided, I don't think he's ever, again, we just saw John Harbaugh get fired after 18 years. But with the Steelers, it's just they don't fire head coaches.
No.
They just don't. And yet there's a first time for everything. If he ever retires or gets fired and just decides to can it with coaching, I think he could be. He would make a lot of money as a speaker.
Do you? I do too. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because he's got so many good stories to tell too. Yeah. He's really good.
Yeah, he'd be fun on a podcast for sure. Did you see the picture that popped up on the internet yesterday? It was of Tyler Loop lined up for the game-winning field goal that he ended up shanking. But it was from behind him, and so the uprights, it's him facing the uprights, and in between the uprights, it said, "Fire Tomlin," and on either side of the uprights, outside, it said, "Fire Harbaugh, fire Harbaugh." It was really funny.
I also, my favorite one was, it was the flight map, the flight aware map of the Ravens headed to Cancun afterwards.
Oh, yeah.
And the airplane flies wide right. There's a goalpost set up on Cancun, and the airplane heads off over Mexico and out into the Pacific.
That is that's funny. Here's my comments.
I'll start first on offense. I think the strength of the pack is the pack. I think they've displayed that in a lot of ways over the course of the journey. Certainly, they went through an adjustment at the early stages of the season playing without Joe Mixon, but they've certainly found a nice division of labor in Woody Marks and Mr. Chubb. Those guys have done an awesome job in terms of dividing the labor up and running the ball for those guys. As I mentioned, their ball security is top tier. Neither one of those guys or no one in their backfield has put the ball on the ground this season. They got some quality young eligibles in Higgins and Noel from Iowa State. They've done a nice job of growing and evolving over the course of the season. There's certainly assets to their passing game and good supplements to Nico Collins. Collins is a big-time one-on-one playmaker. He's oftentimes on the backside of formations. You get in single high defensive structure. He's in one-on-ones with corners, and he wins a lot of them. He makes the big boy catches. He can run through traffic and run the in-breaking routes. He's good down the field on 50-50 balls. He certainly has our attention as we prepare. I think they've also displayed stability and depth at the quarterback position. Got a lot of respect for C.J. Stroud and his body of work and what he's been able to do in this league over a short period of time. And so we certainly have some challenges in that phase.
Okay. Division of labor and young eligibles.
Yeah, and as somebody else pointed out earlier, Gumbawale obviously had a fumble earlier this season, but of the main backs that they're using as of now, those guys have been really good with the ball security. Yeah, and I think that, you know, it would have been like a backhanded compliment or something if Tomlin wanted to be that, if he was Lane Kiffin or something. But I think pointing out the ball security is actually a really, really big deal for the winning formula of this team. Their turnover margin was one of the best in the league, and avoiding catastrophic plays it's been a big improvement for this team this year. Part of that's on C.J. Stroud. C.J.'s doing a better job of throwing the ball away, of not making sacks worse than they need to be. He gets rid of the ball quickly. Hasn't been sacked in the last 3 weeks. And that is really, in my mind, the defensive line has made the offensive line has made improvements. The lack of sacks is more about C.J. than it is about the offensive line. Like, those guys have had some really bad snaps in pass protection at times, but CJ's kept it from becoming worse than it needed to be.
Yep.
So they're playing really boring football, but what they've done a great job of is in clutch situations in the fourth quarter, figuring things out by the end of the game.
Yeah.
CJ, there was a stat I saw yesterday of the third and fourth down performance in the fourth quarter this year. And CJ was rated as the third best in the league at it. And that matches the eyeball test.
Yes.
Get back to that Chiefs game. Things looked really dicey in the third quarter. They figured it out. And I do include Davis Mills in this in the second half of the season. Davis Mills making some really, really big third down plays and conversions in the fourth quarter is what the difference in this season has been. Likewise with CJ in the second half of the season.
It's a very clutch team. They defensively, their fourth quarter stats are the best in the league, both in turnover margin and point differential, points allowed. They give up hardly any points in the fourth quarter of games, like under a field goal for most of the year. I don't know what that Colts game did to that number. And CJ, like on the offensive side, it's not been a great offense. Although I was a little surprised, Seth, to find out they finished 13th in the league in points per game.
I'd been monitoring it, so it ended up being higher. They'd been like a little bit, like right around 500 for a while, or a little bit below 500. But then you score those, you have that final game that you do that lifts them up.
Yeah.
The big thing about it is they also set a record for field goals in a season too. That's where they are offensively.
Yeah.
It's that they've consistently been able to kick a lot of field goals, and that's kept them right around the middle of the pack where they are offensively. In terms of actually getting into the red zone and scoring in the red zone, they haven't been nearly as good.
Imagine where they're going to be next year when all those field goals turn into touchdowns.
Well, no, but that's where, again, the balance of it is, you need Kaimi Fairbairn to be really good, and you need your defense to be really good. That's what. And then are you able to move the ball between the 20s at least?
Yeah.
By and large, they've been a lot better at moving the ball this season than they have been at actually scoring points.
Yes.
That's where the total complementary football side of it comes in, is that you're going to kick a field goal, then you're going to kick the ball to the opponent kickoff rules where they're basically a couple of first downs away from kicking a field goal.
Yeah.
So your defense has to really step up. Like, to keep teams from kicking field goals anymore, it's tough in the modern NFL with these new kickoff rules.
Yep.
And that's where the special teams and the the suffocating nature of the defense it's been a winning formula, obviously.
One more from Tomlin. Here is Tomlin saying the Texans play like their coach used to play.
That group sets the pace for them. They play with great energy and emotion. They play well as a collective. They have an appetite for rising up in moments. It just seems like every week you're seeing game-changing and game-deciding plays from their defense in terms of closing close ball games out. They make the necessary plays in weighty moments. But you don't get in this tournament unless you had your moments. You certainly don't win 9 straight unless you have continuity and complementary play. They're good in all 3 phases. I think about DeMeco Ryans when I watched their tape and how he played the game, and a tip of the cap to him. I think the Houston Texans play collectively the way that he did. They're tough and smart. They play to win. They play with emotion, as I mentioned. And so, man, really excited. Don't take home playoff games for granted. Certainly don't take home Monday night playoff games for granted, man. It's an honor to be in this position, excited about it. But we show respect to that.
Yeah, they were 16th. Heading into last week's game, the Texans were 16th in scoring.
Yeah, that sounded high.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, and then they got boosted up a little bit by that last game, obviously.
Yep.
The fact that the team has taken on the nature of DeMeco Ryans, I think, is the thing that is the most obvious and apparent if you just watch the game on television. And we've heard that from multiple. From the time they drafted Will Anderson, that's what some of the anonymous scouts or quotes were around the league was, he drafted himself. Yeah, and then the Will Anderson, yesterday it was fun because I saw a bunch of different people pulling up the receipts of Cardinals fans gushing about how their GM got one over on the Texans and about how stupid it was to trade up for Will Anderson and all of that as the Cardinals are firing their head coach. Yeah.
I might go find some of those today and point those out because people get angry. They're like, it was 3 years ago.
You know what? For next week's Pettycast, maybe we'll have some of the pundits who at the time were talking about how stupid it was that the Texans traded their own first-round
Nick Wright was one of them.
Because that's going to be an obvious top 5 pick next year.
Yeah. Nick Wright was one of them for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We head into the final segment here. We'll find out what the guys have going on In the Loop. What is the question of the day? What is Florio's new Co's Celebra? Do fans even care about this one that Florio is going to battle for? And the funniest audio that we played on the show today deserves to be reset one more time. We will do that coming up next.
If you were looking for predictable passive income and backed by Texas.
2022. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop here in just a second. What are you so happy about?
Dayquil. I got to get me some of that. That sounds like an energy drink. Like there's a
is this a
picture of a
commercial?
lightning bolt on the bottle or something.
I wasn't listening to the
break.
break.
Yeah, the ad they were just playing for Dayquil Intense Flu. When I first heard it, I thought it was Dayquil Intensity. Wait. That's the last thing I need is extra strength.
It makes
Dayquil.
you sound like you want to get the flu. So
it sounds like this the Monster Energy drink of Dayquil. Dayquil Intense
That's
Flu.
going around society today, licking banisters and things like that. Just trying to
videos of a skateboarder with a tissue in one hand while he's thrashing the quarter pipe with another. Yeah,
got the hazy, saggy eyes that you get when you get the flu. Oh my God, that's funny. Hey, real quick text. Another Pettycast topic, guys. Everyone who said the Laramie Tunsil trade was bad for the Texans, go find them. His new team just fired their OC and O-line coach.
Yeah. That's
Laramie Tunsil, coach killer. He's a coach killer, man.
There was, back when the O-line cabal was feeding all kinds of information to reporters, there were some things that were filtering back to me where I'm just like, these like as they were, I don't know. I could just tell some of the opinions or some of the things that some of the people thought. I was like, this is
glad it's over.
Yeah, I'm glad it's over. I'm like, man, this is an O-line that makes excuses that is just, it's just not right.
Yeah.
And they went and they got rid of 3 starting offensive linemen. The offensive line coordinator, and whatever the culture issues were, they addressed them. Whenever Albert Breer inserted the word toxicity into the situation, that's a very subjective term.
Sure.
Like what level of toxicity and everything, but something wasn't right in that operation, and they just completely flipped everything upside down.
Florio wrote a piece yesterday on Pro Football Talk. Matt Ryan reportedly hopes to double dip, working for CBS and the Falcons. And Florio goes into his usual Florio stuff with how the Tom Brady dual role of owner and Fox commentator is a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
ESPN is allowing, and obviously Fox is allowing that. ESPN is allowing Troy Aikman to take on a consultant role with the Dolphins as they search for a new GM.
Yeah, the TV networks would be the last people who would have an issue with it. It's other NFL teams themselves, I think, that would have an issue with it. That you've got a guy that can sit down with people that might be trying to impress Tom Brady.
Yeah.
That for various reasons, and that Tom Brady's getting all of this inside info and a glimpse into the operation to give the Raiders. You know what it is, Sean? I think that NFL owners seem to be okay with it, obviously. If it was an organization other than the Raiders, I wonder if they would be so quick to be cool with it. If it was the Patriots, for instance.
Oh, if it was a team that has a history of finding things on the margins to make you 2% better.
If anything, I feel like a lot of the NFL owners who get to spend a lot of time with Mark Davis might be thinking, like, could use a little help, whatever.
That's a good point.
Give a little Marky some help.
That's interesting. So it's the Raiders with Brady, with Aikman, it's the Dolphins, who have been no threat to anybody for years.
Yeah.
They have the longest playoff win drought of any team in the NFL. They haven't won a game since like the turn of the century, literally, in the playoffs. So how should we feel about Matt Ryan possibly being the president of football ops for the Falcons while double dipping on the weekend on the CBS studio? He's on the studio show. That's a little different than being in the production meetings with other teams.
The production meetings is the big thing that I think that people would that raise their eyebrows about. I think it's one of these things where it's an obvious conflict of interest, but I think that the reality is that there's obvious conflicts of interest all over the NFL. This is just a different nature of them. I mean, guys get together in the offseason and they talk and they chat. Tom Brady and Peyton Manning went and worked out together for multiple off seasons, actually. I thought it was one off season. But they would spend time kind of sharing notes, teaching each other's little tricks of the trade. Is that a conflict of interest? Sure. Back in the day when they were players. I think that's why Florio seems to be screaming at the clouds about this, about how it's a conflict of interest. And I think a lot of the people in the NFL say, Yeah, add it to the list. Whatever.
Yeah.
Ultimately it's a partnership of 32 billionaires or billionaire families, and that there's guys work for multiple different organizations. It doesn't rise to the level where they have an issue with it at this point. They add it to the bucket of conflicts of interest.
I think this is one of the widest ones because Florio's got, 10 different co-celebras going on at any one time.
Yeah.
This one is pretty far on the outskirts of the public care disparity scale for Florio versus the general public.
I think if the Raiders were good, then it would be a different deal.
Maybe.
I think then a lot of people would be latching onto it. And which Florio, I think, probably understands too, and he just wants to be able to say, I told you so. If the Raiders are in the AFC Championship game a couple years from now, he'll be giving himself all the credit very loudly for forecasting that people would have an issue with it.
You're totally right.
Nobody wants to be Chicken Little more than him.
No. I think one former player that probably won't be getting phone calls to run their football operation, certainly not in Charlotte, North Carolina, as you're about to hear, is Chad Ochocinco, who is on the Nightcap podcast with Shannon Sharp.
And it sounds like, I only saw the clip, it looks like maybe he's trying to establish his credentials for knowing about the state of North Carolina to Shannon. And Shannon looks very skeptical as Chad is doing this. I think Shannon may have set him up with this, because Shannon, this is funny.
Matter of fact, I used to date a girl in Charlotte. Yeah, never forget. 2003. I wonder how she doing.
I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder how she doing. Yeah, in Charlotte. I've been to Charlotte. I've been to Charlotte twice. I've been to Raleigh. I've been to Raleigh. Raleigh.
Oh, okay. Close enough.
That's how you say it? How you say it again?
Raleigh.
You for real?
Yeah.
But it's spelled Raleigh.
Raleigh.
That's Raleigh.
Close enough.
Close enough. Like Shannon just wanted to eject. Close enough.
I like that I'm guessing he must have driven into Raleigh. Because if you fly, you would hear it multiple times.
Sure.
Raleigh Durham.
But went up there for a Duke game or something like that.
I have to ask. I thought it was all. I love Chad Johnson, man. I really do. There's no part of him when he has these moments on his podcast. I think it's the most endearing thing ever.
Oh my God.
But I don't know for the life of me how you could spend at least a couple of weekends in Raleigh, Durham, and not know that
hear the name of the town. It's crazy.
It's not Raleigh.
It's crazy.
I wonder if you dated a girl named Raleigh.
Oh, maybe he's conflating the two things.
Yeah,
anything's possible with Ochocinco.
Or maybe he might have been pronouncing it Raleigh, and people didn't correct him because he was like they thought he was just
talking
being
about
funny.
A person. Yeah. Larry's in Stafford. We know how to pronounce Stafford. It's Stafford. What's going on, Larry?
It's nothing much, Sean. Seth, it's going to always be Stafford. I'm with you, Seth. He may have dated somebody named Raleigh because I don't know how you don't know that it's Raleigh, North Carolina. But, hey, fellas, real quick, Hannah and Cal McNair may be two of my favorites playing when they are in studio with you guys because you can see how Hannah makes sure that Cal is on point and Cal understands that he takes a back seat to Hannah because when Seth was trying to get that stadium info out of them yesterday, man, I was cracking up because Hannah wasn't having it, and Cal was just like, you know what? Seth is pretty smart trying to get this information out of it. I thought it was just cool, man, how when they come in the studio, they just seem about as down to earth and are just willing to just engage in conversations with you guys, man. So I thought it was a fun time yesterday. And on another subject, y'all earlier this week, y'all were talking about how mad D'Amico was or how he was acting in that press conference or after the game on Sunday. And I tend to agree with y'all on that D'Amico was pissed that they didn't finish as the number one defense in the league. Because if you notice the last several games, they've had some issues with some things that he's made comments about and that he's adamantly said in his facial expressions that he's pissed off about it. And I know that it has maybe not a lot to do with it, but losing Tim Settle and Sheldon Rankins and those guys on that defensive line and that rotation has a lot to do with what's going on in their defense. And I know that when he had those guys in there and they had that rotation going, it was a great defense that they was not allowing those kind of busted plays to happen that we saw on Sunday. And I don't know why they cut Kayvon Wallace or whatever, but they ass better find a safety because you better not be just putting just anybody back out there with Kayvon Bullock out there going to do and hit like Wallace was doing. Fellas, last thing, look. This Pittsburgh Steelers game is very, very important. And it's going to be a lot of fun things that we're going to talk about the rest of this week about it. But we have an opportunity, and I really do mean this, to go into Pittsburgh and really, truly exercise some demons. And not just for the fact of the Oilers or whatever, but just the fact that this is the first time in a long time I really have felt the Texans are going into the playoffs with a legitimate shot at going to the Super Bowl, because I believe that offense can just give us a little bit more help. They are going to the Super Bowl, fellas. I'm looking forward to this weekend. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to Pittsburgh, but I'll find something around the 8s to do in our hall.
Yeah, no, it's not for a lack of effort. I know Larry's trying to get up there to Pittsburgh. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, the dynamic with the replacement defensive tackles, and those guys have done a good job of coming in and playing their role. I think the difference, obviously, that you lose with Tim Settle and Mario Edwards is on the pass rush. And if it takes two. It takes lack of a pass rush or not. It's not even lack of a pass rush on some of these shot plays. When it's a busted coverage, the quarterback can see it immediately and get rid of the ball. You go back to when it worked out well for the Texans in the Chargers game, CJ on that Jalen Noel touchdown was under extreme pressure, but Jalen Noel was wide open.
Yep.
So it wasn't even good pass protection on that game. Busted coverage will negate everything. Yep. That's what you just simply can't have. They can live with not having as good an interior pass rush as before, but not when you marry it to a busted coverage. That's when it really, really does not work. And that's that's why D'Amico was so I suspect that's why D'Amico was so agitated talking about the defense the other day.
Yep, and I suspect that's why Kayvon Wallace is unemployed right now as well. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they are in studio. They are in the loop. What's going on, fellas?
Yo, what's up? This, man, big week, and I'm actually with Larry. It's old heads, but it's just Pittsburgh.
I hadn't even thought. Well, it's funny you say that.
Pittsburgh.
As soon as he said that, I immediately thought of you because you were,
I died that day, man.
The Oilers,
I was
talking
in
about
high
the
school.
AFC title game.
I was in high school.
Like I hadn't. That hadn't dawned on me at all this week.
We need replays.
I moved here in '94 when the Oilers were leaving, so I don't have a ton of ingrained Oiler memories in me. But I was actually a Steeler fan back then. I was born in Pittsburgh, so I was on the other side of it. But I hadn't even thought about the fact that the Texans can go up and for Houstonians exercise some old demons from back in the Oiler days.
No,
it's an interesting
100%.
angle.
I actually traded text with Dante a little bit about it. I saw they did a story in the Chronicle about that game. It's real.
Yeah.
It's real. It's a scar.
Mike Renfro.
Those scars don't go away.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
They do not. So I'm stoked, man.
Where are you guys on the Monday Night Football? The Steelers at home haven't lost a Monday Night Football game since 1991.
This is not Monday Night Football. It's the playoffs. It doesn't matter. No, it matters. It's a night game.
I checked. It was on Monday.
It's a Monday. It's a night game. It's a Monday. It's something that they do well. I think it does matter a little bit.
The thing that keeps circling in my mind, because I try not to lean too much into mysticism oftentimes, and so I'm like, what would be so specific about Monday as opposed to like a Sunday night or a Thursday night, right? What is the distinction that creates the Monday thing? Or is this just one of those things that's an anomaly that kind of you look up and you go, oh, what a coincidence, you know?
It might have more to do with the week. Seth, you can speak to this better than any of us. It might have more to do with the week leading up to it and how that whole week, the longer week, things like that.
Yeah, but the feel through multiple different coaches, different teams, different players. The Steelers have been pretty damn competitive throughout that stretch from 1991 until now. But I'm with you, Reginald. I'm the last person to think there's any kind of superstition involved in this or anything. And maybe it's the city of Pittsburgh itself. Maybe it's that somehow the entire community and the environment and the feel is just somehow conducive to a Monday night. I don't know. But if you want to bring in a shaman or something, or if you want to hire somebody to keep that priest from sprinkling holy water on the field, I'm for it.
We got enough communities here where I feel like all sorts of witch doctory can be employed from the city of Houston.
Big city,
we just need to reach across the aisle to all different.
There's a chunk of
people.
Richmond that's got all kinds of tarot card readers.
That's what I'm saying. Let's get to work, man. I feel like we should do that.
All right, I'm on it.
Back in the day, we found I was on with Josh in this once. Found somebody to put an actual Haitian person to put an actual voodoo curse on somebody, and as you can imagine, there were a lot of people that had to point out to us that it probably wouldn't work. Thanks, and then also enough people that were really pissed off that we would dabble in that at all.
Okay, so let's not do that then. I will retract my previous statement.
Those people, those are also wrestling's fake. People.
Yeah.
That's those people.
Yeah.
I will say, I was upset about seeing Monday night for one reason, and it wasn't the Monday night record of the Steelers. It's more that because I think a lot of us are in a place where we believe that this is a win for the Texans versus Steelers, and then a short week going into the divisional round is not one that I actually like.
It was funny, we had Henry Toa. Oh, by the way, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. We had Henry Toa on the postgame show, and Clint and I were talking to him before we started on the air, and this was definitely more of an off the air question than on the air because he was not going to do who are we rooting for in the Sunday night game or whatever. But I told him off the air, I said, you guys are probably going to play on Monday night next week. You know that because you're going to be in a 4 versus 5 game, and you guys are more marquee than the Panthers, whatever. And Toa is interesting because he said he likes short weeks better than he likes long weeks. He said and I don't know if he reflects the
He's
view
also
of the
a little
team.
younger.
Yeah.
He's also not doing the game
He
planning.
said he doesn't like sitting around the extra day or two.
Yeah.
He said he likes, he likes the short week on the back end of the month than the long week leading up to it. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah,
I think that's very particular to him. I don't think we should use his perspective for the entirety of the team.
Put up a Pender poll for only NFL players are allowed to respond to it. Yeah.
Get one.
Yeah.
Just go through your building and all of your neighbors.
More than that follow me.
You've got a whole bunch of neighbors that play in the NFL or played in the NFL, don't you?
Segue, Reggie.
This is true.
It is true. What's the question of the day, fellas?
All right, so you're familiar with the chaos that's going on at Ole Miss. Now the coaches are leaving back to LSU and, all that stuff.
2 of them are going to coach in the game, right?
I thought just Charlie Weiss Jr.
I thought the running backs
maybe.
coach was coming back too.
Either
it was
way.
like 6 in the first game, though.
Yeah, basically Lane Kiffin said.
Got the running backs coach. That's all you need.
Yeah.
Clearly, yeah.
Basically, Lane Kiffin said, "Psych, you can't have him after."
Right.
But anyway, so Ole Miss's offensive coordinator Joe Judge was asked, "Is this the most chaotic thing he's ever experienced?"
Yeah.
And he said, "Quote: My next door neighbor was Aaron Hernandez."
Wow! In New England,
which is a fact, by the way. And he said, "And I know this is more chaotic."
This is more chaotic than living next door to
Aaron Hernandez.
Dude, if you watch the Hernandez documentary, there's a lot of stuff that went on at that house.
Well,
man.
This is more chaotic. So the question of the day is, what's the worst neighbor you ever had?
This is an easy one for me.
I don't know if
Seth knows this one for me.
He wasn't the worst, but it was the most entertaining. Was when I was a rookie. There was an apartment complex that gave us incredible deals. Like half the young unmarried guys on the team lived in this one apartment complex. Because it was almost like the athletic dorm. But the kid next to me, the apartment next to me was a receiver on the team, and he had a girlfriend. And I don't know how either of those two even walked around most of the day.
Why is that, Seth? Why is that, Seth?
They would come from that apartment 3 to 4 times per day for extended periods of time were impressive. To the point where I was like, I got to up my game. This is, and I found myself, that was before we had smartphones, so I just found myself I would do all my reading and work in that room next to his.
You don't have to say who it was, but did he make the team?
No. His legs were too tired. Rock.
Not a ton of time spent in the playbook either. It sounds like, at least not a football playbook.
Yes, exactly.
Mine is an easy one. Seth knows this one because I told this story fairly recently. This is when I lived in Tomball and put a pool in the backyard of the new house that I bought. First house I ever bought. Put a pool in the backyard, and And oftentimes you get advice to not put a pool in the backyard because it's not a good investment.
Right.
I've done a lot of things that aren't good investments.
Sure.
That's one of them. Because I sold the house. I moved to Denver a few years later. The worst part about putting that pool in the backyard was it became a bug zapper for my next door neighbors, to the point where Catherine, my ex-wife, we came home from, I think we came home from church one Sunday morning at like 11 or 11:30. And our neighbors who had like 3 kids, married couple in our backyard when we got home, swimming in our pool.
Just treating it like the community
Treating
pool.
it like it was a community pool. Like,
and you laid down the law, right?
100%. Yes. I did not buy this for you. You, if I invite you over here, you're welcome to come over. But this was not put in, for you on this side. And do you see these? Do you see any other neighbors in my backyard? Right?
That was. I'll tell you what. Honestly, we had that once. We lived in a little this little ski town, and we had a condo there, and we were kind of trying to figure out what I was going to do with my life. But we were there for about 6 months, and it was awesome because in the summer there was nobody there. It was just pretty much us on the whole street because it was this row of duplexes, you know, in this really quaint little ski town in upstate New York. And then all of a sudden, one day the unit next to us got bought, and it was a family with 8 kids, 8 kids who lived like a couple hours away from there. So they'd come every weekend, and then like all of a sudden the backyard became going from completely empty all the time. So like there were always like 8 kids and their friends in our backyard coming up, looking in the windows and stuff. And it just it was it. Like, we were gone within a month.
That's
they were really nice people. And I was like, what do I do? Tell these kids, no, you shall not pass this imaginary line in the backyard of the duplex. But it sucked. It sucked because they were so nice.
And
there
you
was
didn't want to be rude.
I'm not gonna and there was no way I was gonna be the guy to tell these kids don't play in the
Well, I know we're kind of up against it.
Dude,
So
I just thought of like
I love it. I love
stories.
it. I don't mind it. I know the listeners love it. I'll just tease mine for the 1040 segment. I live next to Mormons.
Oh, gosh.
Okay.
Oh,
That's
my
a
goodness.
tease.
All right, so there's going to have to be some apologies issued after the segment.
Not
then, isn't there?
necessarily.
Okay, very
That's
good.
the tease.
Okay.
Feel free to return,
My
gentlemen,
neighbors
for 1040.
1040.
Feel free.
Is he going to get canceled? Do you need somebody to come back here?
That is actually the undercurrent of my invitation was selfish in that way, All
right, boys, have a great show. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and may you never live next to Cousin Eddie again.
Appreciate that. All right, we're done. We're out of time. In the Loop is up next. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the Loop, and they start now.
Happy Wednesday to you. You are indeed in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. It is weird. It is one of the weird moments for me where it doesn't feel like it feels like it's earlier in the week than later. You know that you go to work and you're
Usually
like, damn,
you're
how is it? Yeah, how is it still Tuesday? I thought it was Thursday. Today I was like, wait, it's Wednesday. It's not Tuesday. We're further along in this week, getting closer and closer to a Texans playoff game versus the Pittsburgh Steelers, starting off what we hope, and if I'm crossing my fingers in this moment, we hope is a deep playoff run, probably even a Super Bowl playoff run for this Texans team. But it starts with the first game versus the Steelers. Let's talk about that and more here on a Wednesday edition of In the Loop. John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos for you as he always is. And you always getting involved with the program as we appreciate. The text line is open for you, 757-24610, where the 979 says Sean's neighbors took advantage of the open invitation. Come over anytime. They took that literally.
Hey, anytime.
Anytime. Like, nope.
He said anytime.
Anytime. 2:30 in the morning, want to get a quick dip in, let's do it. But then also we have appreciation to the Mokaram Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
There's the YouTube page, that's Sports Radio 610. Hop in, talk to the folks. There's always a robust group of people in there. Also, the Twitch chat, rather, on 610 Houston. But I'm not going to lie. Yesterday, I was deeply perplexed, John Lopez. I think I put this in our group text, and I don't think I used all the words that I was thinking in that moment. When I see transactions come down, we get the emails from the Texans, and I saw a transaction. I was like, what could they possibly be doing? There is a return from the injury reserve. Darrell Taylor, hey, welcome back number 52, opportunity to have another edge rusher. We know how much DeMeco loves those. That's really cool for a game playing that you're going to play against Aaron Rodgers. You want to get after the quarterback.
Then you kept scrolling, didn't
That's
you?
correct. That is right. I kept scrolling, and all of a sudden, waved was Kayvon Wallace. And I was like, oh, my, what are they doing?
Yeah.
What are they doing? What are they cooking here, John Lopez? The safety that just recently started your last spate of games, as you have looked for a partner to play alongside Caleb Bullock, it felt like you found something that was passable. And headed into the playoffs, you will now be dealing with something else at safety, barring one of those instances where this is maybe I'm making too much of this, and then he returns on the practice squad and they elevate him and everything's fine. But if that's not the case, you are in a place where you have a starting safety, at least that you've run with recently, going into the most important portion of your season.
No, that was exactly my question. I was perplexed as well, and I said, so what are they doing? Because they were thin at safety with Kayvon Wallace.
That is correct.
Like when they had him, they were thin at safety. Right now, it's Miles Bryant, it's Caleb Bullock. That's it, right? Pretty much.
Yeah. Unless there's guys coming back from injured reserve. Now this is a thought that bounced around, because as you might imagine, and I'm sure some of you listeners were doing this, getting on social media wondering, okay, so what could be the answer here? Because there's got to be some logic here. I think we would assume that Nick Caserio, DeMeco Ryans, all the decision makers are logical beings.
No, they have a plan.
And so what could that plan be? A lot of people are thinking the young man, Jalen Reed, that was injured. He remember the broken plate in his arm. He went on injured reserve. Could he be coming back and then starting at that other safety? I'd be cool with that, except that's a dude coming immediately back off of injury, just getting that week of practice, and then being thrown not just into the fire, like into the cooking pan, I guess, right into the fire of starting, playing major snaps, not really having much of a backup option in that instance.
Against Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, against a dude who we've talked about a lot as somebody that has seen everything that there is to see in the National Football League.
Well, the other thing about it, there were so many thoughts going through my head. Number one, like DeMeco Ryans wants his safeties to play a particular way, and we know that from C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And now you can almost point to that with Alec Pierce. We know it from Kayvon Wallace.
Amongst others,
yes. But still, that was one word like, I think DeMeco even said after the game, the communication and being where you need to be. I think he said that, being where you need to be. And I'm like, that's exactly what he said about C.J. Gardner-Johnson. If you don't get it right, you're in trouble. And then I start thinking, okay, what are they doing? It could be he's going back to the practice squad. They'll elevate him. No harm, no foul. But there's still some questions about his play, clearly. Could be Jalen Reed. So Jalen Reed is really interesting to me, because not just coming off an injury, as you put it. Do you realize he's played 7 games this year?
I do.
7 games.
I do.
And here's the thing that jumps out. In one game, he had 12 tackles against the Buffalo Bills. He had an incredible game. 12 tackles, 9 solo tackles. In the other 6 games, combined, 2 tackles. It's a roll of the dice. They have a plan. You got to have confidence in what they're doing, especially on the defensive side. But it is a question. It is an absolute question at the safety position. And as I mentioned, you're facing Aaron Rodgers, who exploits any little mistake you make.
Yeah, I got to admit, this one feels dicey to me. It feels dicey to me. And you mentioned that DeMeco Ryans talked about being in the right place. You could also go back to looking at what we brought up kind of in passing, which was a tweet that somebody had put up on X. During the game, I believe, this just cut Kayvon Wallace now. Yesterday, you saw Kamari Lassiter get on Twitter and be like, hey, go easy on my team. Or no, cut Tremont Smith. It was Tremont Smith, remember? Yeah. And it was like, go easy on my teammates. Caleb Bullock also went to that place. And I think the operative portion of that was you don't know what the coverage was.
Yeah.
And I think you rightfully brought up.
Well, that kind of narrows it down.
Does that not indicate or intimate to some point that the error was in with Kayvon Wallace?
Yeah.
Is this what you're seeing, is that DeMeco Ryans is doing the standard is the standard to the point of get on or get gone? And that feels like that, as much as I've leaned into the way that they handle things, them upholding the standard, the mantras, the propaganda, anything you want to call it, has been a necessity for them. This feels like this might be the cutting off your nose to spite your face.
Yeah, because you need warm bodies
version
at this
of
point.
this.
You need just like guys, uniforms to fill the role. And Kayvon Wallace. Let's say he does come back and they elevate him and he's back. What's your confidence level? What's your confidence level of him? And how much more, if it is more, is that confidence than throwing Jalen Reed back out there? Jalen Reed looked pretty good in camp, looked pretty good in the preseason, had some moments, had the one enormous game against the Bills. But then 2 tackles in 6 other games and just 7 games altogether, and you're in Pittsburgh in the playoffs? Like, serious question, which would you have more confidence in?
I think the style of play would lead me to Jalen Reed, but I think that there's a reasonable question to ask. How quickly does he get up to speed? I don't have a good answer for that. Also, I would encourage you to recall that this does not have to be an either-or situation. In playing, absolutely.
Yeah.
In being on the roster, it did not have to be. I see people on the text line, Wallace is a liability in coverage. He had to go. Wallace sucks. He's a hard hitter. That's about it. I don't fully agree that he's a liability in coverage, but, I mean, I don't have a great leg to stand on when you saw the performance of this past week. However, there's been coverage busts. That happens. I believe in this team and their capability to coach guys up to make sure that they know what's happening. And I think it's also worth acknowledging that there has not been as much burn with those guys alongside him where coverage busts can happen when you just don't have communication. Now, that might be an oversimplification. He might not be grasping these things. I want to leave that open. The idea that he's just a hard hitter, that's not a small feat.
No,
and not a small thing for DeMeco Ryans and this defense.
It's what they want. The whole swarm, kind of suck the life out of him. And
also that helps Kalen Bullock be where he needs to be. Like, being that box safety is kind of something that you needed from Kayvon Wallace.
But here's the thing. C.J. Gardner was too, and probably better at it.
Sure.
So if you're not in your right spots, there's that one thing. What DeMeco Ryans has very specific roles for everybody on the field. And the one at the safety position, you better have the communication down. You better have it down. Gardner Johnson gone because of that. We're presuming. It seems, reading between the lines, that's what it is. And he was kind of rogue, so to speak. And I'm not saying Wallace was rogue, but he got it wrong at least on one play. And as you mentioned, it wasn't the only one.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think also when I say that it did not have to be either or, you just brought Justin Watson back from injured reserve. Like, you have receivers on this roster. There's places where I think you could make a sacrifice to make sure that you have a level of depth at safety that feels comfortable.
Is this game plan, perhaps? Do you think Jalen Petrie might play in a different role too?
They've done that.
Yeah.
Right? When they got to a place where they were trying to find answers when Miles Bryant was back there, hey, shout out to, and I like Miles Bryant, the versatility that he has. I think that this team has a high value for versatility. Obviously, you could look at Trent Brown for that, amongst others. British Brooks is one of those guys. Dare Ogunbowale having that versatility. They have a high value for that. But Miles Bryant has looked like liability at times when they've put him out there safety as well. Nobody's talking about cutting him outright. And in those moments when they had Miles Bryant and they were trying to find ways to make this work, Petrie did slide back there at times.
Yeah.
And so maybe that's the way they go about it.
Maybe this is game plan driven.
It's quite possible.
Yeah.
And again, I don't want to get to the place where I'm trying to make it seem like Kayvon Wallace had to start, but I felt like this is a big step.
Yeah.
And I think that in the big step, you also give yourself less of a hand to play. And that's the thing that worries me about this move. I don't think this is going to be something that changes the entirety of what this team is capable of, but it was an oddity to see in the week leading up to the playoffs, right? In the week leading up to the playoffs, making a move for somebody that started in the game prior and sending him on his way. And it could be that in a few hours we see him back on the practice squad, and then this is just all a moot point. But they are making bold moves at the very least.
Yes, they are.
With the way that they're to see how it works.
Yes. Yes.
Here's the thing. Also, there's a lot of assumption that we made because the 8-2. Did I hear that Jalen Reed is coming back from IR?
Well, we
wonder.
We think, yeah. Yeah.
We have no idea. He hasn't even been put in the place where the practice window was activated for him. We're wondering and we're seeing what this looks like. So yeah, that was a wild thing that happened yesterday, and we'll see what it looks like for the Texans as they head into an important game. And as Larry was talking about when he called in a little while ago, this is definitely the postseason where you feel the most confident the Texans can have a run.
Yes, you do.
And so that was an oddity to see coming into this place. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said Reggie obviously has a man crush. This was a place that they clearly needed a player. K'Von Wallace felt like he stepped in and was solid, was serviceable.
Warm bodies.
And then
they need bodies.
And then from my perspective, and tell me if I'm wrong about this, one bad game and all of a sudden that's gone. Now, of course, that's my perspective. I'm not seeing what they deal with every day. I'm not seeing what the back side of this is. But I can only work off of what I see, and that was kind of shocking to see that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk more about this game as well. What could be the most telling statistics in this Monday night matchup? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
More football in Houston means more Thirsty Thursdays for you. massive difference. For more information, text DONATE to 20357. Or 2610 to sign up and give. Help us help Houston and donate this week. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, what did he say? Off the slide?
Oh, God, that
listen to
made
Lil
me
Kiki.
I was crazy.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Everybody's like, Justin Simmons time. It's Justin Simmons time.
What's he doing?
I don't. Probably.
I think he can hop off the couch and be better than who is it? Javon Wallace or whatever.
Javon Wallace.
Hey, it's one thing for Phillip Rivers to do it, but at that position,
yeah, jump off the couch and hit some people and cover some people.
Yeah, I'll have I have a strong feeling that we'll get some level of resolution on.
They should have been hit him up if that was the case.
Yes.
Right. I feel like if there was going to be that move, that's been available. When he got on podcast saying it publicly that he would love to be in Houston.
You better all going after the honey badger at this point. Might as well hit for the honey badger.
Yeah.
Heading into this game, Lopez, what's an Acrisure Stadium come Monday night?
I got some options for you.
Okay, please.
Some of these are exact stats, and some are some that I kind of combined from a couple of different places. That just in terms of like they're good at this, while the Steelers are good at that, et cetera. But let me throw these numbers out at you, and Biggie, jump in. Tell me if you think this is going to be important in Monday night's game or not. The first one is the most important one. We've talked a lot. They've talked about a lot. Everybody's talked about a lot about the red zone, right? Did you know the Steelers are actually number 11 in the league?
Defensively or offensively?
Offensively. In the red zone? It stands to reason with Aaron Rodgers. He'll find a way to find.
Honestly, with DK Metcalf.
And DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
now,
Freiermuth for that matter.
Freiermuth, Darnell Washington now, he isn't in, but that's a left tackle playing playing tight end.
Yeah.
Now, of course, again, he's been lost for the season, but those are the types of things.
Damn, they're playing wide receiver.
So, yeah, those are the types of things that they had, and backs that can catch out of the backfield as well. A lot of variety, versatility in the red zone.
I was looking at this, and it was one of those where I was surprised, but I shouldn't have been, because I went, that's pretty good. Especially when you're talking about two teams, and this is why I brought it up. Two teams that play very similar styles, like to keep it tight, like to keep it safe. You get into the red zone, and they're 11th in the league. The Texans, as I think you already know, are 30th in the league. 30th in the league in red zone efficiency. So how telling a stat is that going to be on Sunday, especially when, you got Kaimi Fairbairn kicking 6.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be something that's interesting to watch. I wonder how, you laid out pretty well. This has the makings of a tight game, a real, 16-14 type affair. And so, the difference in making sure that you're getting the end zone and getting an additional 4 points could be huge. I think the defensively, though, is where it gets interesting, is how does that pair up? And how many opportunities will you even have to get in there if you're the Steelers on one side and the Texans on the other?
If memory serves, the Steelers are kind of middle of the pack defensively in the red zone, and the Texans are higher in the red zone.
Right.
So those really those two stats should be stacked together. As much as they're efficient in the red zone, the Texans are pretty good against it. As much as the Texans are horrible in the red zone, the Steelers are actually middle of the pack. So take that for what it's worth.
Sure. And so, the red zone thing is going to be, I think it's going to continue to be interesting. It's going to be one of the things that we've been watching all year long. We've been lamenting all year long. And it's going to be one of those things that through the playoffs, we have to watch and see if they can find a way to make any headway on this.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because maybe one way to be better scoring is not doing it from the red zone.
I was going to bring this up, but I figured that you would get here eventually.
Not doing it from the red zone. The Texans are pretty – now, they don't do it a lot, but the explosive play rate, I'm sounding like Reggie Atatula right now.
That's right.
The explosive play, I think they call it the PGAEPR. Pretty good.
Goodness,
It stands for pretty. The old PGAEPR.
What are you doing, man?
Just let them cook, man.
Scaring the hose.
Just let them cook. Let them cook.
The Texans are pretty good at explosive play rate. I think, if I'm remembering right, 11th as well. I think they're 11th or 12th in explosive play rate. The Steelers, giving up big plays, bottom 10.
Yeah, that secondary is atrocious. It's gotten old, it's gotten decrepit, and they are ripe for the pickings.
So do they take more shots?
The Texans?
Yeah.
The question is, can you block it up?
Yeah.
That's the question that arises. You've made mention a number of times already in this the early week that we are in. T.J. Watt, Alex Highsmith, Cam Hayward pushing the pocket in the middle is one of those things that is also interesting. Is if C.J. Stroud has the opportunity to hold on to the football and wait for those things to develop, then I think there's possibilities. Hell, you watched in that final game of the regular season with the Ravens and the Steelers. You watched Jalen Ramsey get cooked, and that was the thing that put the Ravens in an opportunity.
Quick, didn't he?
Well,
that's bad quick.
But that's how it happens in sports a lot of times, especially things that athletes that depend highly on their athleticism. It always feels like it falls off a cliff.
Yeah.
It is rarely just a gradual decline. It's here one day and then gone the next. I feel like that's what's happened somewhat with Jalen Ramsey, but a lot of that, they've got a lot of age on that team just generally, and I think that secondary, that's some of what shows up there. So, it could be something. And then Nico Collins arrested Nico Collins with an opportunity to maybe make some hay there. Getting some shots as well in the Chargers game. I think that's going to be something that, you have to watch for, and hopefully that can create some scores that you don't have to worry about red zone, but then also putting points on the board at all applies pressure to the Steelers.
And it comes back to C.J. Stroud, too, finding those opportunities whenever there is somebody maybe pressing and gives them the sign or whatever.
Sure.
And they make that that change.
Right. That's one of the juxtapositions quarterback to quarterback. I hate it when we do the thing where we go, this quarterback versus that quarterback, because they're never on the field together. But the juxtaposition, and you look at Aaron Rodgers and you believe that if the defense makes a mistake that he's going to be able to capitalize on it. I think that's going to be the question for CJ.
Yeah. Here's another interesting one. I got a few more here real quick. The Steelers like to pressure the quarterback with just their front 4 or 5. Texans have, and we've talked about it, at the end of the season here, they're pretty good at protecting C.J. Stroud. He's one of I think he was only sacked 23 times all year long. So their pressure with just the front 4 or 5 versus the Texans' offensive line, given that they have those rush edges and, as you mentioned, Hayward, et cetera.
That's going to be the name of the game.
That's the whole game.
That's going to be the name of the game.
I think that's the whole game. I think that's one of the more important stats because it ties in with red zone. It ties in with the explosive plays. And if he doesn't have time, you mentioned it earlier. That's what I was thinking about. I think that's the whole game. If they can get there with just their front, then they can help their secondary a little more.
I mean, nothing to add there. I think you're right. And being able to keep this offense upright, running the football obviously is going to be something. It's something that the Texans have to do. But if you look at the strides that they've made last year to this year, passing the football has actually been one of those ones. It's not been something where they've done it in a flashy way or largely in an explosive way, but that's been one of the improvements. And so if they're capable, we've seen the bad games are when you end up with CJ running around and not having a level of calm to him or any outlets for him. If he can find a way, or if the offensive line rather can find a way to keep him upright, give him an opportunity to really focus downfield, you should be able to do some things.
And then one more for you guys here. You know how people like to play that check the box, who has the edge here, who has the edge there, whatever. The one that always makes me laugh is like, well, turnovers. Well, of course. If you win, everybody knows if you win the turnover battle, you're probably going to win the game. Here's where it gets interesting to me, and this is an interesting stat. Both the Steelers and the Texans are top 4. Top 4 in creating turnovers. Texans are number 2, Steelers are number 4. It's very, very simple. Whichever team plays to its strength the best in terms of turnovers, that team will win the game.
And when you're doing the race to 20 type football game, what happens if you have a short field? How does that affect a game? If you have any questions about offenses on either side, short fields, getting the ball, another possession or limiting a possession on the other end, those are things that obviously in any game, any football game that matters. to a great degree. I think that you're very right in those, and obviously there's opportunities to dig deeper into a lot of those things as we continue on and towards the wild card matchup between your Texans and the Steelers, which you'll be able to hear here on Sports Radio 610 come Monday night. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the inspired by Joe Judge. Once having a neighbor named Aaron Hernandez, what's the worst neighbor you ever had? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Ready? Texans. Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Question of the day, Tom. What's the worst neighbor you ever had? 713-572-4610. What inspired this one, John Lopez?
Well, you're familiar with the assistant coach at Ole Miss, Joe Judge.
I am. Used to be the head coach of the Giants. Special teams coach.
Patriots legend.
Yep. In fact, that's
from that tree.
That's when this happened. When he was with the Patriots in 2012 and 2013. Well, first of all, he was asked about the chaotic goings on at Ole Miss right now.
With the coaches that got loaned to him, but then got taken back from the loan.
They're here, they're gone, they're here, they're gone again.
They hokey pokey coaches.
Yes, they put your right arm in, you put your offensive assistant out. So he's talking about how chaotic it was at a press conference yesterday. And he said, and this was in 2012 and 2013 when he was with the Patriots. My next door neighbor, not just a neighbor, my next door neighbor was Aaron Hernandez. I know this is more chaotic. First of all, that this is more chaotic is saying something.
That is wild. Yeah, and if you don't recall, Aaron Hernandez's house factored in entirety of that circumstance.
He said he was home when he got arrested.
Are you for real?
Joe Judge was there.
Yeah, they busted that man's door down. It was security footage of his house with the murder weapon that put him away.
Yeah,
like this is the type of stuff that he was
Joe
like.
Judge is out there like with his hands on the window. What's going on over there?
You know he's splitting the blinds with two fingers.
You know how you see the lights flashing.
Yeah.
Who is that?
Who's that?
What they doing over there?
Yelling back to his old lady. Oh, Aaron got something happening in his house.
Is that Hernandez?
That's Hernandez.
There's something at his house happening. They got the police over there.
Yeah.
Hey, look.
Yeah, so your worst neighbors ever. I said this earlier, so I better tell the story. I lived next door for about 4 or 5 years to some Mormons.
You got this. You got it, big dog.
Running Maxwell like, oh, word? I want to hear this. I want to hear all about this.
Actually, Vernon Maxwell was like, say no more.
I know exactly what you mean.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
No, this isn't about necessarily. It's related to them, like the Mormons and all that stuff. I'm not going there.
Please don't.
But these were very, faithful, loyal, Church of Latter-day Saints members. And as part of that, one of the tenets that they do in that church is they store food. I don't know if it's for the apocalypse or whatever.
Haven't done the research to that degree.
So they had these 50-pound burlap bags they stored in their garage of flour, rice.
This bowl was waiting to happen.
Well, that's why.
Okay.
Yeah, you just hit it.
Very good.
And at first, I remember talking to them. They were nice enough. They had 9 kids, and they were fine. But after about 6 or 8 months, we started seeing mice, roaches, raccoons.
Oh yes, it's a buffet in here.
And I was like, good. And what do? Do you tell them, hey,
on your own property,
you can't
stop doing that.
You can't adhere to your religious tenets on my watch. I was like, so we just kind of lumped it. And I think at one point, we did make it very obvious that we had called. We told them like, that's the 3rd time, that the exterminator's been over to our house, trying for them to get the hint.
Yeah.
But dude, first of all, would you eat any of that stuff if the apocalypse came or whatever? But they had probably 8 to 10 bags of like 50-pound burlap bags.
Yeah.
Of all this stuff.
That's rough.
In the garage, right next to our driveway.
That's rough.
Yeah.
So it's the ones that impose upon you but don't necessarily impose it because you can't really do much about it without being a jerk.
Yeah.
Did y'all have an HOA?
We did have an HOA, but they were storing stuff in their garage. They were storing food in their garage in big old burlap bags.
That's how you start HOA Cold Wars, stuff like that. Or like this texter sent in that they had a neighbor who had a 0-turn lawnmower, which I bet he felt cool as hell. He would leave just a 12-inch strip on the borderline because he had determined that wasn't part of his
property.
That's you, big. I don't know. You don't be mowing your lawn.
That happens a lot.
Really?
Yeah. That happens a lot because sometimes the grass from your driveway to theirs,
or the property line disputes.
Oh
goodness!
Yeah,
like, I'm just mowing my property. The rest is on yours.
I'm kind of going through that right now.
Really?
Because I got a little side strip of grass that's technically mine.
Yeah.
And the church owned the whole, field that's next to me. And I tried to talk to the guy that come to cut the grass. I'm like, you just cut this little inch right here.
It's just one more
Dog,
pass.
I would give you $10, $20 extra if you do it, man. So now I got to get out here and do it.
Yeah.
Just a little tiny script.
Apparently, there's some people that have had the full Aaron Hernandez experience.
Oh, yeah.
Here on the text line from the I done lost it. But from the 281. Turns out my neighbor's son was wanted for murder in Dallas.
Oh,
and was hiding out in Houston. Nice guy.
Wow.
Nice guy. Needless to say, the Ring video when the SWAT team came was alarming and cool at the same time. Alarming. So I bet they had you on the news. Like, he seemed like such a, it's always the neighbor. It's like, I would have never thought he seemed like such a nice young man.
He was a quiet fella.
No wonder he was on the run. I mean, quiet.
Yeah.
He was on the run.
What about you guys? Bad neighbors.
The one that came to mind, I definitely have had some others. Like, I've seen someone on the text line make a mention of the neighbor who just parks their cars all over the place and it ends up in front of your house and blocks you in and stuff. But the one that immediately came to mind was when I was in college. I lived in an off-campus apartment, but it was owned, I believe, by the school. And so it was myself, my roommate, and then our neighbors were real chill dudes. But they seemed to, operate a business from home, let's say. And they were cool dudes, except they were drug dealers. Yeah. So you would have people coming through, and it wasn't that much of an incursion, except they were drug dealers in, I think, an old school sense of it, in that sometimes they just be hanging out doing the drugs with their customers.
Oh, boy.
And so,
Getting high on your own supply.
Yeah, well, getting high on a supply that you just sold, which is a good racket, I imagine.
Yeah.
Right? If you imagine you sell a product and then
give me some of that.
it is socially acceptable for you to then partake in that product that you just sold. What a time. What a time. But yes, we had that happening. And there was times where that became annoying when people come and bang on the door when the few times that they were not there. Yeah. And then they were always there. I don't know how they didn't go to class. So that ended up being annoying a few times in ways that I don't know that I should say on the radio.
Yeah, I actually stayed in the neighborhood similar to that, so I ain't going to get into all of that stuff where it was just a rowdy neighborhood. But the one that I can think of is my sister, my second oldest sister. Mm-hmm. She stayed a couple doors down, I want to say, from the Cleveland Strangler.
Oh, what? I remember that.
Yeah,
I
it's a guy. That, yeah. It was a guy by the name of Anthony Soul.
You talked about it once on a mixtape or something.
I can't remember.
I talked about it once.
Yeah, it might have been something else. Yeah. But it was a guy known as the Cleveland Strangler. Mm-hmm. Stayed down the street, right down the street from him. She saw him a couple times and kind of spoke. He was, like everybody say, he was such a quiet guy.
Yeah.
This dude had over 8 to 10 bodies in his house.
Goodness gracious.
Great. Yeah, it was a big deal. And the disgusting part about that, outside of the obvious, is he stayed next to a sausage company.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
So this sausage company was getting a lot of heat because it was a bad smell in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And people always thought it was coming from the sausage company.
And they were like, see?
Yeah.
We tried to tell you.
I think I don't know if they moved or went out of business or what, but it was all coming from him.
Yeah.
What if that's how they found out? They were like, the sausage company left. So why is the smell still here?
Yeah, no, it's actually a documentary on that.
I think you mentioned that.
Yeah, you could check it out. It was wild. I watched it. I want to say last year, somewhere last year, but it was crazy. But she stayed right down the street from him. I actually saw him a couple times.
This one didn't happen to me, but it was close friends of ours back when we were living up in the Kingwood area. There was a guy on the loose that would sneak into people's homes and strip naked and stand over a woman lying asleep in her bed.
What the hell?
Yes, it was a big thing up there for a while, a few years ago. And he would even if the lady was married, but a lot of times it was a single woman or whatever, and he would sneak into their homes and take off all his clothes and just stand over their bed. And sometimes the woman would wake up and freak out and call the police and all that stuff. So this happened for like a month.
Goodness gracious.
Or two or longer. Some friends of ours finally saw the picture. There was finally a camera. They got a good look at him. And he goes, "Oh, that's Bob. That's my next door neighbor."
Oh, goodness gracious, man.
He seemed like such a nice guy.
Yeah, exactly. He goes, "Oh, man. I know that guy. He lives next door to me."
That kind of remind me of something.
Always loan me his
clothes.
Yeah. That kind of remind me of something that happened, I want to say 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. It was kind of around this time. You all know him as Joe Budden. I think I played in the mixtape. He had some type of weird sleeping type of thing where he sleep naked.
Yeah.
And he sleepwalks. And so he slept walk and knocked on some random neighbor door in an apartment building, like just butt ass.
Yeah.
And they caught everything on the Ring camera.
Oh, God.
There's a lot of people who have had their neighbors arrested by them. 832, neighbors are Latinos and they like to party hard. Understood.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel like you can mitigate that a little bit by just lean in, go over, hang out, get you a plate.
The neighbors that stay behind me, they play music every single weekend. It got to be those big old speakers you get from Walmart.
Yeah.
Just the Bluetooth speakers all day long, to the point that's the background music of the weekend for me. Listening to watching the game and just hearing the music going.
A guy across the hall from me ran a prostitution ring. Dang.
Okay.
972.
I guess you just got to mind your business then, man. Like, I feel like you just mind your business. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of people in the listening audience who knows how Joe Judge has felt in his various different endeavors. All right, you're at Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where John Harbaugh and the Baltimore Ravens have changed the entire dynamic of the coaching carousel. We talk about it next.
The Drive is live and getting you set for the playoffs. Odyssey Sports Station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
We're about to go around the NFL here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do, I remembered as I was reading the many, many different terrible neighbors that you guys have had. Probably the one that does take the cake for me was a different apartment from the one that I was previously talking about. Actually, I think my last apartment.
Okay.
Before I moved back home. My upstairs neighbor at one point, I don't know what they were doing up there.
Yeah.
And I would venture a guess, not a informed one, but I'd venture a guess, because in my own apartment, there were points in time where it smelled like somebody had doused me in nail polish remover. It smelled like a heavy scent of acetone was coming through the vents. And my thought was, only God knows the industrial strength, whatever they're doing up there to create that scent heavily in my apartment.
Yeah, they got vats of
something. I was like, only God knows if they're Walter Whiting up there.
I wonder what it was.
I have no idea whatsoever.
I bet you our listeners will come
I wonder if it's like PCP or something like that.
All right,
because it got a unique smell.
713-572-46.
Does it? I think so, yeah.
I wouldn't know. I'm a good Christian boy.
Our listeners will come through. What is the error?
Or at least that
I
smell.
have no idea.
Yeah, I had no idea myself, but and I am generally, I take the perspective of, I don't like saying nothing unless it's just unbearable and I can't deal with it. And it was unbearable. I was somebody.
And see, that's kind of how my neighborhood was. Like, it was a bunch of trap houses and all that stuff around, and people just mind their business. It's just, don't you go over there.
Like, how am I supposed to not be able to breathe in my living room?
Yeah.
You know, I feel
that's
like
when it becomes, that's kind of like when the weed start coming through your house.
Yeah.
It's just like, man, I got to say something now.
There is a line.
They said they were selling formaldehyde. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe that's what it was.
People be getting high on anything now, man. ain't no telling.
Apparently so. We take you to Baltimore, where the site of the NFL coaching carousel breaking down happened yesterday as the long-time Baltimore Ravens head coach John Harbaugh was relieved of his duties. I thought they did a really cool thing in letting him pen a really, really nice farewell letter and posting it on their own thing, as opposed to just we thank you for your service and, we thank you for your time.
Parted ways with.
They let him have a really heartfelt goodbye. But how did you react to seeing that John Harbaugh, 18-year head coach there in Baltimore, oversaw a Super Bowl and many, many years of winning for getting fired for the first time, not making the playoffs in, 4 years?
Yeah. I think a few things are worth mentioning here. Number one, if John Harbaugh, and you just laid out some of his resume, if John Harbaugh can get fired, anyone can get fired.
Absolutely.
I mean, everyone. We knew this straight.
We should have saw this coming. Remember, we had Jason Lockefour on.
Oh yeah,
and I think Reggie asked him about it, and he was just like, man. He started talking about everything.
Yeah.
How the GM was pretty much doing a victory lap over the draft, and how they kind of lost the locker room, and the way they handled Justin Tucker. I'm like, damn, y'all really talking about that?
And a lot of it is coming.
This was week 4.
Even more of it is
week
coming
5.
out now. A lot of it is coming out now. So that's the first thing. It's like, man, that's crazy. The second thing that is interesting, and this is also kind of stating the obvious, it just puts a different spin on everything in terms of the coaches that are available out there, to the point that now there are reports that Miami is having second thoughts about Mike McDaniel.
Well, that was the thing that felt interesting.
We like him, but
with the coaching carousel portion of this is, was it Jason Schultz? Jordan Schultz. There we go.
I had Starbucks, baby.
Yeah,
I wasn't going to bring that up, but okay. NFL Insider was reporting that his, within 40-something minutes, an hour to make it easy, John Harbaugh's agent had already received 7 calls for his services.
6 openings.
No, there were 7 openings, and one of those was the Baltimore Ravens one that just opened. So you knew in that moment that teams that had coaches were calling around, and that seems to be the case. I think that's been substantiated by others. I think Josina Anderson was the one who was talking about the Miami Dolphins being interested, but only being interested to the point of sure they could get him before moving on from Mike McDaniel. It seems like that is the case for a lot of coaches. And that makes sense. John Harbaugh is a good coach, a good CEO. He seemed to be a player's coach. But it felt like he lost the locker room there to some degree, depending on what reports you believe. Yeah. And then also, I think it was just, after a while, sometimes you don't need – it's not about being better or worse. You just need different.
That too, but I want to bring it kind of local here, if we can kind of localize this a little bit. I also think there is a Lamar Jackson factor here.
Oh, without question.
That cannot be ignored. It's unfair. You've talked about it a lot. His playoff record and it's on him, and yet it's not always his fault. It's mostly not his fault sometimes. Even this one, it wasn't his fault they missed a kick, or whatever. But having a superstar franchise quarterback is an incredible blessing for whatever team might have him. It's also a curse, because if it doesn't happen, and it doesn't happen soon enough, and what is Lamar Jackson's record, like 3-7 in the postseason or something like that? It's not great. Then all of a sudden it does start coming back onto the head coach,
and it should, because the buck stops with the coach.
Even if it's not necessarily Lamar Jackson's fault.
But even outside of Lamar Jackson, they lost a lot of games in the fourth quarter. They blew a lot of leads.
Yes,
and this wasn't even this year. This was last year, maybe the year before
what
that.
Was the one on the goal line, the fumble, and
Zay Flowers had some of those. Mark Andrews had some of those, and outside of just those big billboard type moments, there's a lot of things that were being lost by the wayside in Baltimore, and those are the types of things that you expect from a John Harbaugh that we have buttoned down. You can get into like the deeper portions of the reporting, but I think that generally gets you the idea there. And I also think it's worth remembering, this is not the first time they've been ready, at least the culture, the people in Baltimore have been ready to possibly part ways with John Harbaugh. You remember in 2017 or 18? There was talks about him being on the hot seat, and then in comes Lamar Jackson to save his bacon, and all of a sudden we're in an entirely different world. Yeah. So I think that's also where you get to are we appeasing Lamar Jackson or are we appeasing John Harbaugh? Well, Lamar Jackson, obviously, you go with the two-time MVP.
Of course, 100% of the time. And that's why I'm localizing it. I mean, this is just like complete, radio fodder, so to speak. But if C.J. Stroud...
At this point?
Yeah, if C.J. Stroud doesn't do it this year, and then doesn't do it next year, and then has a bad break, somebody missed a kick, or there's a fumble on the goal line, and he doesn't do it again, it is human nature. It is not just like, oh, you're reaching. No, it happens all the time. We just talked about it.
And I think stuff like that is how you can lose a locker room, too, where that stuff keeps happening. It might not happen in the first season.
And it might not be any coach's fault. It just happens.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of it was bad luck for the Ravens. I feel like they had a lot of bad luck, but also it's a lot of coaching stuff in there too.
Yeah,
that wasn't good. That he dropped the ball on.
Yeah, but he's changing the entire cycle of the carousel. There's a lot of teams that could use an experienced coach like him. Or how many teams do you look at right now? And also, there's reporting that Todd Monken was part of his unwillingness to part ways with Todd Monken might have been part of this. Todd Monken seems like he'll be attached at the hip with John Harbaugh where he goes. That's a good offensive coordinator. How many teams could use, one, an establishing of the culture of their team, but then also coming side saddle with a play caller that is pretty good, especially in a time period where folks are looking to hire head coaches, but they don't know that they're going to have an offensive-minded play caller coming with them. There are a lot of the guys we were talking about this that are probably best suited to be head coaches right now, defensive guys. How appealing does that become where you get a CEO head coach that can establish the culture and an offensive play caller with experience?
And Harbaugh, for all his flaws that have come to light and losing the locker room and all that stuff, we talked about La Canfora, despite all that, he will change a culture. He will change, just the Harbaugh name alone will change the culture. It does have me thinking, because Tennessee Titans, they're interviewing everyone. Like
they really are.
Name a candidate. They're interviewing that
Jason Garrett.
Jason Garrett's the latest.
Which that had to be his first interview he had since he was a Cowboy, right?
Well, remember he got the Giants job after that for a little bit as well. But yeah, I don't know what the Titans are looking for. Maybe this is Borgonzi just doing the thing where he goes, I overturned every stone, and well, look, it's my homeboy somehow. But even still, I don't know that I'd be looking for Jason Garrett, which is to say, Titans, listen up. I think that he's the best that you can do. I think you need to take Jason Garrett in your offices.
I'm glad you said best you can do, because I heard the boys talking this morning. about, well, the Cleveland Browns are just going to get like a David Culley at this point. Nobody wants that job. Nobody wants the Browns job. It's a hellhole. It's dysfunctional, the quarterback situation and all that. What if they say, screw it, John Harbaugh? Oh, just.
That'd be real sick behavior.
They would have to pay a lot.
Yeah, well, they would have to.
They would have to pay a lot.
Say, screw it.
I think. He's a Cleveland guy too.
Yeah,
his family from Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
What a wild switch that'd be from Baltimore to Cleveland.
That would be hilarious.
That'd be the ultimate revenge.
Yeah, I think he was on record saying he grew up a Browns fan too.
Yeah,
so it's like the perfect ending for it.
There is still though, with the number of coaches that are out there, and obviously we always say the thing. There's only 32 of these jobs.
Yeah.
I think the Browns have the possibility of getting a good coach of the ones that are open, because I think it gets really tough when you start looking at the places that could try and lure John Harbaugh and get him and then dispose of their current coach. Which one would you be most interested in seeing him go to?
Well, you said open. I still think it's Miami, and it's not technically open. Harbaugh in Miami would be something. And I think they would have the means. I think it'd be good for him. Do you have another one?
I think the Giants is an interesting place.
Giants is a good one.
High profile team. They have a quarterback that they like. I don't know how. I still am not sold on Jackson Dart as super franchise quarterback, but I'm also still working through what the modern necessities are, how that changed over the last decade or so. But yeah, I could easily see them giving Jackson Dart an offensive coordinator that knows how to use a dude who can run use his legs. Having John Harbaugh establish a culture that has not been there since probably Coughlin. That could work out really well there in the NFC.
I don't think Titans. I don't think Cardinals. As much as it would be cool with the Browns, I don't think Browns. Giants is a possibility. I think Miami's a possibility. What about in division with his brother? Raiders.
The Raiders.
That's also another one where I could see that happening. I do wonder.
Is that an attractive job, though, outside of just being Vegas?
Tom Brady, though.
Because
you say Tom Brady, though. I think that could be part of the problem. Mm-hmm. They have so many cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And you come from an organization in Baltimore where the reporting is even Eric DeCosta was not John Harbaugh's boss. He reported directly to the owner. There was a level of consistency there.
Yeah.
You want to jump into a Las Vegas Raiders situation where there hasn't been consistency in the last few years with the organizational structure, more power to you.
Yeah, and I think the Raiders are probably – I talked about the Browns overpaying for him, but I think the Raiders will be the team that will probably give him whatever he wants and overpay him. I think they did that with the previous coach, Pete Carroll.
Yeah.
But I just don't look at that. I know they got the number 1 overall pick, but I don't look at that job as like, oh, that's a great job right there, because they've been a disaster since I can remember.
Yeah.
Somebody said the Ravens are also from Cleveland, Figgy. I think you were recall
That's true.
Thing.
No,
the is going to be wild. There's a lot of coaches that I did not anticipate, and they're already getting jobs. Even I was just talking about this in the break. The idea that Raheem Morris, now fired Atlanta Falcons coach, I thought that he would be in the place where he just kind of ends up in a D.C. circumstance. Cliff Kingsbury, he's getting head coaching opportunities as well. I think that, or at least interviews. This should be a very interesting cycle to watch, especially with all the defensive-minded guys that are out.
It's going to be it always is, but this one, especially with some of the names out there, some of the jobs out there, it's going to be very interesting. Also worth mentioning here, you got this. We got this during the last break. Kaimi Fairbairn. How about old Kaimi Fairbairn? AFC Special Teams Player.
I knew that was going to happen.
You knocked down 6 field goals.
Yeah.
I feel like it has to happen. He's the second Texan to win this particular award in 2 weeks. And, yeah, he did a damn good job in that circumstance. And I think you probably feel as good about Kaimi Fairbairn as you've ever felt going into a playoff.
I feel great about him. I just don't want to see him. I want to see touchdowns.
Honestly, I was kind of hoping they rest him a little bit, man. I'm like, brother, you need to rest that leg.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that would be nice, but he's out here kicking. So obviously, 44 field goals, most field goals in a single season in NFL history for Kaimi. And I love that. I think we've gotten rid of that stigma that Kaimi can't kick in a cold.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that feels like that has gone by the wayside, which is very encouraging considering that you're the 5 seed. And as much as we talk about the possibility, right, you're going to Pittsburgh, but as much as we talk some teams winning and bringing games back to NRG Stadium at some point in this postseason, you might have to just go on the road for a lot of this. And there's some places that can get a little cold. Mile High, New England, Buffalo. There's some teams there's some places where you might play in the cold. I think it's great that you have, even if we're in a place that we would like to see them in the end zone more, where he's kicking extra points as opposed to field goals. The way that you are playing right now might ask him to kick field goals. I feel the best about him in his tenure, and that says a lot for a dude who has been consistent.
Probably in his entire tenure, yeah, I agree.
Somebody said, let Atlanta hire Deion Sanders. Good God. Good God almighty, man.
Atlanta? Cleveland. Shedeur and Deion together again.
That would be hilarious.
Do you know how I would have to try and hide from the media that we would get out of Cleveland? You thought we were sick of hearing about Colorado.
Hey, you might want to tap into that. That might be some good thing to watch.
It'll be entertaining to watch, but after a while, I think I'd get sick of it.
Oh yeah, I got sick of it in Colorado.
Deion gonna come in. Do y'all believe now? Do y'all believe now?
Yeah.
That bull junk.
Yes.
That's a good Deion. I like that. There you go.
Do y'all believe now?
Around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said McCarthy to the link to the Giants. Yeah, and some of this is we're in the early stages where teams are talking to a lot of people. I think the teams have gotten better in the hiring process, as much as we can talk down to some of the instances, the Rooney Rule manipulation, so on and so forth. I think teams have gotten on with the program of, hey, cast your net wide and see there's a lot of talent in this league, and see if you can find somebody who's talent in the alignment with what you want to get you a good football team.
And just real quick, DraftKings has released the odds of Harbaugh's next landing spot. Giants is number 1. Raiders number 2.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Raiders
be surprised if he
2.
goes to the Raiders, man. They give him whatever he wants.
Best of luck. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, shout out to Jonathan Alexander, the Houston Chronicle. He had some awards for the Texans after their regular season was completed. Do you agree with some of the awards that he gave out? I'll ask John Lopez, and you play along too on the text line, and we'll do it next.
Ready? Texas. 2222. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610, John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you on this Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle, beat writer, covers the team, does a great job doing so, put together 10 regular season awards for the Houston Texans. And, obviously in looking towards to cap off the regular season and kind of spin it forward as to what it taught us about them heading into the playoffs. And I'm not going to hit all 10. I don't know that we have time for that, but I wanted to pepper you with a few of them and see how you match up and how you kind of look at that as we get ready for this playoff adventure for the Texans.
Yeah, this is one of those where, kind of like Figgy's mixtape, I deliberately did not look at the list. I want to just gut reaction for these, 10 categories you said?
I won't hit all 10, but I'll just kind of pepper some of them and play along with us. 713-572-4610. Do you agree? Who would you put up for these awards? The easy one, the one that you have to do whenever you put up any awards for anything. Who's the MVP of this Texans team this year?
It's relatively easy, not as easy as it may seem. I'm going to say Will Anderson Jr. is the MVP of this team.
Any disagreement, Fig?
Nope.
That's where Jonathan Alexander went, right? He obviously pointed to the idea that clearly did not break a sack record like Myles Garrett this year, but incredibly valuable leader of the defense. Emotionally, it's in some ways he has it. Spiritually, he's that. Still getting better.
I think it's closer than most people would say, simply because Derek Stingley does as much for him as he does for Derek Stingley. I think Derek Stingley would be my number 2, and pretty close.
Yeah, that's the beauty of what this defense is. Yeah. You could make arguments for
those 2.
4? I think you got 4, maybe a possible. 4 and a possible, Fig.
Any on the offense?
Not for me. I would say.
It's going to be hard to make the case on offense.
I'll put my 4 in order, see if they align with you. I would say Will Anderson 1, Derek Stingley 2, Azeez Al-Shaair 3, and probably Kamari Lassiter 4.
No Danielle Hunter there?
Ooh. No. I mean, yes, but not in the top 4, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that this one was obvious. It felt obvious to me. Biggest surprise?
Biggest Tommy Togiai.
That's the one.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't have been to some degree. They made it clear their expectations or their capability.
Yeah, but still, you didn't expect this.
Right.
Reggie ain't expect this.
Right. His ability to not only be a contributor and a consistent contributor, but a contributor at this level. Remember when I still vividly remember being in that tent out there at the Houston Methodist Training Center, where we did our media availability, when D'Amico said that. And I felt the visceral reaction from everybody, all the media there, because we were like, all right, what are we doing? But he has proven not only to be right, D'Amico Ryans, in calling Togiai, and Caserio has echoed this, the most consistent player on this team. And that felt like that was high praise just off the strength of, there's a lot of dudes who consistently bring this, so consistent, and that could be consistent on a low level. No. He's consistent on a pretty high level, and now you need it. It's going to be super important.
You need it more.
You need it more because now you've lost Tim Settle. You've lost Mario Edwards to season-ending injuries. And unfortunately, that's the case. But he's been able to step up and give you a lot of what you lost from them. Seth made a great point this morning that one of the things that you miss with those other guys is the ability to penetrate, and really create pressure on the quarterback and maybe get some sacks.
Yeah.
They've gotten – I've seen a little bit more and more of that from the pairing of Rankins and Togiai as we go as well. So he's been such a surprise, such a good one, in fact, and that's why everybody was so damn happy to see him get in the end zone.
I think a successful year would have been serviceable. If he were just serviceable, that would have been a good year. So absolutely he's the biggest – I remember, in fact, we had him on, at our table at camp, and I remember after – I might have even told you this, but I told someone, man, I hope he makes the squad. Man, I hope he makes the team. Yeah, he made the team.
Was that somebody's pet cat? We ain't have him.
I don't think we had him as a pet cat. I don't believe that we got that low.
Pet cat.
It would have been a good one. Are we already? Well, I feel like we can't pet cat next training camp. I feel like he's out of the running for pet cat circumstances.
Yeah.
Most underrated player on this team this season.
Most underrated player.
And before I move any further, somebody said, wrong on, I'm guessing the MVP, or maybe I'm guessing MVP. They said it's Kaimi Fairbairn for being the highest scorer. So I see you and I appreciate that.
I have two options here that I'm thinking about.
Well, that's options. There's a tie. I want to see if you nail
Dude,
this.
if I nail this, I'm going to say Jalen Petrie.
Yes. Oh, no, not underrated, not underrated.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm thinking about another award.
I'm going to say Jalen Petrie. And, Trent Brown.
I want to see you missed on both accounts, but that doesn't mean that you're wrong. It's subjective. However, is Jonathan Alexander wrong here? He goes with Danielle Hunter and Kamari Lassiter.
I think he's wrong.
He's underrated?
Yeah. No.
Nah, man.
I think my guys are underrated. I'm going to claim that as a victory.
Don't we all, right? Like, that's how it goes. But it is fair to point out that Danielle Hunter finished the season 3rd in the league, 15 sacks. In a season in which you had the leader having 23, it's easy to forget, especially because of Danielle's demeanor. In fact, it's easier now to even see why Danielle Hunter is not as appreciated around the league, because he skates under the radar so much. A 15-sack season, and Danielle Hunter has not gotten the love that he so rightfully deserves. And it's easy for Will Anderson Jr. He was the number 3 pick that season, where you get him and you trade it up. So people around the league see him. He's effervescent personality, all of these things. Leader, boisterous, always has a smile on his face. Danielle Hunter just as much is the other side of that claw that I think makes teams, or puts teams in a vice grip.
He's underrated on a national scale, so maybe that's what he's looking at.
The Kamari Lassiter thing is interesting, though.
But gained a lot of acclaim this year.
I think around the league, people love him. I think Mina Kimes has said on a number of times that he is her favorite player to watch.
She voted for him for All-Pro,
and it's deservedly so. And it speaks to how well he does and how important he is. But I think you went with Petrie and you went with who was it? And Trent Brown. I think Trent Brown is a good one here. Why did you bring up Trent?
We've seen it. I think I said this yesterday, maybe the day before. You can point to an exact moment in time when this offensive line started getting better. It's when Trent Brown got on the field.
Yeah, it's funny you said that, because I was kind of thinking the same thing with Ed Ingram, where I'm like, but
he's had a little bit of a decline.
Yeah, but I don't think. Yeah, he, even though he was in the lineup, the offensive line was still bad. Yes, it wasn't like they improved when he stepped in.
You know, I've had a certain infatuation recently with Sheldon Rankins. That's been a name that's come up. I would throw his name up here as well.
Yeah, that's a good
because one. For me personally, I still maintain that the containing quarterbacks thing got fixed when Sheldon Rankins was like, okay, so I guess this is my responsibility. I got you.
Yeah.
And I thought that cleared up. Most versatile.
That's fair. Most versatile? Ooh, boy. I'm going to say Miles Bryant.
That is, I feel like he technically fits. How do you like Titus Howard?
Oh, layup. Yeah. I just forgot about him. Yeah, I forgot about him.
It's easy too on this offensive line. His versatility is also, it can't be taken for granted in finding a decidedly about average offensive line performance. You need him to fill stop gaps.
Yeah.
A number of times when you were trying to figure some things out, and he's handled himself incredibly well. I mean, just this game, he slides back out to right tackle. He's he's going over he's played 3 positions and played them pretty well, and that was absolutely necessary for you to make this happen.
Yeah, no, that's a great answer there.
Best newcomer.
Best newcomer, I guess we have to say Jaden Higgins.
That's one that you could throw up there. Would you throw up Ariante Ursery?
It's either one of those two. It's either one of those two. Ursery starting more, of course, playing more, so maybe he does get the edge. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Ursery is – we have not really done a lot of, there's Ursery not quite looking like –
Early on, but
that was that was kind of expected.
That is a rookie doing rookie things, and then very quickly
second-round rookie.
He has settled into being a pro in the National Football League.
Yeah.
That is admirable at what has at times been looked at as the most difficult spot, at least on the offense, at left tackle.
And remember, you had Cam Robinson there.
Yeah.
So I don't think people was expecting him to be the starting left tackle week 1.
Cam Robinson told him, hey, let me go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's clearly nothing for me to do here.
That's right.
Nick Caserio said,
this.
Nick Caserio said, my bad. I thought you was going to be the starter, bro. I trade you somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly.
So, that one absolutely stands there. And then most improved was one that came in here.
Most improved.
And I found this answer to be interesting that Jonathan threw up here.
Woody Marks?
That's actually a really good answer. I like that one. Although the season improved quite a bit. He threw up Aziz here. And I think it's because of the coverage. And the coverage aspect, he has a couple of interceptions, and one of them obviously kind of falls into it. But he's also had some really big breakups. He has not been able to be attacked in the same way. And that was a thing I vividly remember last year talking about the linebackers' inability in coverage. That has not been the case to the same degree. That's part of what's make this defense.
Where would they be if Woody Marks didn't improve?
Yeah, and that's a good question.
Yeah.
Or I don't know, how much do you view the Woody Marks as improvement or opportunity? Because remember, early on it was giving Nick Chubb the ball a lot.
I look at that as an opportunity.
Yeah.
He took that opportunity, and they couldn't take him off the field.
Yeah, yeah.
What about, I was thinking of Henry To'oTo'o. Do you feel like he kind of improved this year?
He was good last year, but I think he has improved. I mean, he's wearing the green dot when Aziz is not out there. You know,
but we cannot forget that we also, when Aziz wasn't out there, we're like, "Ooh, I miss Aziz."
Yeah, there was some drop off.
I think that he benefits from Aziz. Aziz lets him slot into the role that he needs to play, which is one of aggression, one of speed, one of quickness, and one of support to Aziz. I think, and taking that green dot off his helmet, I think helps.
Yeah,
and all of that slots in the way that it needs to.
And honestly, I feel like he's keeping Chris Harris off the field.
Yeah. Texters are coming in. EJ Speed, versatility, or
playing a little rush in when was it Barnett that just needed a breather, or was it Horton?
Newcomer Trent Brown.
Trent Brown, yeah. Especially because it's not just the fact that he's gotten in and played. You definitely love the presence that we thought he was mostly here for. You can't overlook what he's done in helping everybody acclimate to what the system was, and here you are with an offensive line that is serviceable, which. That if you go back to training camp when we were watching this, that felt like that was a lofty goal, and they've somewhat achieved that here. Yeah. So shout out to Jonathan Alexander for those awards.
Real quick, who biggest disappointment of the year?
Well, that one feels pretty evident.
Christian Kirk.
That's actually a good answer.
Yeah.
I think CJ Gardner-Johnson hits pretty hard because that was your first swipe.
Christian Kirk is still here.
Yeah, but you've had to try and iterate a number of times to fix that safety spot to the point where that safety spot is still a question as of yesterday as Kayvon Wallace gets waived. So I think that CJ Gardner-Johnson definitely hits, but I think also it tells you that this team is not going to settle for less in any way, shape, or form.
Correct.
And so that is interesting, and they've stood on that all the way till this point. Like I said, all the way till yesterday when Kayvon Wallace gets waived. So shout out to Jonathan Alexander and the Chronicle for a very interesting set of awards given out to Texans players for the regular season. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including the University of Houston Cougars have themselves a dude who is going to be on the actually, he already is on the national stage. We'll talk about that more next.
More.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on this Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And another off day for the boys. Remember, the slid schedule has
It's
so
Tuesday.
that it is their Tuesday.
Yeah.
So Tuesday would typically be an off day, which is great for the fellas getting themselves fully healthy and rested. I bet they might run through a wall at Acrisure Stadium. Can you imagine the amount of rest that they got plus an extra day?
What's the stadium called?
Acrisure Stadium.
Three Rivers.
Didn't know that.
I know you
I
didn't.
still call it Heinz Field.
I bet
Three Rivers, and it's not even the same
It's not even the
building.
same building, yeah. I feel like if I had to take a guess, I'd say about 55% of people still call it Hinesville.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then some people just don't call it anything. And I probably exist within the 7% of people that actually call it by its name. Because I'm a weirdo. And we know this.
I actually was watching the game the other Sunday night, and Tarico said something like, at Acrisure Field. I said, oh, Reggie's going to.
That's right.
Need to be alone.
We didn't mention this, did we? How good Tarico's call was that final
I mentioned
game?
it
You
briefly. He's so good.
That was the best thing for Al Michaels to leave and go to Thursday Night Football so he could get his shine, man.
It was so good.
He
And he
was
does
good.
everything like that.
He's always been that.
Yeah.
He's dating back to, I recall him on ESPN, always felt consummate pro.
He had me excited, man. I'm just glad Al Michaels wasn't on that call, man.
He reminds me.
Don't worry, these Al Michaels lovers gonna come in and tell you to stop banging on that man.
But he does remind me of a younger Al Michaels.
Does he?
Because he can tell the story in real time. Like laying out all the things about that field goal attempt. And
He was laying out how Justin Tucker was no longer there.
Yeah. And Al
He
Michaels
painted
used
the
to be
whole
the
thing.
best at that.
Yeah.
And I think there is a little similarity there.
Somebody said the way D'Amico has sounded agitated in recent interviews, I think this defense is going to come out in God mode. Yeah. Well, I mean, I sure hope so.
Yeah.
I sure hope so, because if you talk about putting your best foot forward in the playoffs, your best foot is absolutely
those guys.
This defense. So yeah, if they come out playing the violent football game that they typically can, or that they possibly can. Yeah, I think. Just speaking of these Texans, we were just going through some of the awards, the regular season awards that Jonathan Alexander was giving, and I realized I messed up. So mea culpa here, because the biggest disappointment is not C.J. Gardner-Johnson in my estimation. Even though I think I'm with you on the Christian Kirk, I don't think it's that. It's Joe Mixon.
Yeah, it's just how you look at it. I'm looking at the season, and those guys Mixon literally did not play.
Mixon. What happened to Jimmy Ward?
But it is a disappointment. And Jimmy Ward.
Yeah, what happened to Jimmy Ward?
Yeah.
Probably can use him right about now.
Definitely could. And we still haven't heard anything to that end either. But Joe Mixon being a part of this team, we're talking about the defense, and yes, helping that be right is having a running back that does, and I love having Woody Marks, but let's be honest, Joe Mixon took an offensive line last year and made a passable running game. How much does he take a passable offensive line? How much further do you go there? I think, especially when you look at this offense, the inability to score in the red zone, a lot of these things are maybe not even fully answered, but at least you give a good attempt at figuring those things out with Joe Mixon. So it's very disappointing that he wasn't on this team.
Yes.
What was not disappointing was the University of Houston Cougars at the Fertitta Center really turning up. They had a big-time matchup of top 25 teams. Obviously, the Cougars, number 7. They welcomed in Texas Tech, and this has been a very good basketball program of late. And they showed it on the court, except the best player on the court, the young man wearing number 4 for your Houston Cougars, Kingston Fleming, and he finished the game, and it sounded like this.
Under 2 minutes to go. Houston and Texas Tech stuck to each other. This kid loves to take over. Wow. Fleming sizing up Petty. Some accents, don't you want it? He does want it. Fleming! Oh my gosh, again! Talk about stepping up.
23 points for Kingston Flemings.
9 in 2 minutes, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, 9 in 2 minutes.
9 of 19 from the field. 5 assists in this game, and he took over in those moments. It felt great because Houston basketball has had a couple of takeover moments this week.
Yeah.
And Kingston Fleming, he is on the national radar. I hate to say it this way, and I probably shouldn't, but this is the way that it comes to mind. Don't get too used to Kingston Fleming's being
I was
here.
just going to say, enjoy it while you can. I was on the same plane. Enjoy him while you can, because it's going to be a one and done for that kid. Unbelievable. By the way, I was watching this game. It was a big college basketball night for me. It was just a good night. Watched a little bit of Michigan and Penn State. Michigan almost lost. I mean, maybe should have lost. Watched an incredible finish of the Aggies in Auburn. Our program director is very bitter, but that's okay. I would have been bitter too.
He'd be all right.
And then watched a lot of UH and Texas Tech, which, as you laid out, these are the two teams. Shout out to all the others. Respect to all the others. These are the two teams in the Big 12.
Yeah.
And the last loss that UH had at the Fertitta Center was to Texas Tech. But I'm watching this game, and I don't know how this happened. Watching the game, and on the second row behind the UH bench is my son.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Tatsuya Imai. I was like, he's everywhere.
No. I'm like, how the hell did he get those tickets? I started texting him, and I was like, what is he? That's BG. What's he doing there? He's on the second row of number 7.
He's watching greatness. It feels like that's the place to be.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, having been in that building, you know that it goes up for these basketball games.
Yeah.
It came through the television screen.
That's like you
the
and,
excitement of this
and
game.
Bob at the Browns game. I'm like,
Yeah.
how did this happen? He's got those tickets. But really, really good basketball, college basketball last night. And if you didn't know, the Aggie game came down to a buzzer-beating shot that got overturned because the ball was still in his hands as the buzzer was sounding. Sorry, Parker. But it was. So really, really good. I think Texas played Tennessee, took a nail on that one, but there was some good basketball.
Yeah, it was a night where you didn't have football, major football, and you were wondering, all right, what are you going to wet your whistle with? If you enjoy college basketball, you were treated to something nice. And if you love Houston sports, the Cougars got you covered 14-1, and I imagine that number 7 goes up after that win. One more thing about this game, though. You notice the young guys keep coming through here because we mentioned Kingston Flemings. We did not give a salute to Chris Sinak Jr. Double-double. Yet another one of these. And, you have Emmanuel Sharp, you have Milos Uzan that are there.
Too.
But, yeah. Chris Sinak, along with Kingston Flemings, they're stepping in, they're stepping up. This team, I think we all have the expectation, and it hits you in the veins in the same way as, ages past where someone year over year, and the expectation exists that come tournament time.
Absolutely.
Elite 8, Final 4, you should be seeing the UH Cougars in there.
And don't, that's not to sleep on Texas Tech. This was a ball game, man. I mean, this was tight all the way. They played incredible defense. Physical defense without actually touching the other guy too much.
Which is hard.
Right up on people.
That's tough.
Yeah.
But you say that about I just love watching the Cougars, not to wax poetic, because you talk about defense. They're so good at defense that sometimes they're just and not just defense, effort. But sometimes they're doing things that don't even make sense in my brain. Where just like a tap out looks athletic and gritty. You're just like, this team, they buy in so well to what Kelvin Sampson is doing. So salute to them for that. And then elsewhere, I would like you to join me in laughing at your rivals in the AL West, the Athletics. Because in announcing, I think they announced yesterday that they are going to be in Sacramento for three more years. So they're definitely going to be in that building.
That's tough.
That's too much.
Man.
That's too much.
I actually do hate that.
I feel bad for them players, man.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, but I also hate that for the rest of the league that has to deal with the abnormality of having to play in a AAA stadium, because that team willingly has decided to be in this place. That's not
a long time.
It is
3 years
to the point that they're actually putting in trademarks for the Sacramento A's and the Sacramento Athletic, because it's going to be a long enough time period where they need to do the branding.
They might as well buy a house there, man.
Yeah. I speak about trademarks. They did not put in a trademark for something that you would imagine they would have, John Lopez.
Yeah, the Las Vegas Athletics trademark was denied. And another one
was it denied?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so
it was denied. And maybe because someone else had already put it in. My point.
No, it had. I don't know if. I didn't see the denial portion, and maybe it was the Last Dive.
Yeah.
Which is a group of Oakland Athletic supporters, and I did say Oakland intentionally. They were the fans that you saw protesting the A's when they were, the last season when they were leaving, and they just decided, let's put in the trademark for the Las Vegas A's, and I believe that it's pending. I don't know that they have gotten it for certain.
I think the Athletics and the A's were both denied probably because it's pending, as you said. But this is where it's just incredible. Before you even start thinking about, the move, or at least you're just thinking about the move, you put in a trademark. So nobody can do this.
Yeah, you put it in before you even think about the move.
Yes.
You do it just in case.
How, inept is the athletics organization?
Yes. The answer is yes.
Yeah.
They continue to do this, and so I enjoy laughing at them.
Just imagine right now they say, all right, let's put in that trademark, guys.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, we can't put the trademark in?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why not.
I can't laugh too much, though, because that feels like something I would do. Just, oh, man, I'll do that later.
Nobody's
and then you come
of it.
Yeah, I'll apply for that later. You come back later. Oh, they've closed the
but you
application
don't get paid millions of dollars to do this.
I think one thing we always do, we're like, oh, well, if I was paid money to do this, I would. And the reality is it would just be the same stuff. We would just get dull to the money and act the same way. Yeah. And so I, as a reforming lazy person, I cannot laugh but too much. But I'm going to laugh.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to laugh at the A's. Hopefully not. Hopefully I won't.
I wonder what they're going to come up with because you got to come up with something.
I think they'll probably just pay them off.
Anytime there's a move, the teams well in advance already put. In fact, that's kind of how stories get leaked. Like, hey, so and so put in a trademark for.
Yeah, you seen it with Tom Brady often, the Patriots and all this stuff.
I remember when Washington was changing their team name, they had applied
That's
for.
the one I was thinking
they
of.
applied for a number of them.
Yeah.
And people were reporting it.
Yeah.
Wow, I just realized the A's more incompetent than the Washington Commanders. That's a wild thing to think about. Wow, and I will end with that.
Do what the Commanders doing, A's. Do what Daniel Snyder doing.
And a team that has fired in the last year both of their coordinators and had their star quarterback injured.
Yeah, look at that team and do what they're doing.
Yikes. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here. Coming up next, will the Texans change what they do defensively pre-snap? And should they? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Ready? Texans, Steelers, Monday Night Football. It's playoff time in H-Town. Hear the wild card round game here with pregame coverage starting at 4:15. Kickoffs at 7:15 with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going. It's right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. The Jacksonville Jaguars won the AFC South, and they have won 8 in a row heading into the playoffs, winning those 8 games by an average of 19 points per game. Outside of Josh Allen, the former #1 pick Trevor Lawrence might be the most dangerous quarterback in the AFC playoffs. I'm Chris Black.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I've been in my ribs. I was 16 years old, y'all. The best option then is the best option today, and that's Jiffy Lube. I'm a busy man these days with a family at home. I need quick in-and-out service when I'm getting my oil changed, and Jiffy Lube, they check that box every single time. With Jiffy Lube, you get premium oil. My truck runs on Pennzoil, baby. With over 60 locations in and around Houston, it's always convenient to knock out that oil change that you need. Mention my name, Clint Stoerner, in Sports Radio 610, and get $26 off a premium oil change at Jiffy Lube. Jiffy Lube, dominating the fast oil change industry since 1979.
For over a decade, Men's T Clinic has helped Texans Texas men reach, maintain, and elevate their total wellness goals, including mine. Men's T Clinic's approach to preventive care, testosterone optimization, weight loss, muscle mass, natural therapies for joint pain and sexual health. They focus on underlying causes for long-term vitality. Transformative, individualized. This is the power of one trusted team for total male optimization. 5 Houston area locations open Saturday. Cash, FSA, and insurance. mensteclinic.com. It's mensteclinic.com.
This is Eric Dick, a home insurance lawyer. Call me right now at 832-LAWYERS. Do you remember Hurricane Beryl? It blew through Texas like a bad Christmas surprise. And now your insurance company's acting like the Grinch. They're dragging their feet, hoping you'll miss the deadline to protect your rights. But here's the deal. The deadline's
Tucson. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. Very happy Wednesday here and the Odyssey Houston, the building here, the West Point Lincoln Sugarland Studios as well. because we were just graced by greatness, John Lopez.
We were.
Yeah, there's a whole Texans.
The Hall of Famer.
Yeah, Texas pep rally happening here, and of course the guest of honor or guests of honor, Texans cheerleaders, and Toro, Hall of Famer, was just here dapping us up moments ago.
He actually got on the microphone, which I thought would be interesting if he had stayed.
I was going to tell him come in here and run the board.
You about to put a Hall of Famer on the board now?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, but he's got those fat fuzzy fingers.
Yeah. He might have pressed the wrong
fat,
button.
Fuzzy fingers around here.
Don't take it personal.
Not you. Yeah, so
I'm talking about someone else.
We're all excited, and I think the most exciting thing for me personally, we got ourselves a new Texans playoff banner, complete with the 2025 playoffs and Swarm City moniker.
Baby.
Yeah, so we're leaning into it. It's Swarm City here.
Copyright
in
the
Houston.
Loop.
I don't think that you can. I don't think that's how that works. You didn't put in the trademark.
Yeah, we should have put the trademark.
Put in the trademark.
Damn. They would have to come to us.
That's right.
All right. Will the Texans change what they do defensively pre-snap? John Lopez. That's going to be something that's of interest headed into this game, Steelers Monday.
Yeah, sometimes when you listen to, in this case, Nick Caserio and Texans All Access, it just sort of makes you think. And you mentioned this yesterday, I believe.
I don't believe you.
I believe you did when you were talking about, hey, the Texans don't like to disguise much at all. You know, they just kind of say, this is what we do. We're going to go get you. We're going to make your life miserable. You know, they just kind of like.
Something about, we're going to go get you. Made me chuckle.
We're going to go.
It sounds like you're playing with your granddaughter.
I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. That's what they do. They're not like all. The Steelers, on the other hand, do kind of disguise a lot of stuff. But set that aside. The Texans pretty much line up. I mean, there's always a few things, but they pretty much line up, and you know what's coming. Should they change that a little bit? Let's listen to Nick Caserio, first of all, talking about some of the things that Aaron Rodgers can do.
Offensively, I mean, everything starts with Aaron. They obviously brought him in the offseason for a reason, to play in games like this, to play in games like they did Sunday night. I'd say he's still playing at, a really good level. I mean, you're talking about a Hall of Fame quarterback. That's probably as smart and instinctive as any quarterback that's played in the history of our game. I don't think he's thrown interceptions since, like, the Chargers game, so it's been like 6-7 games. So it's the history of his career. He doesn't turn the ball over. But accurate as hell, smart as hell. You got to be, I mean, if he sees what you're doing, I mean, he's going to take advantage of it. So he's played well, and he's honestly showed a lot of toughness playing with the wrist.
That was it. If he sees what you're doing, he makes life tough on you. Is it an act of desperation? Is it a smart adjustment? Is it what is it if the Texans can that I've said it multiple times, you'll hear it again. That's Aaron Rodgers. That's the guy that's seen everything, knows how to do at the line of scrimmage. When he knows what's coming, who's where, to make the right ball placement, ball accuracy is next level. Deep balls, calling those plays at the line of, or is it like, hey, screw it, we're just going to stick with what we do?
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for me to get to the place where I go, hey, you need to change what you are entirely. And I'm sure that's not what you're asking.
Yeah.
You're probably asking, like, do you throw some tweaks? Or there's some curveballs,
some pre-snap
that you
stuff.
throw in here? Yeah. I don't think so, because the ethos of what this defense does is the essence of this defense.
Mm-hmm.
It really and truly is it's what
we're
makes
gonna get you.
It is. It is. We do what we do.
Yeah.
We do not change that. And we put the onus on you to be reactive of sorts. We all know what's coming. What are you going to do about it? Because I think that the idea is these guys aren't having to, and this sounds bad because I don't want to make it seem like these are airheads. These are very, adept defensive players that these Texans have, as we've seen in evidence a number of ways and a number of times. But they don't have to do as much thinking. It ends up being innate, right?
Yeah,
It ends up being, we know these things as opposed to I'm figuring out these things. And so they play fast. They play physical. It's what allows, I think, in some instances, players that others might look at as just a certain level to play above what that expectation would be, is because they could play free in of their athletic selves. And I think that you change that, especially in a singular game week, trying to say, hey, now we're going to add these different wrinkles outside of the typical wrinkle type things that they do, right? The match zone things and the various different ways that they do outside of what would feel like just the most basic of defense that, a layman would have. Yes, they do that, and I'm not trying to denigrate anything that they do over there. I don't think, though, that they need to go and play outside of themselves, especially because how much of a threat is the Steelers' offense in all reality? Yes, we know that Aaron Rodgers is capable of identifying a lapse or a place that, a weakness that can be taken advantage of. How capable are they of taking advantage of those circumstances?
I tend to agree with you. Don't overthink it is often very good advice.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Yes, it's often very good advice. Don't overthink it. And D'Amico doesn't like to get too cute. But again, if Aaron Rodgers says this is what they are, I know exactly what to do against them. He's one of the best, if not the best, in NFL history at doing that. Maybe just kind of keep things fluid, maybe. And the other part of this is the other Caserio cut that made me think about this, Figgy. DK Metcalf is coming back. We talk about the safety position, and how it's in flux, and we don't exactly know what their plan is going to be. We know they have a plan. We don't know exactly what there's going to be. Tackling has occasionally in the secondary been an issue. Listen to Caserio here.
Yeah, he's a significant problem. I mean, you don't want to like that, look like that. I mean, he's big, he's strong, he's fast. When he gets the ball in his hands, talk about tackling. Yeah. I mean, he's hard to get to the ground. He has a big play element, which he's certainly added to their offense. I mean, go back to the Baltimore game, not the last week here, but a few weeks ago. I mean, I think he had 150, 60 yards receiving. And, Aaron's not afraid to give players an opportunity to make a play on the ball. Like we saw that even going back to last year with the Jets when he put the ball up there to Garrett Wilson, and Garrett made the play there in the end zone. Against Kamari. So when you have a guy like DK, you're thinking, well, I'm going to give my guy an opportunity to make a play on the ball, and once he gets a ball in his hand, we're going to have to tackle him. So, no, he's a big part of their offense, and I'm sure they're excited to have him back for our game.
That's the other part of this that made me think about this. What is the only example we have of Aaron Rodgers against the D'Amico Ryans defense? It was 2023, the Jets, the Texans, D'Amico running this defense, keeping it pretty straightforward, simple, and Aaron Rodgers, threw for 3 touchdowns.
Last year.
It was 2023, wasn't it?
Halloween last year.
Was it last year?
Yeah.
But either way, had some success against
or was that – no, Aaron Rodgers, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was last year.
It was last year? I thought it was 2023. Either way.
2023, he got hurt early.
Yes, that's right. That's why I thought so, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
But
this is his first season with the Steelers.
He's had success throwing the ball up, in that case, to Garrett Wilson, throwing the ball up.
And then also his coach was Robert Saleh.
Yeah. And
pretty familiar with this type of defense, too.
And in this case, it would be DK Metcalf. But Aaron Rodgers had a lot of success against Texans defenses. But in his only appearance against D'Amico Ryans' Texans defense, I think that was either way, he's had success against D'Amico Ryans' defense. And so it just sort of made me think, Aaron Rodgers against this defense, knowing what's coming, he's had success.
Yeah, it's the 21-13 victory on Halloween.
Okay, yeah.
The reason why I have a hard time is I try and black that one out. I really and truly do.
And they also lost to the Jets 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
One to the Mormon lover, the Mormon baby.
The Mormon lover, which I think you're trying to was
Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson is the mom thing. The MILF lover is what we're doing there.
He had a nickname.
Yeah.
Mormon. We used to call him Mormon Mahomes.
Oh yeah.
Oh, is that what y'all was calling him?
Before when he was coming out of college.
Oh, okay. I did not catch that memo at any point. With Aaron Rodgers, he has that particular ability, and this is DK Metcalf is a very big and fast dude. Tackling is going to be important just in general. I just don't know how many shots are going to be available for them, and I think that this is why I think it's important that your rush is on point. Aaron Rodgers, would you care to take a gamble as to how well he plays under pressure this year? What his numbers look like relative to the rest of the league?
Pressure, as in pressure from the pass rush.
When he's under pressure, yes, sir. Not in like the generic sense of pressure.
I still think it's pretty good, is it not?
He is bottom 10 passers qualified when it comes to EPA, when it comes to completion percentage over expected. He when pressure. He doesn't do all that well relative to expectation, as Toro is now on the board for us, counting us down.
Don't hit the wrong button.
Please don't hit the wrong button.
He's counting us down.
I don't know what he's counting us down to. But Aaron Rodgers also does not hold on to the football very often.
Yes.
So the idea of shots being there, it's not going to want those very often. And when he is holding on to the football, it's going to be incumbent upon Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter. And I feel confident in them to just beat their man, right? Especially with the growth that Will Anderson Jr. has displayed this year and his ability to get, add to his pass rush repertoire and really know which things to go per time. Yeah. Danielle Hunter, even more so. It's a 15-sack season for him. I don't know that you need to do any disguising, any things to, when they're outside of the norm. And as long as they do what they have done all season long, I think that they bode well for not allowing those scary portions of Aaron Rodgers having the identifiers there or, DK Metcalf being a menace with his size and speed to really be a huge problem for you.
Well, there is something else to note here. It's not out of character per se, although it's slightly different, for DeMeco Ryans to do something different come the postseason. Remember when we were all talking about, they never travel.
Yeah.
In fact, he said it. We don't travel.
We don't do that.
Yeah.
We don't do that.
Yeah, we don't do that or whatever. And then what happened?
He did. Derek Stingley traveling.
Mm-hmm.
It's a possibility, and I wouldn't put it past him. I think the difference thing here, I will say something I don't think anybody would be disappointed with.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in DeMeco Ryans and Matt Burke's ability to figure out what to do defensively above my own.
Yeah.
I know. Shocking.
Yeah.
I just don't think that it's going to be – I don't think that's necessary.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that if I was looking at this, I think that doing what they have done to make themselves one of the most feared defenses, if not the best defense in the league, it's sustainable against an offense that barely clawed their way into these playoffs.
I do think this, and by the way, I think I'm getting a little bit uncomfortable with Toro, who's now just –
Yeah, he looks disappointed. He looks as if I told him – that I got a C on my report card.
Arms crossed.
Yeah.
Looking through the window. He ran Figgy's board for a few minutes there, and now he's just staring at us very uncomfortably. But
is he disappointed in my take? Does he think that they need to change up things on the offensive or on the defensive line?
Toro with a hot take.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah,
maybe that's what he was looking at.
But at minimum, this is something that I think is obviously worth watching over the course of the game. Because it is Aaron Rodgers, because the Texans are relatively straightforward in what they do, and any possible adjustments they might make. And by the way, in a separate but related thing, does Derek Stingley travel with DK Metcalf?
I honestly don't. I feel like Kamari Lassiter's improvement this year makes it so that you don't have to. I think that actually is something that I wouldn't want them to do. And I understand what you're thinking here. Derek Stingley is an eraser of a defensive back. It's the knock-on effects of traveling a man is that now you get guys like is Jalen Petrie going to have to slide out thing that he'd not do in a regular circumstance? What are the ways in which it bends and twists your defense in order to force Stingley to stay with DK Metcalf? And what kind of cards does that give Arthur Smith now to play if he sees they're traveling this guy? So now I can pull Derek Stingley to various places that he's not typically. I think again. Play to your. This is one of the games that it feels like you play to your strengths as opposed to trying to figure out what the other team's weaknesses are, because I think you overlay decently.
I think it's worth watching, and it is also very interesting to me. You mentioned Arthur Smith. I haven't even hardly considered him this week. To me, it's going to be what Aaron Rodgers.
You're just like he's his own
line of scrimmage.
Well, historically, he has been his own coordinator. It feels like he has done a little bit more acquiescing because you can't be over
Arthur
here
Smith's
overstepping.
Like, you go, brother.
Hey, it still feel like he's his own coordinator, to be honest.
And I think more so in this game than others. Kind of like what Nick was talking about. And in this game, now that it's the postseason, Aaron Rodgers is not going to be afraid to get hit because this is it. Maybe this is one where he goes like, I got this, big dog.
Yeah. Every time Aaron Rodgers looked to the sideline, look like, what are we doing? What are you doing, man?
And another thing that I can put on here when it comes to the DK Metcalf thing is Aaron Rodgers, because I know people have talked about the Myles Garrett thing. We talked about it with Clint yesterday in the cross. The idea that a couple weeks ago when the Steelers faced off against the Myles Garrett and the Browns, they did everything possible to make Myles Garrett's life very difficult, so he couldn't get that sacking. He could not impact what the game was going to be. That requires you to put extra guys in, to send double teams, to chip. If they're holding more guys in and they have fewer guys in routes, I think that you can now afford two guys looking at DK Metcalf. So it's not just Derek Stingley. Now it's Derek Stingley and somebody over top or something to that effect.
Safety should be named later.
That's a great point with Kayvon Wallace not there, but I think that allows you to use your resources a little bit more general there. Another reason why I think do what you do. It's well situated to handle a lot of these circumstances. And as much as we want to go, Aaron Rodgers has seen everything. D'Amico Ryans has been around the block a few times. Matt Burke has been around the block. I think that it's in the same way that, Aaron Rodgers, whatever he's doing there offensively, I think they have a good foundation of how to do that. And some of it is getting the ball out quick and just making sure you rally and tackle.
Yeah. The tackling also ties in.
It sure does. It sure does. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 here on a Wednesday. I am thoroughly rattled by Toro doing every job on this show at some point in this segment, but I think we made it through. Coming up next, we will definitely make it through some lunchtime confessions.
All right, let's talk about the Houston Automotive Show. Yes, Auto Boat. All
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Do y'all remember my parking saga that I talked about? I have a spot in front of my house. You've parked there.
I do recall this. Yeah,
I have a spot in front of my house, and cars have been.
You was gonna call the police on somebody for parking there.
I was thinking about putting up a sign,
putting a cone right there.
Yeah, like private parking or whatever. So this weekend, we didn't go down, fishing or anything. Obviously, we were at the Texans game, but so Saturday and Sunday mornings, there was another car parked in front of my house on my property in the spot that's at my house. And I went, I did it again. I was like, God, I don't want to be that guy. Well, then I come to find out that the reason there have been more people parking on our street and specifically at my house is there's apparently some club owner or restaurant owner that bought a house around the block from me. And so the after party is always at his house.
Oh.
A lot of club owners don't really drink or all that until they close, and then they invite their staff and some, guests or whatever. Well, there's some, clarity. All these people leave this club or this restaurant and go, party into the night at his house, which happens a lot. No big deal. But they're all parking on our block now, including at our front, in my front yard.
In
on
front
my
of your
front parking spot.
Yeah.
Amazon came in yesterday. Amazon arrived yesterday.
Oh, you got a sign?
I got 2 signs.
Oh, you're that guy now.
I'm that guy now. And you know what?
What the signs look like?
It says private property.
Boo. Do it got a little tow truck on it too?
Yes, it's private property. It says violators will be towed at their expense. Now, I'm not going to probably do it, but they don't need to know that because my kids.
He's going to end up being a listener.
What's the address?
8507 Queens Boulevard.
So I didn't want to do it. I talked about it, about a month ago or so. I didn't want to be that guy. But my granddaughter was coming she spent the night, Saturday into Sunday morning.
And she drove?
No, but they came to pick her up the next morning. There's a car in the spot in front of my house. I mean, here's the thing. I don't even feel that bad about it.
I don't know. You sound like you feel bad about it because you keep bringing it up.
I'm just explaining because I didn't want to do this.
But you made me.
Hey, it hurts
you
me
pushed
more
me
than it
all
hurts
right,
you,
okay.
Kind of thing.
Very good.
But I'm going to put those 2 signs up this week. Yeah, private parking. Violators will be towed. Wrong? Fair? Unfair?
I mean, at this point, I would probably say, I would say that's fine. To me, that's better than calling the police.
How much of an actual inconvenience does it really provide you?
The big one was the Sunday morning.
This was the first time that it was really inconvenient?
Our granddaughter spent the night. My daughter-in-law came to pick it up. She had to park up the street with the stroller and all the bag and backpack and all that stuff. I'm like, all right. We got to do something about this.
Man, we got a show full of Karens, man. I'm sitting here calling the dog catchers on this random ass dog hanging around my house. You over here putting up a sign, don't park in my property.
People on the text line were like, nah, you're in your right. The people are backing you here, John Lopez. Right. Do what you got to do.
I think it's fair. I think it's fair. I think, to me, like I said, I ain't going to try to get nobody. So I don't never want to get nobody told.
Yeah.
But at least put a sign there like,
that's what I'm doing.
You can't just keep parking here, man.
Yeah.
972 said, nah, tow him. Get him out of here.
Now, if it get crazy where I'm just like, all right, I got to do something. But last thing I'm trying to do, man, it's not fun getting told.
It was funny, too, because about 9 a.m., 10 a.m. Sunday morning, I was leaving, to go to watch the Texans, and this girl and her boyfriend or whatever come out, and she's like in this cocktail dress. It looked like walk of shame stuff, man, holding her high heels in her hand. I was like, all right.
Like, yeah, this is enough.
That's enough.
These are my confessions.
I've recognized that I get way too annoyed by sometimes the conclusions that are drawn about some coaches in some instances. This one was brought on by the coaching carousel that we have right now. In a particular, I mean, there's a number of names, and it really hasn't even heated up yet, the coaching carousel, but there's a number of names being kind of bandied about certain jobs. And one of the names that has come up is quarterback coach Davis Webb.
Oh, I saw
the Broncos quarterback coach.
Texans legend.
30 years old.
Yeah, that's right. Who's turning 31 later this month. In fact, he's interviewing for the Raiders job today. And I saw somebody, Jordan Renan, I don't remember how to pronounce his name correctly. Apologies to him if I said that wrong. Now, he does cover the Giants. However, he said something that has been mentioned to him on multiple occasions, that Davis Webb was integral to the Giants and Daniel Jones' success during the 2022 season as sort of a player coach. Not an accident that they fell apart afterwards. And I was like,
that's a bit much.
Word. The whole reason this thing went together is because Davis Webb was over there. Like, sometimes it feels like we do a little much there.
Yeah.
The other one that is maybe more so than this one, but I started thinking about, you remember Brian Dable got the job with the Giants? You remember what the big calling card that people were
Josh
giving
Allen?
for him? Yeah, he is the Josh Allen fixture. And I was like, really? You think he's just going to come and do this again, huh? You think that he's just got that in his bag? He's just over here bippity-boppity booing dudes into being MVPs. You think that's how this works, huh? Okay. But we do this so frequently.
Every time.
And
it's
every
like cycle.
You're setting yourself up for failure.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of coaches that's like that.
And not to say that you can't give dudes their credit, because coaches do make impacts. You got to give them their credit for the things that they've been able to do.
And there are examples.
There absolutely are. I always talk about Pep Hamilton there in Indianapolis, and Peyton gave him credit himself for helping him develop into that dude.
Hell, I think Baker Mayfield.
With Liam Cohen?
Yeah,
without question is one of those things that you could attribute. I think sometimes we get so far over our skis, though, that we then do everybody a disservice, because now Davis Webb got to come and be like, oh, you don't come in and make the quarterback situation, huh? And it's like, hey, maybe. Or maybe he's just going to come in and be a coach and have his goods and his bads, and it's going to kind of be a little bit more neutral than the wizardry that we try to attribute to some of these things.
It happens every single cycle. But at the same time, you can think of, like as we mentioned, you can think of some examples where, like, well, that guy really did help that particular guy.
Yeah, but it ain't all fall apart at the heat.
It all fell apart because Davis Webb left.
Right,
the Giants would be in the playoffs right now.
Yeah.
Contending for a championship if Davis Webb was still in the quarterback room. Yeah, it's too much.
These are my confessions.
So I was talking to Reggie earlier. Confession, I got here a little late to work because I was waiting to get there because I didn't want her to try to fumble with the door code and all that. So I waited, and she got there a little late, and then I left. And this is my confession. So called the cleaning lady to tidy up the house and all that stuff. Last night, or not last night, but it was this morning, I woke up a little early just to clean before the cleaning lady get there.
You haven't broken this trauma yet?
No, because the house wasn't nasty or anything.
Oh, you cleaned?
I cleaned a little bit and prepared for her to come.
A lot of people do that.
Yeah, I was about to say, is that normal?
It is normal, but we've got to make it not normal. What are you paying her for?
I think there's not a problem with it if this is the case. A lot of times you want like a deep cleaning in your house.
Okay.
You don't want them picking up trash or your laundry. Go ahead and pick up the trash and pick up the laundry, throw it into the washer so they can do the deep cleaning. The down on scrubbing the toilets and all that. I don't mind it. I actually don't mind it. I think you did the right thing.
Yeah, because I told my wife a little late. I told her yesterday, I'm like, oh, by the way, Leela coming to clean. And she's like, why you ain't saying nothing? We got to clean up around here. So I didn't get a chance to clean up last night because I think I was playing a video game or something. I'm like, I'll do it in the morning.
Yeah.
So I woke up, I'm like, damn, I got to get going. So I started getting up like a lot of the trash, just random trash and clothes that was hanging around.
Yeah.
And I'm like, let me make sure it looks decent.
I actually support this. I think because you want them to do the tough stuff.
Yeah.
The dusting.
And also, I don't want her to think I'm living like this.
She cleans for a living.
Yeah. There is that. If you want her just to do everything and, have her pay to clean up and scrub or whatever.
Yeah.
Hey.
Okay, so are you tidying up or are you cleaning up? I've made this distinction in my mind because I do think that people are getting into the text line, and if it's stuff that's like, all right, this needs to have a place. She's not going to know where the place is. I need to put these things in. Or are you like, well, let me make sure that there's not like big messes so that she doesn't have to do that so she can do
I did clean up just a tiny bit. It wasn't like a heavy clean.
It's like I'm going to sweep real quick so she could clean. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
I wouldn't sweep. No,
I didn't sweep or anything, but it was some stuff. I'm like, you know what? Let me get the dishes out the way. Let me wipe the counter a little bit. Let me get my clothes out the way. I think we even made up the bed a little bit. So I'm like, all right, let me get this stuff out the way so she could do the other
You're
stuff.
not alone. I don't mind that one at all.
Oh, okay. Maybe this is a distinction that matters. There's a maid and there's a cleaning lady. Okay. All right. Well, we're learning.
I definitely don't have a maid. I wish I did.
These are my confessions.
All right. So you mentioned something earlier that reminded me of a confession I wanted to get to. You talked about you don't necessarily always buy into the mysticism of certain stats, trends, whatever.
Yeah, just there's sometimes that it's fun to make light of it, but I don't actually believe it sometimes.
Like the Steelers on Monday night.
Correct.
That's how it came up.
Right. I don't know what would be so special about the Monday night versus other night games for the Steelers in particular.
While I generally agree with you, I do think there is something to places. Like the Steelers, what is it, Acrisure Stadium?
Yeah, now Acrisure Stadium.
On a Monday night, it might just be it's tougher. And the example I'd like to give is everybody talks about Tiger Stadium on a Saturday night, LSU. That is a tougher place to play. It's sometimes, except, unless the Aggies put 50 up on them, but that's another story.
All right. Okay.
But no, I think certain places at night are just tougher. And that's I think maybe.
What's tougher about it, though?
I don't know.
Is it like
I don't know.
The nighttime air?
Pittsburgh, the fans are drunker. That's what happens at LSU.
But even with LSU, a lot of people always say how hot it is.
Yeah.
And the swamp and all that stuff. So
they always talk about
the heat.
Tiger Stadium at night.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think there's something to, Pittsburgh at night. I think Clemson is like that at night. It's a tough place to play.
I also wonder how much this is self-fulfilling prophecy. The more you tell yourself, the more you believe it.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things
that. But the 23-0 doesn't lie. Or
sure, but
it is.
That's one of the things that I do believe in that building. Mm-hmm. They've done a good job with the mental warfare of this game, and I don't think they're buying in to the hype of they are undefeatable because they have some force field that protects them on Monday night.
I kind of look at this as, remember the Ravens had that long streak of not losing a preseason game?
Yeah.
I kind of look at it like that, where it's just some wonky stat where it's just like, damn, they never lost a preseason game in how many years?
But as much as it's wonky, 2 or 3 in a row is okay.
They've been an okay franchise for that long too, though.
Yeah.
They've been a pretty good franchise.
Yeah, I just think there's got to be something to it.
Are we gonna do some research? We have to go and find out what the thing is. In fact, you know what? I said it, so now I have to make it my. Now this is my duty. I'm gonna see if I can find out. I'm gonna go and do some research and maybe bring it back to you and see if I can find out what as I'm writing down actively, what is behind the
all right.
The Monday night record. All right. Very good. So
Figgy now doesn't want the cleaning crew to judge his nasty ass.
Clearly.
No, for real.
Clearly.
For real. Just find out if somebody, hey, I'm stopping over. You be like, let me straighten up a little bit. That's pretty much what it was.
Yeah, but you say that like you do that when you have people over to like hang out. She coming into work. Like this is the job that she's doing.
Hey, I mean, that's with anybody though.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Anybody.
But I'm sure she appreciates that. It's a little bit easier to get the job done because you did that before. All right, that's some lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's a Wednesday, so we'll do some Judge John Lopez. The Rockets have a new tradition, and it's on trial next.
Ready? Texans.
Application may vary. Online health questions required.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All righty. Hear ye, hear ye. You know what time it is. Judge John Lopez, the court of the honorable me, is now in session. Let's get to it. Interesting stuff happening around the sports world right now. Let's start locally. We have...
I should probably have my microphone on.
Counsel Figgy, Counsel Reggie. Did you see the new Rockets tradition that they unveiled, I guess, in their last game against Phoenix?
Yeah, I guess the new year brought new tradition, huh?
Mm-hmm. And that is basically, you know, after a victory, a lot of times they'll set off the smoke and the
pyrotechnics and stuff.
And all
now, is
that
this
stuff.
after a victory?
After a victory.
Okay.
After a victory.
I wasn't sure if it was like a pregame type deal.
No, it's after, right?
Yeah, it's after you win, and I think it showed up because Kevin Durant had that
they have
game
like
winner, right?
sort of the, I guess, official or unofficial player of the game. There's this big red button. It's out in the middle of the floor, and they just they just slam it with their hand, and all the pyrotechnics goes off. So this is the case today that we will be judging, and you guys will be arguing, is, are you in? Do you think this is going to be a hit? Do you think it's going to be a flop? Do you think it's going to be, is it a good thing to have this type? Because that happens at every NBA arena when there's a win. The pyrotechnics go off, or pretty much every. There's some sort of, horns or whistles or smoke and all that stuff. But now they're actually doing it with a player hitting the big button. Figgy, what side are you going to take on this?
I'm gonna take the side of, I like this. I'm in on it. I think this is something cool. It seemed like they kind of leaning more into the astronaut type of space city type deal, whereas hit the red button and some cool things happen.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is pretty cool, man. I think it makes people want to stick around. Though people trying to get out to their car, beat the traffic.
Yeah.
If the game is over and all that stuff. But to me, this kind of give me a reason to stick around a little bit just to see it.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a great idea. I feel like this could be a thing where other teams, even in other sports, try to build and do something like this. I think this is a great idea about the Rockets.
It is unique, Reggie, but maybe there's a reason it's unique.
Well, it's actually not as really. In the NBA, there's actually a few teams that do something similar. Like Orlando will have, they'll do the Play My Music. Have you heard the Orlando Magic theme song?
Yeah.
It's a banger.
Ain't nobody Orlando Magic fans around here. However, that song goes. Like, I don't know if we have to play it at some point so you can hear it. But the Orlando Magic, the theme song, it gets you going. Like, there is a strong payoff there. You remember Sacramento Kings a few years back started their Light the Beam thing, which really unfortunate turn of phrase. If you know, you know. But they did have a button, and then the payoff was that outside the building, they shot up a big old light laser beam thing into the sky that lit up the whole damn city, right? Like there was a grandeur to it. The reason why I got to go opposite this one, I love the general idea. The payoff is Rockets liftoff, which is a graphic on the screen, and the pyro, as you mentioned, or the smoke going off as if it was lifting off, but there's not actually a liftoff element. So I love the thought process, but I don't think the payoff hits as hard as it should in the way that you want it to. I love the idea. Also, it's kind of hard getting a tradition off the ground, especially in the middle of the year. I think start of the calendar year, middle of the season. So I thought that those things made it so that it didn't feel like it worked. But I like the idea generally.
So we're talking about it's there, but it might just fall flat.
Yeah.
I think ultimately this is kind of about, is it gonna take? Will it take? Will it latch on, or will it just be like, oh boy, here comes another player hitting a big red button? This is a tough one. I think I like the idea too. I like that it's unique. I like that Kevin Durant, by the way, was all in.
Yeah, he seemed to really enjoy hitting the button, didn't he?
On doing it. I think I'm gonna side with Figgy on this one. It's kind of like if you don't try, it ain't gonna take off. And I think it could be unique to the Rockets fans. The thing that I think I like in terms of your argument, Figgy, is, if you don't want to mess with traffic, hang around a little bit. Hang around a little bit and give you something to do there.
And that's the one thing about games. A lot of games, we all try to beat the traffic. A lot of people stick around just so it can kind of clear out.
Yeah.
But it's nothing to really look at. It's everybody tearing stuff down, and everything is over.
I like when they play the post-game radio interview over the speakers.
Oh, yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, that's another little aspect of it. So, yeah, I think I don't know if it's going to stay or not, but I do think worth a try.
I kind of like them trying something. Maybe they could add what Reggie said. Maybe add a little extra to it.
Going off the top.
Yeah, maybe something going up and fireworks going all over the place. I don't know.
But I don't know but it feels like it needs more of a payoff. It feels like a countdown where all you get is a small, handheld firework.
A really strong point.
It feels like you need a grand finale. And I don't know exactly what that is. I don't know if that's like we
have a rocket come out, it's taken off out of the middle of the scoreboard. Of course, that's like.
But there's not very much for it to go, right? Like you have to have somewhere for it to go. I don't know.
Millions of dollars too.
I do feel like they're on the right track though.
Yeah.
I think just keep messing around. To me, it's better than not doing.
Next on the docket here, Carly Ursay-Gordon. I think we have all sort of said we kind of appreciate her and like what she's doing, even though she's on a rival. She's I guess, president or acting owner, whatever the title is, of a rival team. But she had media availability after the loss to the Texans. Let's hear some of this.
We have been very clear with Chris and Shane that giving them another opportunity means that the sense of urgency for them to deliver and perform has never been higher. Chris and Shane are both capable of facing this challenge head on and finding a way to achieve the results that our fans deserve.
So here's what we're going to argue today. Reggie, you pick first on this one.
I don't know. Let Fig pick first.
Okay, let Figgy pick first.
Okay.
I'm just trying to be fair.
Nah,
I'm
man,
a
we don't
judge,
need to start new traditions either.
I'm a judge. That's right. Big red button. Who goes first? So basically, sticking with Ballard and Steichen, and she spoke, and this is, I think, what is getting a lot of run publicly. She spoke about a sense of urgency. Okay.
Yeah.
Sense of urgency. So do you feel like she is, I guess, right, number one, or is this just sort of, word salad? Just talking.
Your Honor, I gotta say, and I was kind of a under the radar Carly Ursay-Gordon fan a little bit. I was kind of enjoying seeing her on the sideline with the headset and all that stuff, taking notes. But after this press conference, I'm kind of out on her, man. I think a lot of Colts fans are out on her. They could be in the moment too. A lot of fans be in the moment where they just say sell the team and all that stuff. But she used the word urgency a lot, man. Used the word urgency a lot. And to me, if it was some type of urgency, she probably would have made some type of move, man. Chris Ballard been there for a long time.
Yeah.
And I thought his seat was at least a little warm. And you made a move at the trade deadline, and it's looking like a rough move right now. You ain't got no first round pick right now because of that. And your team lost every single game after starting 8-1,
8-2,
8-2, something like that. You lost every game after that. To me, I feel like she kept using the word urgency, but I feel like she's not really buying into it because she, to me, I feel like this was a fireable offense. And I know Shane Steichen is a good coach. I know he had the injuries and stuff like that. Chris Ballard, I get it. But to me, I feel like the way their season went down the drain, I felt like it was a fireable offense.
Yeah.
And she used the word urgency way too many times. And to me, this ain't urgency.
I guess what it comes down to, we get your point. I guess what it comes down to, Reggie, is she just sort of pigeonholing herself into just I'm just going to write it out and or whatever.
I mean, in a way, yes, but I actually don't think that's a bad thing here. I'm still in on Carly Ursay-Gordon. It feels like she's operating in a place that makes sense. First and foremost, I liked her being on the headset as long as it was a headset. It was like
no microphone.
Yeah, no microphone.
No
right?
mouthpiece.
It's more listen, learn, get a feel. I think that there's clearly enough for you to look at Shane Steichen and go, he's been a good coach in the right circumstance. We know that he can get things done. The Ballard things makes it tough, but the reason why I'm good with Ballard staying is we've seen kind of a ping ponging that happens at times in sports teams where you fire the general manager. And then the general manager is stuck with the coach that you then fire, and then the coach gets stuck with the general manager. And I kind of like the idea of if you're in on one of them and you're still in a place where you're learning, getting a feeling, and if she is right that she did establish that urgency, she did say it a little bit much where it felt like you were trying to sell it. But if you've established, hey, one last shot or you're gone, you put this as a full team organization or a full organizational kind of message that, hey, general manager, coach, if not, we will clean this thing out and we'll do it all over. And it feels like there's an aligning of timelines. There's a clear, there's an understanding of the things that went on this season that made it tough. And while Chris Ballard still remains, I think that's aligns the timeline. So I'm still in on it, somewhat cautiously, Hurley or Shea Gordon at the top of that, but it feels like she's got her head screwed on straight.
I think I'm going to side with Reggie on this one. Keep in mind, this is not even a full year that she's been an owner.
Oh, that happened this year, didn't it?
Yeah,
Goodness gracious.
I kind of like, I'm not going to come in and just rattle every cage and fire everyone. I think this might be a product of the headset that you referenced. I think she really Steichen doing. I don't know how much Ballard, but it seems so. I think she kind of gets where they're headed. Keep in mind, they've had a mess at the quarterback position, too.
Well, but then they also compounded the mess at the quarterback position, though, didn't they?
Yeah.
The trade for Sauce Gardner?
Yeah.
But, Your Honor, I felt like we had the same conversation when Cal McNair took over. And, we was wondering, was he just too loyal to Bill O'Brien because of his father?
Right.
And I'm wondering if this is kind of the same thing, especially with the GM. I
think that's fair.
Yeah, I understand not letting go of the coach right now because I feel like Shane Steichen is a good coach.
I think that's absolutely fair.
But Chris Ballard been there way too long. I felt like he had a couple times where he probably should have been out.
I got to admit, I'm a little surprised.
I am as well. Yeah. I think Chris Ballard should have been fired like you a while ago. Yeah. Can I ask the question here? And I don't mean this to be leading. I genuinely am. Do you feel like she feels confident enough that if she has to make a hire right now that she would do a great job?
Oh, I think so.
Early on in the process?
I think so. And it's not just because she wore a headset. I mean, she's her father's daughter. She was very, involved. I forgot her title, but she was very involved in the football side, which is why she got this job already. I think she's comfortable with it. I think she just kind of likes Steichen. By the way, Steichen is really well respected.
Yeah. I think right now, if she did have to try to find another head coach, I think it might be a struggle for the first couple times because every new owner, somebody taking over for the first time, they always kind of screw up a little bit until they kind of get everything together. So I don't think her first hire would be a home run hire and all that stuff.
Good point made on the text line. One last shot and you're gone makes people send 2 first-round picks to another team for Laramie Tunsil. So I hear you in that regard. All right, that's another edition of Judge John Lopez here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. John, you are now free to take off your wig. All right, coming up next, looking still at the playoffs, how would you rank the quarterbacks that are going to be facing off, the 14 quarterbacks that are going to be facing off in the playoffs? How would you rank them, and where does C.J. Stroud rank in your opinion? 713-572-4610.
Before we go, we got the giveaway.
That's right. It is a Wednesday, and I almost forgot it, but thanks to Figgy Fig, you will get the opportunity to win a $50 gift card.
It's the last Wednesday.
Last chance to get this, and if you win this gift card, you are the last entrant to a giveaway that will see somebody win a Traeger grill and a case of OG sauce. All you got to do in order to win, be caller number 9 right now, 713-572-4610. If you're caller number 9, you get that $50 gift card at Texas Star Grill Shop, and you're entered for the chance to win that Traeger grill and the OG sauce. So do that right now. Caller number 9, 713-572-4610. Let's power rank the quarterbacks in the playoffs next.
More football in exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, indeed. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. All the principals here, John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, Figgy Fig, and you rolling with us. Technically, and as I pull the curtain back, we are doing the thing. It's a changing of the guard as we're heading into the 2025 season playoffs in the year of our Lord 2026. Always weird to do that. However, we have the banner up too.
Swarm City.
It says Swarm City. I love what they've done with it, right? Mm-hmm. So it says 2025 playoffs. That's in nice red. Of course, the background is the deep steel blue that you love, you know and love. Swarm it's like a diamond. It's like a diamond background to it. It looks like it is diamond, and it's got horns on it. And then City is nice script. And they're really leaning to the Swarm City mantra. And it seems like it has a certain – I wonder why they went with diamond. Is it the hardness of the diamond? Is that what they went with diamond for? Like, you know, something that's tough, physical, but then also has a level of flash to it.
Gotta be it, right?
I'd hope so.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just being the art critic that's like, yes, clearly by blue they meant a freedom and an airiness. And it's like, no, it just meant blue.
No thinking like overthinking.
Just look cool.
They're probably like, yeah, we just wanted that color.
Nope, it looked cool.
No reason.
It does look cool, though.
Although diamonds cut, you know.
Exactly, right? They're the hardest material known to man.
They over there listening like, sure.
Yeah, that's what we meant.
We'll
yeah.
go with that.
But yeah, again, the reason why I bring that up is that we're in the full playoff swing. We got our banner up. We've got the feelings going. And if I learn how to speak English and use the grammar and syntax, no position is more important in the National Football League and in football in general than the quarterback position. In fact, sometimes we'll oversimplify and we will rank things or judge things simply off of the quarterback. And so I don't want to go to that degree, but I am interested in how we are viewing the quarterback landscape of these playoffs. We kind of talk about the teams just in general and how it's kind of open and there's only a few teams that you really look at as dominant forces. But I kind of want to power rank the quarterbacks here, and it's all to the end of how are you viewing C.J. Stroud headed into these playoffs?
Well, I'm just looking at the AFC right now. Do you want to go by conference?
We can.
Because that's what matters
But
most.
I kind of want to go all the way across if you want.
We will, but I'm like, what matters the most to us and Houston Texans fans right now is the AFC. I mean, it is a very clear number one.
Yeah, that's Josh Allen.
It's Josh Allen.
And you know what's annoyed me about this, and again, the reason why I put the disclaimer on the front side of this conversation is, have you seen all the people that as soon as the Ravens got knocked out in that final game, they're like, oh, well, Josh Allen now has to win it. No, he doesn't.
No,
That's not how this works.
No, because the rush defense, we talked about it a little bit, because so many other factors, and a team might be better. They're the sixth seed.
The team around him sucks.
They're the 6th seed, yeah.
The team around him is not good enough.
Yeah.
Well, the team around him and James Cook, because James Cook is right along with him.
Yeah.
But everybody else, I look around and I go, hey, y'all the Pips.
Yeah.
It is Josh Allen, James Cook, and the Pips.
Yeah.
And so, but he very clearly is the best quarterback that we have going right now in the playoffs.
But then
in the AFC, right?
And you almost cannot have a wrong answer. Even though I would think most people would lean either Bo Nix or Drake May second. You know, choose your favorite flavor. But they both have questions. You know, they both have, not a lot of experience, really sort of just emerging, et cetera. Who would you put? Who would you put second?
It's rough because I think we also have, there's two facets. There is in the short term, in like their current form, how are they playing? And then there's a long-term belief that you have.
Yeah.
And I think the answer that I would go with second, because of circumstance, because of current play, has a cognitive dissonance that's created because of a long-term question that you have with them. I think it's probably Trevor Lawrence.
I think it's Trevor Lawrence is certainly in the mix right there because of how he's playing right now.
But you see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can't have a lot of confidence in him.
Or at least you haven't the way that he's played. Even I mean, he got that contract, and we have to this point, or at least to this season, been like, ain't no way that you paying him to do that. But the talent has been there ever since he was drafted, and even in those earlier facets. It just hasn't come all together, and it feels like Liam Cohen has been the dude with the help of Jacoby Myers sliding guys into the right place in this offense.
Did you hear Liam Cohen talking about him yesterday?
I didn't. I missed it.
Liam Cohen was talking about him like D'Amico talks about Togiai. I mean, he was raving.
And I imagine for Liam Cohen, right? Yeah. And this is not to denigrate Baker Mayfield by any means, but you have all the aptitude and drive. It's like you put this together, right? You're working on an F1 team, and your team has built the perfect car, right? You got the best car on the grid, but then you get your Lando Norris. I don't know who is actually at top. I forgot who won F1 this year. Please don't get me. I don't usually watch this, but you get your guy, your driver that feels like he knows how to operate the car perfectly. That's what it feels like that he's doing there. So I understand that from his perspective.
Yeah. What's interesting is, if you go how they're playing right now, I think it's Josh Allen and Trevor Lawrence, and then you have Bo Nix and Drake May.
You putting them both on the same line?
I think I am.
Really?
Over Justin Herbert?
Ain't no way I'm putting
him over Herbert.
Actually, I feel weird because I put Drake
him over Herbert.
I have Drake May under T. Law, and I might be doing too much there. We talked about this yesterday about the coaching and the ways that your offense coordinator and your head coach can probably help mitigate some of these things for Drake May. No, they will not be on the field, but yes, they can prime him and give him the best opportunity to be successful. Yeah. And if we're just talking about that recent time period, he's playing better than T. Law. Should I have put him above T. Law for the experience?
Recently?
Dude, he is as close to
Lawrence's numbers in the last 5 games.
You're right, but he's as close to MVP caliber as we have.
Yeah, I think we kind of holding back on Drake May because this is his first time here.
Experience.
And
What's interesting though,
at least he has to be third at the very least.
I would put him third or fourth, tied with Bo Nix.
I don't think I could tie both. Really?
I'm telling you, I don't want to.
He been playing solid,
man. It's hard to buy in, and then
he's doing just enough for them to win, man.
Yeah.
He is.
Nobody's set up anything.
Well,
he's doing just enough.
Are we doing the thing where we're letting the remainder of what the Chargers are doing not have appreciation for what Justin Herbert has done?
I've always said, and for years, I've loved Justin Herbert. I just don't. I just can't buy in right now with the Herbert or the Chargers.
I think I'd put Herbert over Bo Nix.
You would?
I think I would.
Aaron Rodgers is still out there.
I do. Well, you say Aaron Rodgers. You know that we have not mentioned C.J. Stroud.
We have not.
So let's start having this conversation because at this point, it doesn't seem like we have a definitive. It feels like we have a 1, 2, 3 that we're comfortable with. How are you feeling about C.J. Stroud as it relates to the remainder of the quarterbacks in the AFC playoffs at this moment?
I think he's just in the mix right behind those top 3. It's choose your favorite one, and I don't think it's necessarily because he's made some fantastic plays, man. He has made individually some fantastic plays, kept drives alive, made some big plays, moments, etc.
Okay, plays, moments.
But that's not play.
That's not drives. That's not quarters. That's not halves.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's not necessarily all his fault. We've talked about it a million times. It's what they want out of him. He's not, because it's always insulting when you say game manager. He's not that, but he's a cut above that.
So he should be in the same sentence as like a Bo Nix then.
Well, that's what's and that's why I wanted to unearth with trying to kind of stack the way that we felt about these quarterbacks. And I think it gets even more interesting when you start looking over at the NFC, but we could stick with the AFC at this point. And the question I have is, one, because again, current run of form and the entirety of how you feel about this quarterback, how would you feel about CJ? Do you think that he's played his best football, or do you think that he's capable in this time period to elevate? Because I think that could also could widen the margin. In fact, I think of anything that you have in the playoffs, the thing that gives you the most opportunity to widen your margin and give you a better chance of going deep in this is CJ Stroud raising his level. But the question I have is, considering the circumstances of the offense and how they've ran it and what they have available to them, how viable does that feel to you?
I just feel with C.J. Stroud, I just mentioned it. He's doing what they want him to do, and he's making the big plays when he sees the opportunity and gets it done. And that's not his fault. It's not his fault. It's how they win. It's what they want. Here's where it gets interesting. Let's quit dilly-dallying around. Let's put a number. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Where
in the AFC?
Where would he be?
I want to put him right around where we are, 4, 5. But also, I recognize I'm having a hard time being as objective as I want to, because I'm really leaning on the good plays that I'm seeing him, the keyhole throws that he's having. And he also said that he felt like Week 18 was probably his best grasp of orchestrating all the things in this offense. can I project that forward?
Yeah.
But then also, can I talk about the instances where sometimes the pass protection elements that we talked about, where we go, some of that is making sure the coaches give him an answer, and some of that is him making sure he utilizes those answers. Also, give me a little bit of pause. The reason why I wasn't willing to put Bo Nix immediately above him is I think that Bo Nix benefits from he gets carried for a long period of time until he can get until the time where he can pull something beautiful out of this keister.
Who does that sound like?
Does that feel like CJ to you?
Who does that sound like? Oh, great defense. Who does that sound like?
That's fair.
Right?
I think a lot of people, though, especially if you watch the NFL and all that stuff, a lot of people in their hearts know that C.J. Stroud is probably – they'll take C.J. Stroud over Bo Nix.
All day, every day.
So we just kind of thinking in the playoff format.
Yeah, I'd put C.J. over Bo.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud would be C.J. Stroud. We've seen it.
C.J. over Justin?
But we can – no, hold on. We can agree on that. But if we're talking about how they're playing, he's playing exactly like Bo Nix.
And I'd still, and I think that I would, even if I'm going with where you're going, the tiebreaker is absolutely the long term. We've seen CJ be exquisite.
Oh, for sure.
So I think that the idea that could come exquisite. The diamond on the banner got me to that place. I got to use the fancy words.
So 1, Josh Allen.
Yes.
So stop me when you disagree. 2, Trevor Lawrence.
I'm fine with it.
3, Drake May.
Yeah.
4, Justin Herbert, Aaron Rodgers.
Honestly, I was thinking Justin Herbert, maybe 2 or 3.
Really?
That's what I was like.
Yeah, I was thinking 2 or 3.
Herbert 4.
Herbert's such a weird circumstance because the rest of everything around him is crumbling, including his own body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the best that you can put C.J. Stroud is either 5 or 6, depending on what you compare and contrast with Bo Nix. So actually, Aaron Rodgers as well. That's crazy. That's nuts.
And some of this is
this is a playoff with no Patrick Mahomes, no Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
It's gonna be incumbent upon CJ to do what he's asked first and foremost. But I think that
then do more.
That's gonna be the thing.
We need rookie CJ Stroud out there, man. If it was rookie CJ Stroud, he would be number 2.
Oh, for sure. For sure. All right,
I mean, nothing lower than 3. Nothing lower than 3. Nothing lower than 3.
Nothing lower than 3.
Without question. And that's before we even talk about what's happening on the NFC side, where, to be fair, there's some dicey ones in there, like Sam Darnold. I don't know how you feel about it. Matt Stafford is clearly the one that you throw up there.
Stafford 1, Darnold 2?
No, I don't feel confident enough about Sam Darnold.
Well, the options are kind of limited.
Brock Purdy gets an interesting shout, and then Jordan Love gets an interesting shout. Caleb
Williams?
And although Jordan Love is coming off an injury, Caleb Williams would be an interesting shout as well. But yeah, the point being.
Yeah, by the way, Jalen Hurts is still playing.
He is. That offense in general is the thing that scares me in some ways. But yeah, this is a place where, if we're being realistic, CJ Stroud does not feel like he's top half quarterback, at least in the way that the current run of things. And that's understanding that the offense has a governor on it, and it's put in the place that it is. But him elevating his play, I think that shows that there's a lot of room here for him to elevate his play, for him to play his best football, and for him to make in these playoffs.
Basically what we're saying is, all right, it's time, CJ. It's time to show us that. Are they going to allow CJ to do those things?
And that's also a big underlying portion of this. Somebody said Herbert dude chokes in the playoffs, 60 rating. Come on, be real. And maybe I need to have more consideration for him in his playoffs.
Are we talking about all of that stuff in there?
Well, because I did that with Drake May. I did do that with Drake May as a rookie in the playoffs. So it would only be fair for me to then bring up that Justin Herbert in the playoffs has had a little bit of a rough time. I think that is a fair point to make. But I'm also not going to go to the place where the 8-3-2 goes and they go, Texans won 12 games, so he is better than all the people who won 12 games. Wins are not a quarterback stat. And if there was ever a season in Texans history to show you that, this would be the one, right? And I don't say that as somebody. I am not in a place where I'm trying to openly bash C.J. Stroud. But, yeah, how many of those wins do you want to put squarely at C.J.'s feet?
Yeah, Davis Mills got 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
So, but, again, I say all this not to knock on C.J. Stroud, but to point out this is where I think the context of C.J. Stroud's season could very much change just off of the strength of him showing up and being excellent in these games. And even with me saying excellent, I don't even know that it needs to be
we might need to dig
the incredible plays. I think it's just do what he's done well in these stretches, especially in the stretch since he's come back, but do it for the entirety of a game as opposed to some of these stretches that it seems like it happens with.
And again, we may need to dig in on this maybe even tomorrow.
Let's do it.
Will they even fathom the idea of allowing him to loosen the reins a little bit?
Well, let's talk about it. So that's a T in the loop on Sports Radio 610. But for the time being, it's about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so some local thieves broke into a store by cutting through the wall. You'll never guess what they was in there trying to get.
Oh, I got to find this out. I am so excited about this. We'll find out next.
Ready? Texans. 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. It's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. Every day at 1:20, Mixtape. So just in case, I don't want nobody to ever forget it.
Somebody texted. Hey,
yeah.
I haven't missed it, have I? No,
Yeah, no, it's every day at 1:20
Good.
on Sports Radio 610. So some local thieves decided to break into a store, not just crashing the window, not just picking the lock or anything like that.
No, that would be too easy.
Yeah. They decided to cut a wall through the vacant, I guess it was another store or empty space.
So
next
well
door to them.
planned, like a bank robbery.
Yeah. Yep. So let's go out to Richmond, Texas. This was locally. This is in Richmond, Texas. It's a place called SJ Cars, who just opened up their store a couple weeks ago.
A card shop?
Yep.
I thought you said cars.
No, cards. Hey, man, we're getting into the memorabilia space. Okay, I know exactly what time we're on.
So take a wild guess what kind of cars you think they was looking for.
Hold on, let me guess.
Let me see. What
anime?
Pokemon?
I mean,
Cards?
Pokemon? Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah.
Bingo.
Really?
Yeah, that's big money in that. That's big money business.
Let's go to KHOU 11 with this story.
This store just celebrated its grand opening before Christmas and never expected such a disappointing start to the new year. 2 days after a duo ransacked SJ Cards near Richmond, Pokemon-related items, the owners hope investigators catch them all.
They actually cut through the wall, made it like a big square, got through.
You can see where the suspects broke through the shared wall of a vacant neighboring space in order to access the store. Before breaking into various displays where the popular Pokemon cards are kept in locked cases. This guy repeatedly struck one of them with a chair.
Going into this business, we already knew that people do steal from card shops. So that's why we did try to prepare for things like entry through the front, entry through the back, but we never would have imagined how they entered.
This clip shows the suspects attempting to get out through the rear door before going back the way they got in, despite an interior door having locked behind them.
Kicked it once, no, kicked it twice, went through, and they were gone.
This is just the latest in a number of card theft stories we've covered, like this one in Cyprus, something that's been an issue nationwide, thanks in part to a rapidly growing resale market and difficulties tracing cards. But in this case, the victims believe some of the cards showed up at a big card show this weekend, and authorities tell me they are actively investigating.
Man.
They only got one Pokemon pun in there, though. Unless I was stopped paying attention. Which I
think
kinda
that was
did.
the one they
okay,
got.
I was
they
like,
gotta
well,
catch
I was like,
them
you gotta.
I missed it. Went over my
catch,
head.
you gotta catch them all.
That was the phrase.
Yeah.
Gotta.
They hope that they catch them all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It made sense because catching a rob or whatever. But yes.
How are they so valuable and so popular?
Man.
I mean, how is like a
they-
Honus Wagner card really
They
valuable?
said,
you know,
screw this Babe Ruth guy.
Yeah.
Let's get this Charizard right here.
Yeah.
the most expensive Pokemon cards of 2025. Let me see. The number one card is an Umbreon X Special Illusion Rare Prismatic Evolutions. I have no idea what any of these words mean. I'm just reading. Estimated value $1,000 raw. But if it's graded and, rated the highest rating, it could be over $2,600.
Dude.
You know what I mean? Like these things, it's really just a collection thing. Remember, especially during the pandemic when people had a lot of disposable income, people got a lot into trading cards, whether it's Pokemon, sports trading cards. And then you remember like the sneaker market got real nasty.
Yeah, that was real nasty.
I think it just ends up being people finding personal value.
Fear of missing out. I don't think so.
This has been going.
That's a hardcore fan base, man.
Because sports cards have lived forever.
Yeah.
Yes.
In popularity. But Pokemon, do you think it's going to be the same?
It's been around for a long time.
It's been around
man.
a lot. Like collecting. Yeah. I mean, we're talking about at least decade and a half, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, just made me think of this. Have you seen these Labubu things?
I have.
What is it?
It's those little furry.
They basically look like, I don't know, Furbies or troll dolls, but it's just a modern iteration of it.
And people, mostly women, put it on their purses and backpacks. And I know you've seen them.
The sports context, especially for you, like in tennis, Naomi Osaka is big on Labubu. She has them now on her racket
on her
bag.
tennis bag.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's another one. I'm wondering if like that. It's a fad. It's like way back.
It's been a fad for a long time. If it is, man.
No, I'm asking.
Yeah,
I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't think it's something that just happened overnight.
Like Cabbage Patch, it's not going to go away.
Yeah, nah, it seems like it's getting more serious, if anything.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, man. The people should have took the Pokemon cards out. I think at the point where you got the cards and all that stuff in the store. I know it's gonna be a lot of work, but you just got to take those Pokemon cards out.
Yeah, but I guess
they breaking in the stores for them.
Was it
man.
like a cinder block wall or like a lighter?
That's a good question that I don't have.
It probably wasn't a cinder block. It probably could have been just like a drywall or something like that, because I think the other place was vacant.
Okay,
so they just went through that place.
Hey man,
were you at all a collector at all of anything?
I had a lot of Hot Wheels. I still have. Okay. I still have some originals from the '60s and '70s. And I had a lot of really good baseball and football and basketball cards.
But from the context of like collecting as a kid?
I gave them to my nephew and some friends and stuff because I just never collected. But I had a Hank Aaron. rookie.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Was it in pretty good condition too?
Good. It wasn't one of those, what do they call it?
Mint condition or something like that.
Yeah.
But it was good. It was in a case.
Yeah, it's fascinating because I've never been a collector of really anything, but I have worked in proximity and been good friends with people that are big into memorabilia and cards, and it's a different world. Like it's not just a hobby; it almost becomes an investment portfolio. It's in some ways, depending on there's giant conventions of people that do this, whether it's Pokemon or sports cards or any of those things, and learning about it even by osmosis has been wild. And it's sad to see that, people, no matter where money is to be made, people are going to end up in nefarious ways. That's really sick, and that sucks for the car shop.
Yeah. So hopefully they catch them all who, I guess, took the Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
As I continue on the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610, I got to give a rest in peace to my uncle Rob. He passed away last month. And I was thinking about something totally random he told me, because he's one of the uncles that talk about women. Be like, let me tell you about women. So he was one of those.
That's great advice, because it's either things that you should do or things that you go, now I know what not to do.
Yeah. And he told me this when I was younger. And so he was married at one point, ended up getting a divorce, all that. So he ain't got to get into all that. But something he told me stuck with me to this day. Is how he told me how women, whenever you go out somewhere, you buy something, you always got to get two, because women always want something. He told me a story about how he went to the gas station, get some gas, went in the store, got a Snickers and the ice cream bar.
Yeah.
Came home, the wife was like, "Where my Snickers at? I like ice cream." And so he was like, "So I got to get two of everything. Everywhere I got to go, I got to get double." And I didn't really think nothing of it, but because here's a couple on Instagram, and they were out shopping at Target. I think it was around the holiday. So they were out shopping at Target, a.k.a. she was shopping. He was just tailing along.
Sure.
And he decided to dip off. Go to Starbucks. Hey, let me get something to drink. Let me get something to drink.
No.
This is how it went.
There you are. I've been looking all over for you.
Why did you get a coffee?
Oh, seriously.
You didn't give me a coffee?
No, I was just thirsty. I couldn't find you, but you can have a drink of mine if you want a little bit.
I don't want a drink of yours. Why would you get a coffee and not get me one?
Babe, you can get I thought you would get your own coffee if you wanted a coffee.
Okay, so this whole time when I didn't know where you were in line to get a coffee and decided not to just get me one.
I was giving
got yourself a treat.
I was giving you space to shop and do your thing, and I was just going to go
to shop.
That was a good play. That was a good play.
No, you're so annoying. I can't believe that's something you would even do, because it's not funny.
But now I'm offering you some, and you won't even take it.
Because that's not the coffee I want. I'm sure of it.
Oh boy!
By the way that it looks.
So You don't want me to give you space while you're shopping at Target?
Space? That's a good play.
I want you to give me a coffee if you're going to get in line. Get a coffee. That's what I want.
Always get two, brothers.
That was a good play, though, where he was like, let me use some of your words against you.
I'm doing this for you.
I'm just standing out the way.
You told me that you wanted space to shop. You've once before told me that I should get out your way, so I did, and I just managed to get me a coffee.
Yeah. It is well played, but it's also
it's not a mistake. He clearly was recording this for content. He knew what he was doing.
Oh yeah. But you gotta get it.
You got just like my Uncle Rob said. Got to get to everything.
Yeah.
You just got to preempt
as coffee, especially. Like she had a point. I mean, she went a little bit over, but and he played it well. But you especially coffee. You got to. I can tell you exactly what my wife wants me to get her. I've gotten it so many times.
Yeah, you got to be better about knowing your personnel. Yeah. You know, that's it's KYP, baby. It's like if I run this defense, they gonna run that offense, and so I should counter that with this. So if I go get this coffee, she gonna say, "Where's my coffee?"
Or at least call. Be like, "Hey,
right.
Richard, you want something? I'm right here. Do you want something?"
Yeah.
So rest in peace, my Uncle Rob. You got to get two. It's also another thing that you cannot do with women. Now, this turned into
more Uncle Rob advice.
More Uncle Rob?
Yeah. So when you go somewhere, maybe your woman wants something. Always order something too. Don't let her just order something by herself.
This one drives me up a wall.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah. So here's the same couple. Actually, I want to say the young lady wanted some ice cream from Dairy Queen, and the husband said, "Okay, let's go."
Yeah.
She ordered something, and then he did something men are not supposed to do.
Hi, can I get your Reese's Peanut Butter Cup Blizzard, the mini?
Ooh, that's a good.
Mini peanut butter cup? Yeah.
Just got hungry.
All right, we'll see you at 20.
Thank you. I don't want anything.
Well, I certainly don't want something by myself. Are you kidding?
You asked if we could go get Dairy Queen.
Yes.
So we're at Dairy Queen, getting you Dairy Queen.
No, now I'm going to sit here and eat this whole Blizzard. At least share with me.
I'm not hungry for ice cream. I don't want ice cream.
Then why are we here?
Because you asked if we could go to Dairy Queen.
Nobody wants to eat ice cream by themselves.
That's not true.
You never eat ice cream by yourself? That's
not
crazy.
If you're with me. I'm not going to sit over here and eat a whole thing of ice cream and you sit over there and watch me do it.
Man, she better
I can't
be
believe
hot.
you didn't order this. That's so annoying.
She better be hot.
I am so mad. I think you guys know me enough to know that I'm not easily irritable, but there's certain things that get under my skin. I'm so mad right now.
Yeah.
It's so illogical.
Yeah.
It pisses me
Fellas,
off.
always order something, even if you don't want to order anything.
And let me get a small fry.
No,
even if you're not hungry, order something.
Here's what you guys are saying is true, and it irritates me too. I think there's something worse. I think there's something.
You think it's her?
I think there's something worse than what we just heard. I'll just have some of yours.
Nope.
The hell you will.
The audacity.
I will say that, especially if you going somewhere.
Yes.
You're like, I'm not hungry. I'm good.
Or let's reverse the case.
The fries are still in the bag, and you grabbing that bag. I'm like, damn. I thought you ain't want nothing.
I just want to go into Chick-fil-A. Just got a little small something.
Do you want something?
Do you want something? No. I'll just have some of yours.
No, you won't.
No. You will
turn into Derrick Henry. You getting a stiff arm right now.
Hey,
what?
at least your wife let you know. My wife would be like, "Nah, I'm good. I already ate."
She lets me know.
As soon as I get my stuff, let me get a couple. I'm like, damn, I thought you wasn't hungry.
Not anymore. She doesn't, because she knows I'm gonna say.
And that's why you got to get two, right?
Yes.
No.
Uncle Rob knew something.
Yep. Got to get two. Got to get double everything.
Nothing irritates me more than I'll just have a bite of yours. No, I want all the bites. I want all the bites.
Hey, like Uncle Rob, got to get double everything.
God bless Uncle Rob.
Yeah. Rest in peace, man. But I'd never forget those words. Got to get double. So I got to get double everything.
Rest in peace to Uncle Rob, man. And hope that you and yours are doing all right in that time.
Yep.
That's the mixtape. I always enjoy the Figgy's mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something mixtape worthy. And I'm happy for you, 832, who said, I'm married to, and my house don't operate like that. You don't understand. I'm genuinely happy for you. I'm happy that you don't need Uncle Rob's wisdom.
I can't tell you how many times I decided to go to Wingstop or something. And, hey, sweetie, you want something? No, I'm good. No, I already ate.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, let me get 6 wings because, that'd be just enough for me.
Yeah.
Let me try a wing. I'm like, dang. Now I'm down to 5 wings.
Again, what did I say? I want all the bites.
That's right.
You order something else.
I should have ordered. If I would have knew that, I would have ordered 8 or 10 or whatever.
Yes.
Man.
It's like, I have a science and I ordered just enough.
I ordered just enough for me because you said you did not want anything. Don't get me started.
Yeah, it cooled down. On the other side, we welcome in the fellas of the drive. But before that, is this the wildest thing that you've heard from a football player as it relates to movies? We'll talk about it next.
The Drive.
TexansHOS.com/game. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here shortly. I saw this, I think, this week, because I don't know, have you paid any attention to Hard Knocks just in general?
No.
But you know they have the
Not a fan.
They have the in-season edition now.
Right.
And last year, I believe, was it last year or was it 2 years ago? Goodness gracious. It was 2 years ago. I think they did the AFC North.
Mm-hmm.
And that was interesting for a little bit, and I just didn't have enough bandwidth to keep up with it. Apparently this year, it's the NFC East.
Mm-hmm.
And I also haven't kept up with it. However, I just randomly caught a portion of it, and I thought this was some of the most unhinged behavior to be obviously an NFL player. Bobby Wagner, very good linebacker in the NFL, although the career is waning.
Yeah.
He had this to say about a movie that he watched, and tell me if you think this is just as unhinged as it hit to me.
You seen The Martian, where he gets stuck in space? That's the only movie I've watched with no sound, and I watched the whole movie. You just had subtitles? I have nothing, bro. What? I made up my own, just what I thought was going on. Was there a reason why you did that? No. I was on an airplane, and I missed the part where they said... That makes sense why you watched it. Pass you out the headphones. So I don't have the headphones that stick into the thing. So the lady next to me had just started the movie, so I was watching it, and I just saw crazy going on. And I low-key watched the whole movie. And it was interesting. So in the 2 hours that you watched that movie, flight attendant come ask you on some headphones? Well, I don't know if she knew. I don't even think I was supposed to be watching the movie. It wasn't on my screen. It was somebody else's screen. So I didn't want her to know that I was looking at her screen. So I was just kind of looking like this. But it was a good movie. And I've always said to myself, man, I need to watch that movie with sound. But then I was like, I don't want to ruin it because the movie good to me without sound. Gotta be a good-ass movie with sound.
Wow. First of all, he shouldn't feel bad about sneaking a peek. We've all done that, right? Like if you didn't buy it or you didn't think you wanted to watch anything, sitting next to you it looks pretty good, or whatever. We've all done that. So that's not the unhinged part. The unhinged part isn't even that he enjoyed watching it with no sound. I could see that. You're just sitting there sort of. The unhinged part is he refuses to watch it with any sound.
I think he watching it without sound is unhinged. If it's not been watching without sound, there was no subtitles apparently because he's like, I don't
making it up.
He was just making up.
Yeah, that's the unhinged part. Just make it up what you think happened or what you want to happen. I want him to go in detail what you think happened.
Yeah, it might be better than the original.
Tell me about the movie.
Yeah.
I heard that and I was like, ain't no way he's serious, and he's dead serious.
No, you could tell. You can even just on the audio, you could tell. At first, I thought, well, he must have been. No, he was just.
He was very serious.
Yes,
about this. He
very serious.
Just made up the plot of the film as he went. And I feel like this might have to be some level of bet payoff at some point, is to make you watch a film with no subtitles and no sound that you haven't seen.
See, a lot of times whenever I've snuck a peek, I've already seen it, so I kind of know what's going on.
Yeah,
so that's cool. But you have no idea, you're making it up as you go.
Yeah, I would like a book report on a movie that you didn't see or didn't hear any of the sound of. I just found that to be fascinating. Who on the Texans do you think would be liable to do that?
Ooh, good one. I'm trying to come up with a really good answer.
Yeah,
here.
I'm trying to think because it's funny. You would think that it's somebody that's really eccentric, but Bobby Wagner does not really eccentric as a player.
But someone who would maybe be a deep thinker like that, you know what, I'm enjoying in my own head what I think is happening here. I'm going to say Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz. He's a gamer. He is all into, the videos and all that. I think he could probably have the imagination to see because he does the not like racing games or sports games. He does what are they called?
I think some nerdy games.
Yeah, the nerdy one. I think he could probably have
RPGs and stuff.
The creativity and to do it. I'm gonna say Dalton Schultz.
Okay. Yeah. There's names that keep coming to mind, but none of them feel like they hit. Somebody said, did he say what movie did he say he was watching? The Martian.
Yeah, which isn't that good a movie.
Is it?
Nah,
I haven't watched it. I haven't watched it.
Probably better. His script was probably better.
Yeah, probably good watching it on silent.
Yeah.
Am I just profiling, or am I just not being imaginative that it feels like this is a linebacker thing?
No. Well, who's coming in mind?
It felt like I was like Aziz. I feel like would do that.
Mm-hmm. Aziz. I don't know. I for some reason I just immediately thought of Schultz. Because. He was talking about his big gaming room and all. I could see where he could get that, but maybe Aziz. It's out there. There's no question about that. It is definitely out there.
So we were talking about this earlier. Are you surprised that we haven't seen any resolution on safety, or does that just feel like that's going to be a tomorrow thing? Right.
I guess at this point, because we started the show talking about a pretty. At this point, is there?
The way that our audience reacted to me bringing this up this morning, it makes me wonder, am I just overreacting? But I don't think I am.
You're not alone.
Kayvon Wallace being released yesterday or waived yesterday in order to bring Darrell Taylor back from injured reserve, which is fine, Danny, that you have yet another pass rusher. But I think that with how light you've already been, particularly at safety, but in the secondary in general, the idea that you end up not just saying that, this guy isn't going to start, because he was a starter this past week. He was a starter the week before. Yes, he had a rough week this past week. I'm not here to tell you any different. But the idea that he was outright waived probably points to something that you were talking about, that maybe this is just he was far beyond the pale of doing what he needed to do and being in the right place. But I've seen people compare this to, it's like C.J. Gardner-Johnson, maybe, not doing the right things, putting the integrity of your defense in jeopardy.
Yeah.
The difference is week 3, 4, 5. It was week 3. It was week 3 because I very vividly remember that. When you let go of him, you have one, a number of options that you can throw out there, and two, you have a lot of time. At least, I guess in that moment it didn't feel like a lot of time because you were 0-3 and you needed to get yourself back in winning ways to salvage the season.
Yeah.
Lo and behold, you did more than salvage it. But you're headed to a playoff game in 5 days?
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of options, at least readily available, that we're looking at to fill that role. And so it was just odd to see that. And I don't know what the answer is. Is it Miles Bryant? A dude in Miles Bryant that I know I've seen some people saying, oh, no, well, he's better than Kayvon Wallace. I don't know that I felt that way. That's also considering that when Miles Bryant was playing, they ended up playing him back more in order so Kalen Bullock would come and play up. And it felt like it took Kalen Bullock out of his best place.
Yeah, I said it was a concern. Now, that you do have to realize, we all realize this. I mean, they have a plan. They're going to have a guy that they're going to acquire or elevate or whatever. But I still think no matter that, it's still going to be something of a concern, not just because of who you're playing and the stakes at hand here, but I said this earlier, you were shorthanded and sort of looking for answers at the safety position when Kayvon Wallace was here. And now he's not here, and you're down to 2 safeties. And some people have thought, we've talked about it, Jaden Reed. This is a mind-blowing thing for me. Jaden Reed had one hell of a game against Buffalo, like a terrific, oh, okay, I see it now type game. 12 tackles, 9 solos. In 6 other games, by the way, it's only 7 games that he's played in. In 6 other games, he's had 2 tackles and no pass breakups and all that. So, yeah, it's a concern, even if they bring someone in or elevate or whatever. But it's got to happen because I mean this is not playtime anymore.
The easiest path, I think, assuming that it isn't like a dislike for what Kayvon Wallace brings on the field, which would just it feels like it's too rapid of a change from giving Kayvon Wallace credit. It feels like this is a return to the practice squad and then elevate.
Yeah.
I would have just imagined that would have happened today. You know what I mean? But
we talked about it
we'll see.
This morning as if it's probably going to happen during our show. Well, it didn't happen during the drive or maybe tomorrow morning. But Kayvon Wallace was not without flaw, even if you take away the big play that he gave.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, without question. All right. Appreciate you guys rolling with us, and much appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron. Fellas, we appreciate you always chatting with us, but I think you understand I have a particular fascination with something that happened earlier on today, and I don't know, is this going to be a conversation that happens? I've heard that there's video. I have not seen it. Is it real that Clint Stoerner's out here tackling mascots?
He's breaking furniture, man.
Oh, there is physical evidence.
I got right here, man, right here.
I got no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, they moved furniture today, man. Clint was in the middle of it all.
I broke the legs off that couch when I landed, too.
Oh, goodness.
I don't live by the NFL rules. I drop my weight on that. I drop every bit of my weight on Toro's ass, just like that right there on that couch. Both them legs snapped.
Did you hear you took out Toro, huh?
Well, it was.
I missed that.
Yeah, I took out Toro.
Did you hear the breath come out? You just knocked him silly?
I mean, when I'm in that state of mind, I don't hear, see much, man. I just put my face in it, and what did it drive for?
Well, so describe what happened for those who don't know.
Because I don't.
I mean, Toro. There was a big
pep rally is what they call it.
In the building over here, and there's cheerleaders and Toro, a bunch of Texans reps over here. So I caught Toro slipping in the hallway, standing next to a couch. So I cut his ass in half. I said, I was a quarterback, but I built like a linebacker, so I can ease on in on him. So I got him.
And broke the furniture.
Broke the furniture in the process. They said, don't worry about that. That furniture's on the way out anyway. That's one of them old white leather couches. That'll go good in my old man cave, man. I throw that over in the corner people can sit on when we're drinking cold Coors Lights. Come on.
That's incredible. All we got from Toro was disappointed looks like I brought home a progress report with a D on it. That's all that we got from Toro over on this side.
Yeah.
We were talking about it a little bit earlier.
He saw you eating all that cake yesterday.
He probably did.
I saw him 4 times before he left the building yesterday. Every time he had a piece of cake.
Well, Lopez saw me eating the cake too. Yeah. I work out enough where I'm going to enjoy this.
Go ahead.
I work out enough where I'm going to enjoy this. And I appreciate the concern.
Those calories,
I really do appreciate the concern because if anybody cares about me, it's Clint Stoerner talking about, hey, here in a a little bit, it's going to catch up to you. But for the time being, I'm running.
It's easier to keep an eye on it now it's easier to keep an eye on it now than to have to.
Yeah.
Have to burn it later.
Said, baby, I can eat that.
I'm gonna have
you
to.
got a little carried away, man. I did. Even for a young, skinny fella, tall, skinny, young. I mean, you got a lot of good going for you. You're a little carried away.
Yeah, it was 4 pieces. It was 4 pieces cake.
Every bit of 4.
It was 4 pieces cake.
The smirk on your face tells me you may have doubled up one.
Well, no, I didn't, but I did think about it. Yeah, your voice did come over my head when I was getting that last slice, and I still did it. I really did. Did you hear our conversation at 1 where we're kind of looking at where would you guys slot CJ amongst the quarterbacks that are going to be playing in these playoffs? If you had to power rank.
Oh, Lord.
Like, how many quarterbacks are you placing above CJ right now?
So, I mean, I think there's there's some nuance to this.
Without question.
Because just skill level, I think he's better than.
But how they're playing.
But not just how they're playing, but what they're asked to do. Like,
yes.
Like, and we're going to talk about this later on because I do have this in here based off some like, they've turned him into a game manager.
Mm-hmm.
And how many guys have more responsibility or expected to do more by their staff in the playoffs than CJ? I would think most of them. We were talking yesterday about Trevor Lawrence and him. They're asking Trevor to drive the bus.
Yeah.
They're asking CJ to sit in here and don't mess it up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which I hate. Mm-hmm. I absolutely despise because I think he is better than that. But
and that takes away his opportunity to raise the
so
margins.
I don't like you look at the AFC. I think he's better than Bo Nix, but Bo Nix is asked to do more and has more on his plate. I think I said it yesterday. I think right now Trevor's better. I think Drake May. It's not even close what he's asked to do. Like all of these guys that I'm naming. Maybe Bo Nix not. Bo Nix not. But they're all being asked to drive the bus. Josh Allen obviously is, of course. Justin Herbert is. Like CJ may be the one that is being asked to do the least. A lot of it is not on him.
Yeah, they're asking him to be incredible in the details.
Some of it is on him. A lot of how
I think most of it is.
Can you timestamp for that? Timestamp that for me. When we get into that on
man, I
today's
don't know,
drive?
man.
You don't know? Okay, very
You
good.
just feel it, man.
That's fair. You know what? Like when I go and grab that extra piece of cake, it's just is this good to have? I'm like, you know what? feeling like it. Feeling like it.
Man.
All right, fellas. Excited for yet another edition of The Drive. J-Lo, I'll catch you tomorrow for a Thirsty Thursday, and we lead into these gentlemen when they're out. But right now, they're right in front of me, and you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, Odyssey Sports Station.
Where did you all have him?
I had him 4th or 5th.
In the AFC.
Yeah.
In the AFC.
In the AFC, I had him 4th or 5th. But I also said the exact same thing that you did. He's asked, it's because of what he's being asked to do. You know, that he's, in fact, the way I put it, I said, I don't want to call him a game manager, maybe a notch above. But he basically is.
There's a lot of dudes in the league that are being asked to be to some degree, but
he is, man. They get a lead, they like shut this thing down.
Yeah.
Man.
All right, yeah, they're handing it off to Woody Marks a whole bunch of times.
I mean, any kind of lead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, which listen, their defense. I mean, I can understand the reason why they. No, I can't. Not with CJ. Not with CJ and Nico Collins. They got too much over there to.
Yeah.
Their offense shouldn't look the way it does.
God bless, brother.
I've gotten besides myself because right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live and live on a Wednesday. Big playoff week as we get ready for the Texans. Steelers Cup on Monday. Remember, tomorrow, Thirsty Thursday, we will be out Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook Mall. So come hang by Willowbrook Mall on the other side of the highway from Willowbrook Mall off of Tomball Parkway. So come hang out with us tomorrow for a little bit of Thirsty Thursday. Shout out to Bud Light. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings. Good food, good drinks. You can come out and hang out and have a good time with us tomorrow. I do want to get into some things, but I wanted to bring this to you all. And I'm not going to lie. I was judgmental. And Clint, I almost said something to the fellas. So I pulled up here at the station. I pulled up about 12:30. I sat in the car. For some reason, I got stuck watching Steelers versus Lions, and then Steelers versus Browns. I got stuck watching that in the car, and I kept looking up, and I kept seeing a guy like doing laps on the top, walking around doing laps. I'm like, oh man, do you think? Get your exercise in. He probably passed by 5 times. But like the 5th or 6th time, Tyler, he came up and he hit a cigar.
Oh, yeah, I've seen him. I've seen him out there before.
Have you seen him before? I've never seen this guy before. My man is out here walking laps, getting exercise in, it looks like.
He is.
But he's got a full Cuban cigar rolling like it is. I've stopped. Clint, I almost said something to him. I got out, and he walked past me as I was walking to the door, and I almost said, hey, bro, what you doing here?
I'm going to tell you, he's got.
You've seen him before, so you know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about. He ain't in workout gear either. He's in office attire.
No, but like at first I thought maybe he was just walking to his car. But he's roped, and like he's getting it in. He's probably getting a good mile plus in.
No. He has definitely got some kind of daily step challenge going on.
That's what it is.
And because he'll be out there, I'll see him out there on the phone talking, but he's in polo and khakis
today.
Like short khakis where you can see his ankles with no socks on and dress shoes, and he'll be walking.
He did.
And he'll smoke a cigarette. He'll have.
He does cigarettes too?
I'm sorry, a cigar.
Yes, a cigar.
He'll have his AirPods in, either talking or listening. Yeah. But he's got some kind of step challenge going. He's like, hey man, to hell with that gym up there. To hell with that athletic gear, man. I'm just gonna go out here and get it in.
But it looks like he's got to walk it outside because he has to have the cigar.
That's it. It's just
like
an afternoon stroll, baby.
Like, are you getting good work? Like, are you like? I mean,
better than none. I'm telling you, he got some kind of step.
Are you counteracting this with the cigar?
I know. Hey, he knows he ain't getting worse.
You don't inhale.
He was. He probably
shouldn't be.
But I mean, I think
he's just quit on the smoking. I think cigars is what he's going to do, and I think he's just doing what he can.
I just watched him. I said,
he's cool as hell with it too.
Oh, he's hitting that thing up. I said, I've never seen it.
Yeah, he's cool with it.
Let me get out here. Let me get these steps. Let me get walk this mile in, and let me hit this cigar.
I done signed up for this damn step challenge. Let me go ahead. I got to get 7,000 in this week. Let me go ahead and get them.
Am I wrong in my thinking? Like that to me that
the cigar thing while exercising, I think, is vastly different and better than if it were like a heater. He was walking around puffing, right?
I would think so.
Because you're not supposed to be inhaling the cigar.
I just think I don't think
judging, I'm not judging the man, but the whole deal is leaving a lot to be desired from a workout perspective. I mean, he's got to be trying not to sweat. I mean, it's a stroll, Tyler. It's a cool ass. From the tire to the walk to the cigar to the phone, the conversation on the phone.
I probably sat in my car for 30 minutes. He's hitting it. No, I mean, I didn't really notice it. I saw him first, and because I park on the edge, and he looks like he's just walking to the other side to go to his car.
Mm-hmm.
But then he passed me about 5 or 6 times.
Top 4,
and I was like, well, no, this guy's getting work in. Go ahead, man.
Let me tell you what he's going to do.
I said, that's not a bad idea. Get out here and get you some. Feels pretty good. And then he came through, and my man just hit that thing. I see the smoke coming out. I said, what the hell? And then I got out the car, and I just watched him. And I mean, Tyler, he's hitting it 2 or 3 times around his lap. I've never seen anything like it.
He's going to lay down in that bed tonight, Ron. Me, you, and Tyler, we're going to be like, damn, we didn't take too many steps today. Boy, that was a rough day. He's going to lay in that bed and go,
I got mine in.
I got an extra 200 in it. I'm telling you, man.
How much does he smoke, though?
Oh, he ain't counting.
I'm just saying, Tyler, if you
it's
have
for
to,
sure lit. He's not just chewing on a cigar.
No, I'm seeing the smoke coming out. Yeah, Tyler, you have to smoke a lot if. All right, man, I'm about to get these laps in. And I thought maybe this was the first time, but Clint has seen him, so this is a normal thing for him. Like, you have to smoke a lot for you to say, man, during my workout, man, I gotta hit one.
Well, he can't do it in the building, so that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. He's getting that smoke in. He's that smoke fix and
knocking out
steps. He's all of them at once, and a couple phone calls to the family that he can't make in the building on the clock.
Hey,
you think he's a when you?
I swear to God, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna light up cigar and walk.
Well, somebody's gonna roll the window down and holler at you like they did last time.
I wonder if
hang in there, big
ever
fella.
does it. You think Pendergast ever has a stogie when he does his strolls in the afternoon?
Absolutely.
No, he doesn't.
No question.
No. Sean can separate his workout from his smoke out.
No,
you're not running them together.
I don't think he's running them together.
Tyler, don't make that look. People
I
can
don't know.
see
I mean,
people can see
Pendergast is a cigar guy. I know it, and he takes his everyday afternoon walk. It's not impossible for him to light up a stogie.
Zero doubt that Sean Pendergast has strolled through River Oaks with a cigar in his mouth.
And I know Sean is. I'm just saying, there is no way, Tyler, when he goes to training camp and when he does his show at training camp and in between the practice where he goes and takes a walk around that area, he is not lighting up a cigar.
Come on, Sean.
And hitting that walk. He is not.
No, I think he's got to be in River Oaks amongst trees, man.
I'm serious. 713
text in
713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch. Has anyone ever done that? Smoked it of any kind? Smoking while exercising?
Cigar, cigarette, crack, any of it.
I am serious. Like, I don't like to bother. I don't like to mess with people. Go ahead, man. Do your thing. But I almost felt like pulling a Clint Stoerner and just like, hey man, what are we trying to accomplish?
What's going through your head?
Like, what's the goal here? Like, I feel like that's some Clint would say.
But I would do. I'm dead ass curious. I'm not being.
No, I am too. I mean, I kind of am, but I am curious too. Like, is this help? Are you working on your breathing? Like, is this helping your wind now more than?
I'm telling you, it's a step challenge.
He's got to
probably with his wife, and he don't want to catch. He don't want to get. Third degree when he gets home about not getting.
I mean, if you got to smoke while you exercise, you smoke everything. I mean, I bet that man lights up something 4, 5, 6 times a day. I mean, it is. Somebody text in, I walk 4-6 miles every day smoking my cigar. 2 cigars in 2 hours. I don't inhale.
Is that the guy you saw?
He said he's
listener. I sure hope to God it is, because I hope there's not somebody else rolling around here that walks 4 to 6 miles every day, hitting 2 cigars in between.
I mean, that's an expensive workout. I mean, unless you're smoking bottom of the barrel. I mean, that is.
Stop at this Specs before I get to the park for my walk.
Text line, I used to smoke weed before working out. Yeah, I know it, but you weren't hitting it. You weren't laying down on the bench.
Wild,
and hitting it.
But even if you're smoking weed before working out, like you're just smoking weed every day, all day.
All day, yeah. That's just a part of your. That's just, Tyler, the way you said it.
I happen to know a few fellows who partake before a good workout, or maybe running the courts.
All right, let's step out of this.
They seem to play well.
Because Tyler's now staring into the sky.
Tyler's reminiscing on his homeboys at the sports complex out at William Gray, man, getting high and playing basketball
thinking through
on a Tuesday night after curfew.
Y'all want to go hoop? Sure.
I can't even believe it. All right, J.J. Watt, who, by the way, the Texans, I believe, are 4-0 with J.J. Watt calling their games this year. He will not call the game on Monday night, but he did speak about the Texans while he was with Pat McAfee and talking about watching this team. He's seen them up close 4 times and how he feels about their potential. And I know something that he said stuck out to you, Clint. Here's JJ.
Houston Texans could win it all. That is a very, very real statement. How do you feel after watching them so much this year, and how do you feel coming out of the last game?
Yeah, the last game was a weird call there, and the vibe was just strange because Jacksonville jumped out to a big lead early, and the Texans pulled their starters at halftime. And like even going into the game, I mean, yes, everybody said all the right things, but you kind of knew, and you could sense it just around, even in the stadium, the fans and everything. Like, yeah, we want to win this game, but we also want to get to the playoffs healthy, and we want to make sure that once we're in the playoffs, everybody is ready. And so it was just a strange thing. Now, you give credit to the Colts. Riley Leonard comes out on his first third down, deep to Alec Pierce. There's a little bust in the coverage there on the back end. They'll have Kamari Lassiter back at corner. So when you look at the AFC, I mean, this year is, as everybody said, more than ever feels like the most wide open it's been. The Texans defense, without a doubt, can stop anybody. It's going to come down to their ability to put up points on the other end. That is going to determine how far they actually go.
All right, I know that back part is what kind of jumped out.
Yeah, look, the AFC's wide open. The defense is good enough to win a championship. It's all going to come down to whether the offense can score points. And I think, look, this is stating the blatantly obvious. JJ did there on McAfee. I mean, anybody that covers the team knows that this thing's going to come down to whether the Texans' offense can score points or not. But I love hearing it from JJ. I mean, there's no sugarcoating it. There's no, let's just overemphasize how great the defense is and how wide open the AFC is and tell us how good CJ's been in the past and how good Nico is. Now, the reality of it is what JJ said. The reality of it is it's all going to boil down to whether it's the first round or it's the damn Super Bowl. It's all going to boil down to, can this offense – I'm not talking about piddle around and just score enough. And it's going to come down to probably multiple times. If they can pull it off and win, probably multiple times. If they can't pull it off, it'll happen once. It's going to come down to whether this offense can score points. And the reality of it is I'm not real confident in that being the issue. I'm not real confident in this offense being able to get it done. I'm not. I mean, my question to the listeners, 713-572-4610, is where are you at with your confidence level? I know you're high on the defense. I know you're high on the current state of the AFC and your chances. And we know you like CJ and you like Nico, but where are you at honestly with this offense ultimately deciding whether you make a run and win a championship? Here we are in year 3 with DeMeco Ryans, a defensive-minded head coach. I said it when he got hired. This is all going to boil down to, can he get the offensive coordinator right? Can he get the quarterback right? He got the quarterback right out of the gate. At least most of us think he got the quarterback right out of the gate. And the offensive coordinator, it's been a bit of a struggle there. Things I'm not comfortable with, Ron, and with this offense, it's easy. We've talked about it all multiple times throughout the year. Basic communication. This team, the offensive coordinator, the quarterback, the head coach, multiple times throughout the year, we've heard them talk about getting out of the huddle on time. We've heard them talk about communication in the huddle and at the line of scrimmage. We've heard them talk about communication with the quarterbacks, line, tight ends, and everybody that's in pass protection. We've heard that consistently. Now, it's been better of late, but we've heard that consistency. That basic communication on the road in a loud environment is going to be a major problem. It's going to be a huge challenge for this group, and I'm not confident that they're going to get it done. Handling pressure, just basic handling pressure looks, whether they blitz or not, just the look of crowding the line of scrimmage, loading the box up. CJ and the offensive line and ultimately Nick Caley, their ability to handle that. They were better last week. I highlighted that in Tape Drop Tuesday. They were better last week, but I need to see more to be confident. Also, last but not least, the other pass catchers, not named Nico, everybody else. I don't know that they're good. I'll say the phrase good enough, all-encompassing good enough. But when I say that, I mean, can Dalton Schultz actually separate in coverage enough versus a playoff caliber team and a good defense? Can Higgins, Xavier Hutchinson, and Christian Kirk, those are the three guys percentage-wise that have gotten more snaps. I like Noel, but Noel's not in this conversation, doesn't play enough. Can those guys separate enough, create enough opportunity for C.J. Stroud to go out there and move the football and score points and do what J.J. said? This playoff for the Texans is going to come down to whether the offense can score points to happen. And I'm not saying they're not going to happen. I've just not seen enough to be super confident versus a playoff caliber opponent that it's going to happen.
Yeah, which is fair. But the hope is they don't have to have a situation like Jacksonville, right? Because that was the only game really where it felt like they really had to – they were forced to have to really score points and come back. And the hope is that the defense can do what they have done for most of the season, and that is control the game, control the score, and not have to put the offense in a place where they have to go and score points. The only game, as we said, was the Jacksonville game. All right, coming up, as we're getting closer to this game coming up, matchups in this game, and I think this may be the biggest matchup in the game. And we'll talk about it on the other side. It is simply, how are you feeling about this Texans offensive line, which is so much better than it was the previous 2 years? How are you feeling about the Texans offensive line versus the Steelers D-line? We'll discuss that next.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties. They're back, y'all. And however you like to get
Sports Radio 610 to sign up and give. Help us help Houston and donate this week. The Drive is powered in an accident. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Had some responses to your question there, Clint.
What you got?
from the text line. I don't trust this offense if it comes down to having to score more than 25 points.
Oh, no.
I'm personally not comfortable at all that this offense can get it done, but then again, there's been times they haven't been able to score. It all comes down to which offense shows up. The average offense that can go down and score some points, or the subpar offense that settles and kicks 6 field goals. Someone else texted in, I don't like how many field goals they have to kick. So, and then there's some others who, like somebody else texted in, just let it play out.
That makes for great radio.
Yeah, I think he said, can we just let the game play out and stop trying to predict what's going to happen? You guys have been killing the Texans all season, and here they sit 12-5.
Stop whining. God,
I don't know.
Man.
I legit. I did. I asked the guy.
Sunshine.
I legit want to know if you want to go with the let it play out deal. What would be your topics for the day? You lead with Miami Fairbairn. You got 15 minutes on Fairbairn winning the AFC Player of the
Special Team
Week.
Player of the Week.
You got 20 minutes on Kevon Holman or Kevon Wallace.
My favorite's killing the Texans.
Killing the Texans. Yeah, I don't see
so
you.
mean.
We have stroked the defense every single week, every single day.
Stroke Nico Collins.
I mean, Nico Collins until the cows come home.
Woody Martin.
Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryan.
I probably
the cows
haven't
come.
Nick Caserio. But yeah, I hear you.
I mean, I think there's been even
You
times
have.
when you've said, "Hey, man, Nick did a hell of a job picking this guy up," or running. These running backs are coming. I mean, even you've leaned into it a bit. But yeah, no, I mean, it's just wild, boy, just wild.
But no, I mean, yeah, the offense which
I've
shows
the
up.
offensive line for a month plus now.
I however do think this is a game
I've
where
stroked Dalton Schultz all year long.
I think this is a game where
hell
they
is he
could probably get away with like the field goals. It feels like this one is, but we'll see down the line. We'll see down the line. But yeah, I mean, I think it's very fair to have concerns about the offense, but. What I would say is one thing that has been, Clinton Tyler, one of the biggest, I think, surprises in a positive way is what the offensive line has been and where I think people feel with the offensive line right now, even with changes. The sack numbers are down, and not just the sack numbers, but just the times where it looks like, CJ's running for his life are down. Now, they're not over. We still see moments of that, but not last year. It felt like they would go through multiple quarter stretches every week where they just couldn't even run offense because like it was a jailbreak at times. There were missed assignments of guys just getting beat. That is not even close to what is happening this year. But we have seen some moments, especially in the second half of some of these games where the pressure has gotten to the Texans. And I threw it out. How are you feeling about this matchup? Because I think really you could look at offensive line, defensive line on both sides of the ball for the Texans and the Steelers as really the matchups of the game. But the Steelers, they bring out, and then we heard Nick Caserio say it, they got two Hall of Famers down there. T.J. Watt is still one of the best pass rushers in the game. Cam Hayward has been playing really, really well the last 2 years. And Highsmith, who has 9.5 sacks for them, is really good. Higbee, who has 7.5 sacks, another guy up front. They've got capable pass rushers, and they can blitz. Kyle Duggar's a good blitzer from the secondary, Patrick Queen. How are you feeling about the Texans, their offensive line, their protection in this game?
I feel good about the offensive line.
Yeah.
I feel good about the offensive line. Now, I feel like the coordinator, quarterback, and O-line can all be overwhelmed, again, with that dreaded pressure that we always talk about. But if you're asking me specifically about the offensive line, to be able to handle them man-to-man, when you talk about protecting, I think they're going to be able to run the ball at least in a complementary fashion. When you talk about protecting, and let's assume that these running backs are going to chip the way they've chipped, the tight ends are going to help the way that they've helped when need be. I'm not worried about it. There's one that Cam Hayward in the middle is for two reasons. Is obviously he's a man amongst boys from a size and strength standpoint. I mean, him getting matched up and leaning on Andrews, and I mean really any of our interior guys. And not that he's gonna just whip them like a drum, but when you got Patterson in there and Andrews in there, you don't have a whole lot of lead in your ass in terms of your middle offensive line. So it's
as long as it is not the Chris Jones situation where that.
Yeah, I don't know that he's got that left.
Or
in
Simmons,
him.
yeah.
But I do feel like he's got to push the pocket from the inside. He's got to get in the quarterback's vision, knock balls down, force errant throws over the middle of the field. I do think that he has that in his bag.
Clint, he was clearly in the Baltimore game, the game they just played. He was clearly a big part in that game.
Yeah,
in the middle.
Well, to your point of I mean, I'm not worried about our tackles, but to your point of the two edge rushers for Pittsburgh, when you've got this is another thing why I'm so bullish on the interior pass rusher and big. You can't take either guard away. Like one of those guards at some
it's got to be.
They have to help Andrews, right? And you can't leave a guard by himself consistently either because it's just he's going to disrupt things. And so you got to give your attention inside, which creates one-on-ones for the most part outside, and could cause some problems. And so. What they've got going on across the front is problematic potentially. I'm not saying that it's going to be a major issue. Hell, that bad Pittsburgh team may show up and Texans may run through them, but they potentially that defense is significantly better than I think their rankings would tell you.
Can they just hold up, well enough that they can make some plays, right? That's the thing is, can they avoid that like that second half? There was a little bit of second half period against the Chargers where the pressure seemed to get away from a little bit. The same thing in that Chiefs game in the second half. Can they avoid that for long stretches in this game? Now DJ Watt is a capable pass rusher.
Yeah.
Like he's been one of the best in the league. But can they just get to a point where they don't let those guys just ruin everything they're trying to do? And they have been able to do that for the most part this year. They may have some moments, but for the most part this year, they've been able to do that. All right, coming up as we continue, big news coming out of the NFL is still lingering from yesterday, and a little bit of the Coach of the Year situation. Do you feel like it's an issue that D'Amico Ryans doesn't seem to be involved in that conversation? We'll discuss that next.
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Kalshi. Visit KALSHI.com. Use code RADIO. I-10 the Katy Freeway westbound at the Beltway. It's an accident that has 2 right lanes blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
See you, Champ Slice. Can we talk about Kingston Fleming's last night? He took over. Yeah, he did. That was a big performance. Freshmen was going off last night in college basketball. Fun night. Texas Tech coming in a big matchup at the Fertitta Center, and he went off down 6 and brought them boys back. So, yeah, shout out to Kingston Fleming. Make sure you enjoy him for these next few months. His ass is gone. Top 7 right now in the draft, his ass is gone. Yeah. It was a fun night. Fun night last night. All right, 713-572-4610. You can jump in. Also, YouTube and Twitch as well. Still the big news that people are still kind of getting over here with the NFL and really in the sports world is John Harbaugh. We broke that here when Tyler chimed in the 4 o'clock segment with John Harbaugh and the Ravens parting ways. And before we even got out of here, Adam Schefter reported that 7 teams had reached out to John Harbaugh. 7 teams reached out to John Harbaugh already. Fellas, there's only 6 teams that have openings. Right?
Yeah-oh.
And I'd assume the Ravens didn't reach out. So there's teams that just have coaches in place that reached out to John Harbaugh, which I gotta wonder who is a head coach around here sitting there thinking am I?
It's got to be Mike McDaniel, right?
I think Mike is safe.
You think?
Oh yeah. For some reason, they be safe with Mike. Maybe Shotty? Maybe Shotty looked around a little bit. I don't think so, but maybe Shotty looked around like you just never know. You never know with Jerry.
Buddy in Tampa.
Yeah, that's a good one. I think he probably said something to himself. They've had some success there lately, but yeah, he probably was looking around. Aaron Glenn. He probably was looking around with the Jets. I mean, it's looking rough. Yeah, I mean, dog, I'm like these guys these guys still got jobs. Zach Taylor maybe. With Cincy, maybe he was looking around a little bit.
Yeah,
they said he would come back, but they didn't know John was going to be available. So that is interesting. By the way, just 713-572-4610 YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this. It sounds like he's going to be able to have the pick of wherever he would want to go. He is the top candidate. Everyone has talked about he's the top candidate, and you understand, 18 years, Hall of Fame coach right now. These guys that have his resume don't generally hit the open market and still want to coach. But do you think in 2026 that even though what he has done with Baltimore, but just now you take him away from Baltimore and you have him there, do you get the sense like that this is a almost can't miss type program changer? Because Vrabel kind of felt that way. Andy Reid, you could kind of feel that way. His brother, Jim Harbaugh, who was out of the NFL, but we've seen him before. You kind of felt that way. John is in that same conversation.
Oh yeah,
you do. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I think he's very safe. I think it's he's one of those hires that even if it doesn't work out, nobody with any sense is going to come back and go, boy, you're a real idiot.
Yeah, well, yeah. Oh, yeah. Safe for it, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there's just, I think even while I like Kevin Stefanski, not personally, but I think I like him to land another job. Like there's the Cleveland debacle with the quarterbacks and all that kind of job. I mean, there's a real chance that if it doesn't work out at the next spot, Stefanski could. I mean, it could be viewed as like, what the hell were you thinking? I think Harbaugh is the one that if you want to make a good, safe hire where nobody's gonna come for your throat or nobody's gonna blame you, he's that guy in this cycle.
Yeah, he's
for what it's worth. I'm not saying it's the right hire, but that's who I think that's a slot he lands in this bunch.
Yeah, like and the guys we talked about, Harbaugh, Vrabel, Andy. Those are some of the and Andy's with this about 13 years ago now, but those are some guys where it's like when they hit free agency, you're like, oh, they're available. Yeah. Like you can instantly see they could change an organ. Sean Payton, another one. You can instantly see they could change former champion, they could instantly change a program, and really in all those spaces they have, right? They've all worked. It's just John comes with more ifs than the others because there's not really one side of the ball is an expert on, right? He's not a former coordinator. Yeah. On offense or defense, he's a special teams guy. So you gotta hit on both of those. Which
I think he is a guy like which most losing organizations that have fired their head coach are in that like the first year or two. It's all about your floor. It's all about how far, how quickly, how far can you raise the floor of your organization? Get the bad apples out. Get the culture right. Hold guys accountable. You may lose a bunch of games in the middle of it. Nick Caserio did it here. Like, how quickly can you get that turned? And I think with Harbaugh, when it comes to those things, I think he would help a general manager and be big in that transition. To your point, if you're talking about taking a franchise and consistently, immediately having them in the playoffs and then consistently staying there and kind of repeating what he did in Baltimore, then comes can he hire the right DC and the right OC and keep the next guy in the pipeline if and when he either sucks and you got to fire him or he's good enough and he gets hired out from underneath you. That's a different bear.
Like, I have to look at it, Tyler. Tyler Clint, maybe you can remember. Has he ever just been in a situation where he has just had to absolutely rebuild without a ton of talent? And I'm not saying that with like Atlanta.
Billick had it pretty decent when he took over.
Yeah, I mean, he took over with Ray, with Ray Lewis and an identity. And as you know, this is your history in the NFL. You understand, buddy. Like when you go to a healthy organization, and Baltimore in the last 20 years has been one of the most healthy. Came in, Ozzie Newsome was the guy running the show. The ownership has been strong. Right. Like he's run through Ray to Flacco to Lamar to like they have been. You roll out here and all of a sudden you go to one of these other organizations that aren't maybe as healthy. And I don't know how much he ran the show from like having his hands in everything, right. How much he ran the show. And you would imagine the next stop he goes to, he's going to want to do that more. Like, yeah, hell, if he went to Cleveland, he should. He instantly becomes the best guy in the room. So I'm with you. I think every fan base that has an opening right now and some that don't would be extremely excited if John Harbaugh was hired to be their head coach. To me, though, it isn't as easy as like, all right, Sean Payton, you know what kind of offense you're going to get, and now can he find a guy who goes to defense? Mike Vrabel, you know he probably going to have that defense right, and we've seen him build a Tennessee Titans team that got to an AFC Championship game. Andy Reid, the same, right? His brother, Jim. Look, we've watched him do this everywhere. It's not a surprise. He immediately goes 11-5, bringing his program in. That is a little different with John Harbaugh. By the way, are you surprised that there's not as much talk about Coach of the Year? I saw CBS had their top 5. They had Liam Cohen, Ben Johnson, Mike McDonald, Sean Payton, and Mike Vrabel as their top 5. You surprised that D'Amico, 12-5, injuries they've had, the start, that he's not getting more talk in people's top 5?
Man, that's a top 5 is because I mean I was going to say if you want to add a 6th, I wouldn't I wouldn't complain at all that DeMeco's in there. But you start looking at what these guys have done. I mean the 3 biggest turnarounds are what? Jacksonville, Chicago,
yeah,
and New England. I mean, I think those are the 3 biggest turnarounds, and so you're talking about
and
guys.
then Mike McDonald and Sean Payton
are your 1
Seattle.
seeds.
They're the 1 seeds, yeah.
So I mean, yeah, it for me it'd be hard to. I wouldn't argue against it, but it'd be hard to put DeMeco in over any of those 5 for me.
I think Sean Payton has done a great job over there, and they're the 1 seed. They've got the number 1 record in the AFC, but I would put DeMeco's job this year ahead of him. I don't know if I can do it over anybody else, like those other guys. Liam Cohen, you know how y'all feel about the Jags. Nobody really thought the Jags were going to be this, and Trevor would get turned around that quick. Ben Johnson didn't see them winning their division either, with the Lions and the Packers in there. And then, of course, Mike Vrabel just turns the Patriots around. Sean Payton, I think they made the playoffs, and there were some expectations there, so I'm not as surprised by that. But yeah, man, there have been some great coaching jobs this year, some really good turnarounds and coaching jobs, and usually it's built off expectations, right? And DeMeco was expected to win the division coming into the season, and
I mean, I would argue that DeMeco was expected to win 11, 12 games this year.
Yeah, more than anybody else on the list.
Now, we go back to, and not that I'm against it, but we go back to should you give somebody credit for the hole they dug just because they dug out of it? Yeah. You know what I mean? I don't know. A hell of a run, don't get me wrong, but.
I mean, they don't even have Kyle Shanahan in their top 5.
He's nowhere over injuries.
Yeah, he's overcome a ton. All right, coming up. We had a conversation about C.J. Stroud yesterday, and I think this is something that we can go a little bit deeper on with you, the people. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, it's New Year's is here now. The resolutions are in.
is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in as The Drive is live on a Wednesday. And remember, come hang out with us tomorrow as it is another edition, but not just another edition, a playoff edition. Going to be special out there. Playoff edition of Thirsty Thursdays. Buffalo Wild Wings, the Willowbrook location right off Tomball Parkway. If you are looking for a landmark, Willowbrook Mall, the other side of the highway. A spot we go to a lot. We have a good time there. I think that's Scarlett, right? I think that is Scarlett's spot, our bartender.
Yes. I was not real sure where you were going on that.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Scarlett, the bartender.
Well, you scared me with that one.
A stripper or whatever you were thinking.
Well, I was just trying to think of my history, my past.
I don't think very many people have a Scarlett.
I do not.
In their locker. In their rafters, excuse me.
I don't think I do.
Yeah, no, I don't think Scarlett. I mean, you're one of a kind. If you got a Scarlett in your rafters in your jersey list.
We ought to sit around and talk about the names, just random names.
Yeah,
you got a random name? Why not say
Felicity?
Probably Felicity. Boy, where'd you find her?
She was a freak.
She was in a shake. You found her in a shake between here and College Station somewhere?
Nope. I got redhead written all over.
OBT.
Really? In the dirty, huh?
Oh, yeah.
You came over on my side. Was she a pelly rat?
And she was dirty. Felicity.
Listen to him.
He's making this up.
Just had a flashback.
I don't think you had a Felicity. I really don't. I don't.
That time in Kima.
Kima? You took her from OBT to Kima?
Nah, I definitely don't believe you now.
You try to.
I know Megan knows you had a past, but I don't think you'd be this aggressive.
Did you try to lock her up, or?
Okay, he's gonna.
She tried to lock me up. I had to get out of there.
Proposed to him. Yeah. Well, good for you, man. If you got a Scarlett in your or a Felicity. Huffman. If you have one of those, go ahead and tap yourself on the back. You got a good list. All right, but again, we'll be out there tomorrow. Willowbrook location, Buffalo Wild Wings, a little Thirsty Thursday playoff edition. So should be fun coming out with a shout out to Bud Light, shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings. You know we don't come empty-handed. Be prizes for you to win as well. So come hang out with us tomorrow. All right, Clint, we have we talked about this and kind of talked around it, and I think there's a space where we can go deeper on this, and obviously we love hearing from the people, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, even the sensitive ones. We love hearing from the people. How do you feel about this? And maybe you disagree with the premise of it anyway, but do you think, are you okay with the Texans treating C.J. Stroud basically like a game manager? Because that's what it feels like to me for the most part. This feels very different than, his first year where it felt like, not even felt like, my man D'Amico, I'll never forget after the Colts game that got them into the playoffs, that one of the divisions said, whatever we're going to do is going to be because of C.J. Stroud. We're going to win because of C.J. Stroud. And, Clint, it feels like it is a shift, obviously, with the number one defense, but it does feel like it is more of a just don't turn it over, just don't be the reason why we lost and not as much the reason why we win, which to me generally feels very game manager-like. And it's worked, right? They've won 9 in a row. They've gotten the playoffs. They've won 12 games. That people really look at in this field that can get to a Super Bowl. But what's your feeling? You think the Texans should be approaching C.J. Stroud this way?
Well, absolutely. I think they should. I mean, the moment that you hired Nick Caley, knowing that this was the system, I mean, it's the quarterbacks can. I mean, he's got to fit the system. He's got to wholeheartedly, blindly commit to what it is they want him to do. And so, whether you look at the system. Or you look at a couple of factors that I think you marry them together and you've landed where you are. Pressure and quarterback sacks became a major problem. You didn't fix the offensive line by spending money on proven talent. And so whether you look at Nick Caley schematically, philosophically, what he believes in doing, it's gonna be an interesting fit for C.J. Stroud long-term, to say the least. I think that's fair. And game management is what they want him to do to an extreme, right? So whether you look at it from Caley's offensive mind and schematically and philosophically what they want to do, or you look at it from the major problems that was sacks and pressures last year to not like fixing the offensive line. I'm talking about with proven players that were on the market, proven veteran free agents kind of deal, and shoring up the offensive line. And that's why you've arrived at, hey, man, the only way you survive and the only way we can even keep our head above water offense, basically, tiptoe our way through games with a great defense, regardless of how or why. The situation that they're in is exactly, they signed up for this. They signed up for this. I mean, they signed up for this when they hired Nick Caley.
They signed up for him being a game manager.
Absolutely. And they signed up with it when they didn't fix the offensive line. Absolutely, 100%. He has no other option. And whether he has no other option than right now to be as elite of a game manager as he can possibly be, and that is exactly what the offense asked him to do. So I think this is exactly what they should do with him.
I despise it. I
don't like the fit.
Well, let me get this. Are you saying that this is an offense? Because someone just texted in, they aren't treating CJ like a game manager. This is a game manager offense. Mm-hmm. I will disagree a little bit like that. Like they, I mean, they take the ball out of the quarterback's hand. I mean, they try to minimize risk with later in games.
I would argue that that's the number one job of a game managing quarterback is to minimize risk.
But they minimize it where there's not even a chance to go and make plays because it's handoff or whatever.
Yeah.
Are you saying? Let me get this. Are you saying that this offense will only allow for a game manager, or is this an offense where? Where you can say, no, we're going to win because this guy makes plays and not just because, hey, man, just don't kind of mess it up, because that's what it feels like they're doing with him.
In this offense, the number one thing you have to be is an elite game manager. You can have a great arm or a lesser arm. You can be a great athlete or a lesser athlete. None of that. All of that is secondary to, hey, we're going to ask you to take as little risk as you can, be smarter than the opponent, be extremely efficient, and be super calculated when you take shots. And if you take shots, the game will dictate whether you need to take shots. It could be a 3-point game, but if we feel like we're in complete control and our defense is controlling their offense, we're going to choke this thing way down, and it's going to be more important to milk the clock than it is to score points. That is what this offense is, and the philosophy behind what they're doing here in Houston. And I believe that, as I said yesterday, in this offense, I don't think there'll be a day when we're talking about C.J. Stroud being a top 10 quarterback again.
Because of the offense.
Because
of the system.
It is going to require deep runs in the playoffs and championships for a quarterback in this kind of system to get the credit that he deserves.
It is
Ron. It is going to take 25, it's going to take 25 touchdowns or 30 touchdowns and 4 interceptions for him to be viewed as a top 10 guy. And as I said when it happened, his rookie year, it's going to be unbelievably difficult for C.J. Stroud to duplicate the numbers that he put up his rookie year.
Listen, Who would you say in this system, quarterback-wise, has been the best?
Brady.
Right?
You can argue he's been one of the only ones that's been worth a damn.
I'm not saying that CJ needs to be up to Brady's level, which is right now the best we've ever seen. But I never, probably halfway through his career, I never looked at it and thought, boy, they're winning. They're winning, and Tom's just kind of riding along. Like I thought they were winning because they got Tom Brady, and regardless of the offense, it seems like they put the responsibility and everything on his shoulders. Like that was the driving force to winning for the Patriots. Maybe not early when they had that defense and it was Tom's first several years, but I don't know, man. Towards the back end of that first dynasty, that first run, all the way through. Yeah. He was the driving force in that offense.
Oh, I agree.
And I
I mean, once they were winning Super Bowls and winning games like at that kind of clip, and he was like the best we've ever seen in the system. Yeah, I agree. So I'm saying, I think CJ's got to make the Texans have to make multiple deep runs, and they've got to win a Super Bowl before CJ Stroud starts getting the credit that he deserves. It's got to be, hey, this kid's a winner. Hey, this kid is unbelievably competitive. This kid makes everybody as a small guy on the field. He is the most cerebral quarterback we've ever seen. He's never wrong. He lives and breathes over an extended period of time this efficient brand of ball that's minimizing risk before he's ever given the credit that he deserves. There's not going to be another year where he goes out there and throws 30-plus touchdowns and 4 interceptions and throws for and flirts with 5,000 yards.
I just wonder if the mindset will change for them, because the mindset right now to me is play through our defense. And I'm not saying it's not like a bad thing, system or not, it's play through our defense. And I think if they were in whatever system, they probably would be doing things that says play through our defense. And again, as I said, they've got the number one defense in football. You can understand that. But man, it just feels weird to watch that guy with guys like Nico Collins, that talent, and it seems like they are making the decision to make I think B. Scott has said that, make the Ferrari drive in a school zone. Mm-hmm. And I don't even know if he's a Ferrari, but damn it, he's a nice Acura. I mean, he's shown to be a lack, like something, and like I think clearly him and Davis, they're approaching the quarterback position and what they are expecting those guys to do the same way. Now, the only time that we really get a chance to see it is when all hell breaks down and CJ's got to run away from pass rushers, and then he makes plays, off script and gets down. That's the difference. But they're not approaching. There is not second halves, Clint, where they have the lead and the approach is let's stomp them, let's stomp their throats in and end it. Yep. And CJ, go end it, because we are riding you. I've watched the Jags do it. I watched them in Denver have a lead in the second half and put the ball in Trevor's hands to make the lead bigger and to go and win because of Trevor. But and I think CJ should be looked at that way. But it's like I just hate that.
I think there's a real internal struggle. And I don't think it's just one-sided. I think it's all the way around. I think there's a real, just overall, generally speaking, broad brush here, paint with a broad brush. Does C.J. Stroud, is he comfortable? Is he happy? Is he a good fit in what Nick Caley's doing offensively? I think that's a conversation that's going to go on, if it's not already going on, between him and David Mulugeta. I think it's a conversation that's going on between D'Amico, Caley, and Nick Caserio as well, on both sides of the deal. Because it's not – we're talking off the physical ability being limited.
Well, yeah, like what's pissed me off is the mindset of, like, I don't know that there's another quarterback in any quarterback that we think has the skill level of CJ, and not just the skill level, but shown it.
Yeah.
Shown what he's capable of doing.
Yeah.
That if they get a lead,
Yep.
Let's just walk. Let's try to drag ourselves to that lead.
Yep.
What was that again?
Whoop. Chris Berman, sorry.
I like that.
Just drag ourselves to that lead.
Yeah.
Like, I'm looking at this thing, right? Like, help, Brock Purdy. He putting it in Brock's hands.
Oh, I mean, look, go up the coast a bit. Old buddy in Seattle.
Putting it in his hands.
And that guy was seeing ghosts a couple years ago.
He's got a great defense.
Yeah.
Like, go look at their, like, he's got a great defense. Putting it in his hands. I understand there, and I can I understand they've won 9 straight. This defense is nasty.
Yeah.
But it's.
I agree with you. Look, I'm a Texans fan, and
they play like this with Davis Mills. I got it.
I believe. Agree.
I get it.
I believe the Texans' product would be significantly better if it was an offense that fit C.J. Stroud. Just from a standpoint of, hey, we're gonna stay aggressive. We're going to stay aggressive. We're going to drive the ball down. Now, I'm not saying we're going to talk about 5-headed monsters and drop back and carelessly rip the ball down the field, but these guys, to an extreme, are patient, check the ball down. We're going to establish the run, like, to an extreme. I don't want what we saw last year. Like, I don't want them putting it in the head of C.J. Stroud. We're going to stretch the field. We're going to take shots. We're going to be aggressive. I don't want that. But just, you know, that there just is a lot of to your point, there's a lot of tampering down instead of, hey, man, let's go play football.
When you got that.
Yeah.
And Nico.
And you do got a Ferrari in the garage.
And Nico, you got All right, coming up, a little stock up, stock down, as we'll look at the Texans. Whose stock is up, whose stock is down. That's coming up next.
Cocaine and hookers, my friend.
The Drive is live and getting you set for the playoffs on a Football Friday. Join Clint and Ron at Boomer Jackson Katie. Inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident. Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Tootski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
I tell him to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
It is Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive. We got a Texans wild card edition, a playoff edition of stocks for these Houston Texans live on the Drive. I want to start with you, Ron the Show Hughley. You know how I do. I like to get the negatives out of the way. Let's focus on the good later. So for all you sensitive-ass listeners out there, I think it's just one or two of you, hold tight. We'll get through Stock Down.
I think it's more like 6, 7 of them.
6, 7. We'll do Stock Down. Just hold your horses. Calm down. We'll get to Stock Up. So we're on the Show Hughley as the Texans head to Pittsburgh for a Monday night matchup against the Steelers in the wild card round. Stock down for you for the Texans.
Yeah, my stock down is to one of the best players, arguably the best player on their team. And that is Derek Stingley Jr. He is a great player, an all-pro, maybe an all-pro for the second straight year. Although I think there has been some slippage from last year. He's still a great player. He was not great on Sunday. And for this team, they need their great players, especially their great players on defense, to play that way for this team to give itself the best chance to win. And I mean, he was getting beat by Pierce. Hell, there was a sequence on one of the Pierce touchdowns. He got beat on second down on one side of the end zone by Pittman. Pittman just dropped it for the second time. And then the very next play, he got beat in the end zone by Pierce. And it's one-on-one, and we're not accustomed to seeing that. And there were some moments in Sunday's game. It was a half. I know maybe there's an excuse of he wasn't really into it. That's generally not how the Texans approach things. But they need Derek Stingley and their great players to be great. And Alec Pierce and Pittman aren't supposed to beat him the way they did at times in that game on Sunday. So stock down to Derek Stingley. I'm certain he will turn it around on Monday, but that was disappointing to watch one of the best players in football get beat by, I think, all right dudes.
Stock down for Ron the Show Hughley as Derek Stingley Jr. heading into wild card weekend for the former NFL quarterback, Mr. Clint Stoerner, Dirty Red. Stock down in your view for the Houston Texans right now preparing for the Steelers.
Man, I'm going to go with Kayvon Wallace. I think he's still kind of dangling out there, boys. I mean, that's a good one. I still think this is one where unless something that happened behind closed doors that we're not privy to forced this release and was the reason they chose him, I got to believe that there's conversations have been had and he will be back and his status with the team will not change. However, the longer it stays dangling out there, the more I worry about it. I mean, I say stock down for Kayvon Wallace just because, hell, I thought starter for sure. I mean, fits the damn swarm mentality like a glove. And I know there's some people out there that maybe think that his performance this week left a lot to be desired. I mean, even if that's the case, I mean, what are your options? I mean, you're down several safeties this year. I don't know. So Kayvon Wallace is clearly his stock down, even if it is just a roster manipulation play. Boy, that's it's a risky move with a guy that's getting some run.
Yeah, when you ain't on the team no more. Yeah, I got you. That's a stock down.
You are tuned in to Stock Up, Stock Down every Wednesday right here on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. About 3:30 every hump day. We're doing a wild card edition, playoff edition for these Houston Texans going to Pittsburgh. Stock Down's out of the way, hang one out there for you to go back and listen to if you want it. Back over to you. And listen here, sensitive ass out there on my text line. Stock up. That means positive. In your view, Ron.
I got to go with Xavier Hutchinson. You just can't. You just can't kill that guy. There have been multiple occasions I thought he was not going to be on the roster. There were multiple occasions if he was on the roster, I thought he was going to be nothing more than a special teams guy. And he had a nice game, big chunk play down the sideline where he caught across the middle and start running away from people, which sometimes I wonder, is that his game? But he's able to do it. And, hell, he's been the best of the Iowa State players. He's been the most consistent of the Iowa State players. It don't matter. You go draft draft Higgins in the second round, your first pick of the draft. Still doesn't knock him down. You go and get Nolan. Still don't knock him down. Who was my man from
John Carroll?
No, from Alabama, who they traded away.
Mechie.
John Mechie. Draft him. Don't matter.
X gonna give it to you.
Yeah, he survived. He survived Stephon Diggs. Everybody, and he still is a major part of this offense, and he deserves to be. He has been. That is a really good pick for Nick. You're right. That's a really good pick for Nick Caserio, the way that's worked out for him.
There you go.
Xavier Hutchinson, stock up, and he's been a big part of this offense, and I think we'll continue in this playoff run. Dude just can't die.
And back to you, Clint Stoerner. Put a little on this thing. Houston Texans as they prepare for the Steelers on Monday night and a wild card matchup.
This is an easy one for me, man. I'm going Tommy Togiai. I mean, look, obviously it's low-hanging fruit on a day like this or after a game like this where he scores a touchdown. It's easy to go with him. But I think the conversation around Tommy Togiai has changed. He's no longer a one-year, $3 million guy. He's no longer the fourth-round pick. I believe by the Cleveland Browns that bounced around in their organization and the Falcons organization and kind of was just a late pickup, a late add, a depth player. He's no longer that guy. That conversation, the thought of like, oh, boy, this Tommy Togiai guy, boy, he's really helping us and he had a good game. No, I think when you watch his play beyond the touchdown, when you watch his play, he is a really, really, really good player. We've heard DeMeco Ryans talk about how important he is to the D-line room and ultimately the defensive unit.
Is he their best interior D-lineman?
Yes.
He's better. You think he does more than Sheldon Rankins?
Yeah.
I was going to say for that to be a conversation.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's just because Tim Settle's injured, Foley's injured, all the rest of them. Like, we've watched all those guys play over the last several years. There is an argument that Tommy, his play has been better than all of those guys.
Well, he fits in a mold with maybe two other guys that are really built and to do what they're asked to do, and he's really, really good at it. The bottom line is this: the conversation has just changed significantly. I mean, I'd be shocked if he's not a guy they give a multi-year deal to, and that he's not here longer term. I'm not saying he's going to break the bank, but I don't think he's any longer a one-year guy. I don't think he's any longer a journeyman that kind of just snuck in, slipped through the cracks with a couple of other organizations and they picked him up. I think the conversation around him is he is a key player on this defense moving forward.
He was in the Kurt Hinish, Khalil Davis kind of range there. Yep. Like, oh, man, that's a big pickup that you didn't expect to where, like if he got hurt and not just because of the injuries already there, but if he got hurt, that would be a huge loss. Yep. Like, even if Settle was healthy, Foley was healthy, if he got hurt, that would be a huge loss. And that is Tommy. The
arrow's pointed up.
Way up. And you might have to point something more than arrows up with him. You might have to point some zeros there, Cal. Not to spend your money, but
hold on, Show.
Your wife's out here calling big plays for him. Shoot, you might have to pay him a little cash. Be happy about it. All right, coming up as we continue here on the drive. An hour from now, we'll hear from B. Scott, so stay tuned for that for our Texans report. But Nick Caserio, the general manager, speaks about maybe the number one thing that the Texans have to stop, in this game against the Steelers. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Bad MFR. Ready. Texans, Steelers, Monday Night Football. It's playoff.
That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Get your first month of Blue Chew free. Pay just $5 shipping. BlueChew.com. Promo code 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. As we're getting you ready here for a little playoff. We're used to this. This is 3 years in a row the Texans have made the postseason. And another thing we're accustomed to is the Texans winning. The Texans winning in the playoffs as well, as they will take on Pittsburgh coming up on Monday. We will have that for you, including us Monday the 14th. And then we're going to hand things over to Sean and Seth.
Yes, sir.
So, hey, man, we're going to have this party started now. We're gonna get it going here for a huge one coming up. By the way, also, come hang out with us tomorrow as a little playoff edition of Thirsty Thursday at Buffalo Wild Wings. We will be at the Willowbrook location. And come hang out with us. We'll be in Katy on Friday, right? For a little bit of football Friday.
That's right.
Boomer Jacks. Boomer Jacks. I've had some good times at that.
Yeah, that's a good one, too. That's a good one, too.
Yeah, it's a good time.
I missed when we were down on the south. I believe it's in League City. Is that where the one is down there, Webster?
Oh, Webster. Yeah, I think there is. We've been to. There's two locations.
I missed the one on the south side. The other one was out in Katy. That's when that's when you found out you got the bad news on your pops. Remember?
Yes. And so then we went to the and then the other one. I can't remember the other one was because B. Scott was with me on the other one. I can't remember that. But no, man, we'll have a good time coming up. Playoff edition, football Friday, and then Thirsty Thursday tomorrow. Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook. That Willowbrook location. So come on, hang out with us tomorrow. All right, here is Nick Caserio. He spoke about DK Metcalf, and they have not had DK Metcalf the last 2 weeks because he decided to put his hands on a fan in Detroit. Could you imagine had that field goal to gone through? I mean, they may have cut his ass. Probably not, but they may have done. I mean, he'd have been in some real hot water. So, by the way, we got a motivated player coming into this game in DK Metcalf, and he's a really good receiver and can be a great receiver at times. But this was Nick Caserio talking about DK Metcalf and potential problems he could present to this defense.
Yeah, he's a significant problem. I mean, receivers don't grow on trees like that, look like that. I mean, he's big, he's strong, he's fast. When he gets the ball in his hands, talk about tackling. Yeah. I mean, he's hard to get to the ground. He has a big play element, which he's certainly added to their offense. I mean, go back to the Baltimore game, not the last week here, but a few weeks ago. I mean, I think he had 150, 60 yards receiving. And, Aaron's not afraid to give players an opportunity to make a play on the ball. Like we saw that even going back to last year with the Jets when he put the ball up there to Garrett Wilson, and Garrett made the play there in the end zone against Kamari. So when you have a guy like DK, you're thinking, well, I'm going to give my guy an opportunity to make a play on the ball, and once he gets a ball in his hand, we're going to have to tackle him. So, no, he's a big part of their offense, and I'm sure they're excited to have him back for our game.
All right, Clint, and the people you can jump in on this, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, as usual. He's not the best receiver in the league. They've faced some really good receivers. Smith and Jigba in Seattle, I think probably had the best year this season. They faced some really good receivers in the league this year. But he is a different type of receiver, Clint, and I think that's going to be the number one thing that they're discussing is how do we approach handling DK Metcalf? He is a big-bodied receiver, speed, can catch the ball in traffic. He is a big play guy, as Nick Caserio just talked about. But the Texans have the two best the best corner tandem in football with Kamari Lassiter, who will be back, you would assume, and Derek Stingley Jr. How do you approach handling this situation? Do you travel him with Derek Stingley, what they've done in the past, or not? Like, how would you handle DK Metcalf in this?
Well, it's the big play element is what scares you. What Nick Caserio said there. That's the part that scares you, coupled with the fact that he's got one of the most elite passers of the football that can still spin it in an elite fashion, throwing the ball to him. So that's the part that scares you, right? I lean more towards stay in the structure of your defense unless it becomes a problem for DK Metcalf. I do think there is a slight size difference on the. I mean, if you look at the depth chart or you look at the bio of each player between Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter, I mean, it's 15 pounds and a couple of inches max. I mean, but there's the reality of it is Derek Stingley's a more well-built corner, just a bigger, longer corner. So I think he probably has a better chance to
Kamari's physical as hell.
Yeah, it's but I think I would stay in structure and try to eliminate and let's see if Will Anderson and Daniil and what I've done all year long, creating the chaos around an immobile quarterback. Let's see if I can force the ball out quick. Let's see if I can force some errant throws, get some turnovers. But if all of a sudden I see that, hey man, we're not our pressures aren't getting home with 4, and Aaron Rodgers has got too much time back there, I've got to find a way to take DK Metcalf. Because the truth is, if you take DK Metcalf out of the game, I like Calvin Austin. You know, I like what's the cat?
Adam Thielen. They got
what's the other cat that's been MV?
MVS. Yeah.
Isn't that who's with him there too?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I like some of those guys, but if you take that big horse out of the game, then the threat, the big play threat, the ability to separate, man, it is significantly decreased. And so I could see a situation where they get Derek Stingley mirroring him and following him, but I don't think from
he
jump.
Would be the one.
From jump, I'm going to stay in structure.
I'm with you. I think Kamari Lassiter has earned that and has played to that level, and I think his physicality. I think he is, if not one of the best tackling corners in the league. He's physical. I said it to you guys before the show. I think he gets a sports Woody thinking about the potential that he can have with DK Metcalf.
I do wonder though, Ron, of like, and I'll be honest with you, I'm probably a little bit overemphasizing it because I've stood on the sideline next to him.
He's a big.
You can be as physical as you want, but if your arms ain't long enough and you ain't got enough lead in your ass, he's a horse, man. I mean, he's a dip. I mean, the only guy that I didn't stand next to, we played him a few times, but I never got close to him, was old boy in Detroit. Yeah, I mean that's the only. But I mean, still, this is just. I mean, he is an absolute horse, and so I do wonder if the sheer size of DK Metcalf isn't a problem for even though he's the more physical guy. I wonder if that DK Metcalf, the size isn't a tad bit overwhelming. It just Stingley looks significantly bigger than Kamari Lassiter when you see him on the field. They look significantly bigger, and I wonder if Stingley could handle. If he becomes a problem, I would venture to say Stingley could handle him a little bit better.
Yeah, and someone texted in, and I think I'd agree with you as well. And I think you would agree with this as well. You handle DK with 51 and 55, period. Rodgers has to be more uncomfortable than Josh Allen in Houston on Thursday night. But you also know, like, you're going to probably get a lot of back shoulder. You're going to get a lot of, like stuff where it's down the field, but it's quick.
Yeah.
Right? And you trying to use his size to go up. So I mean, I don't know what they do in terms of do they follow or do they keep it just straight up. I do know they need to follow if he's in the slot though. Like if they start to put him in the slot, I think like to me, I would feel very comfortable all the time if one of those two were covering him.
Yeah.
I don't know that I love anybody else in the secondary having to cover him unless it is just a flat-ass double that you can just clearly see right off right off the bat. Which hell, that might be what you need to do anyway, just because there's just going to be a lot of jump ball or contested catches type of situation.
He's not a versatile enough player for me to change what I do defensively. You know what I mean? He's not a Jamar Chase. He's not a Smith and Jigba. He's a below average route runner.
He's got more Mike Evans kind of like.
But he's got more Mike Evans from a play style. And then if you want to talk about how he's used, it's more kind of like Nico. Hey, we're going to put you over here on the boundary receiver, and I'm going to find a way to get you the ball if they single you up or I don't know how much they're going to move him. I haven't studied the Rams a ton, but every time I watch him, he's pretty stagnant, pretty stationary. So, yeah, I agree with you, man. Like more of a Mike Evans play style, and within that offense doesn't move a whole lot. And so, yeah, he would have to become a major. The problem is, again, is the boogeyman for this defense has been the big play. And
he can move once he gets going straight.
And he's got a huge catch window. He can run by you. He's a load once he does catch the ball. So, all the things that have been a bugaboo for this defense, I think DK Metcalf presents a problem. Now, again, 51 and 55 can shut that down quicker than anybody. We'll see if they can on Monday.
Text line coming through, you're wrong for comparing him to Evans or Nico. The Evans part is like Mike Evans doesn't run a ton of routes, and DK Metcalf doesn't run a ton of routes either. Like there's a lot of DK and Mike Evans run straight down with the hand up.
Sure.
To use their size, and they may run some slants. And then I think to the point you were making with Nico is they just don't move him.
They don't move him. You know where he's at.
Yeah.
He's easy. He's easy to track.
But no, Mike Evans and him, you're not seeing a lot of different routes coming from those two guys. They're on the outside doing a lot of down the field.
Yep.
Hands up. There ain't a lot of in and out of breaks and stuff. What you got coming up?
College football, baby. Look, what guardrails they do have on NIL and transfer portal, hey, you can throw them out the window, man. You can throw them out the window. Not that it matters. It was already so loose it didn't matter. But Lane Kiffin has to be the most hated coach in the game. And I'm talking about in coaching circles. He's got to be the most hated coach in the game. I'll explain the problem, and we'll work out the details next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Dr. Matoran. Look, I tell you.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, it's Dirty's Daily, baby, and Dirty's Daily is powered by the one and only Toro. Did he go in the Hall of Fame, the Mascot Hall of Fame this year?
Hell yeah, he
did. I guess
did.
that was last year, 2025. He was in the building today, along with some of the Texans cheerleaders, along with some of the Texans personnel. We had us a little pepper rally over here on Sports Radio 610, at Sports Radio 610. And a lot of team spirit in the building this morning, y'all. A lot of team spirit in the building. Boss lady, I had to give it to her. She stole the cake. Best dressed once again. I told everybody in the building that's why I wear sweats now to work. I just quit. I gave up. You can't compete. You might as well just blend into the background. And so that's where I'm at. But big shout out to Toro in the building. By the way, be looking out on social media. I got a little swarmy. I was feeling a little swarmy when took his that out on one of the couches here in the hallway. So I don't know if Toro or the couch.
Oh my God!
Correct. I don't know if Toro or the couch took more abuse. Both of the legs of the couch busted out from underneath it on one end. So that's what's going down. But big shout out to Toro for sponsoring today's Dirty's Daily. Quick update here, not update, but announcement. Thirsty Thursday. Big shout out to Bud Light. We are at Buffalo Wild Wings in Willowbrook this week, this Thursday. Tomball Parkway. Is today Wednesday already?
Today's Wednesday, baby.
So that's tomorrow. Damn, it's already. Week's flying by, boys. Thirsty Thursday. Big shout out to Bud Light. Buffalo Wild Wings up in Willowbrook. Tomball Parkway. Come check it out. By the way, speaking of Texans representatives, the Texans cheerleaders will be there. I was told well in advance. They're not going to surprise us this time, Tyler. They're going. Tyler last week was like, "What is Clint talking about? What is Clint talking about?" I said, well, hell, I didn't know the Texans cheerleaders were coming. I mean, that gets folks like John Capetillo, my boy, that gets him up off the couch and to come join us, man. The cheerleaders will be there at Buffalo Wild Wings up in Willowbrook. Come on through Friday, to Football Friday. Big shout out to our Houston area Ford dealers. Big shout out to Tomball Ford and Academy Sports and Outdoors for making that happen all year long. We were at Boomer Jack's in Katy. Love the place. In fact, last time I went over there, I may have stuck around for about 45 minutes and played dominoes and drank a couple extra beers.
Play a little dominoes?
I did. I played some dominoes in a while, and I lost one and won one, and then left before we had time to play game 3 to decide on it. But yeah, hell of a place, man. Hell of a place. All right, we got to talk a little college football, boys. We obviously, rightfully so, we're heavy Texans right now, preparing for this wild card round playoff game up in Pittsburgh. But we got to talk a little college football. I don't look the college football. I don't know if you knew this, but there are a few guardrails actually that still exist in the NIL transfer.
Are there?
Yeah, there's a couple. And now I shouldn't say college football. I should give the credit to the Big Ten. The Big Ten does have a template that they use with from a contract perspective. Their league members, meaning their teams, the Big Ten teams, they use a certain template when they sign players. And here's what's going on right now. It's one of the bigger stories outside the college football playoffs in college football. And I said this, I led with this. Lane Kiffin's got to be the most hated coach, not for leaving Ole Miss, but just overall for everything he's done. He's got to be the most hated coach in all college football circles. The University of Washington, they've got a quarterback up there. And here's my question to everybody. Is Washington doing the right thing here, or do you not believe that they're doing the right thing by the player? Here we go. The Washington Huskies, they had a quarterback last year, Damon Williams, really good player, threw for over 3,000 yards, threw for 25 touchdowns, rushed for 611 yards. I mean, he reminds me of, Ron, is the Trinidad Chambliss kid that's at Ole Miss right now. Everybody's seen him play. He's cut from size. He wasn't a 5-star, so he's not this guy that everybody was going to pay straight out of high school. But he is a winner. He's a player. He is a difference maker, right? And what happened was he had a hell of a year last year with Washington. Well, January the 2nd, which by today is January the 7th. January the 2nd, he signed a new deal in Washington for $4 million using that Big Ten template, right? And within that template, it is designed to keep players from signing a deal, accepting money, and then bouncing when when the grass is a little greener, when something else pops, right? Well, what has happened is he signed that deal on January 2, all right? And if you remember correctly, what I told y'all, I believe it was Monday we talked a little college football. And what happened was the Brendan Sorsby kid, who's the number one quarterback in the transfer portal out of Cincinnati, was thought to be LSU's prime possession. He's going to LSU. He's going to LSU. Well, guess what? Coach McGuire up there at Texas Tech came in with that oil money and said, no, not so fast. So Sorsby goes to Texas Tech. So LSU is looking for a quarterback. So guess what they do? They called DeMond Williams' representative and offer him $6 million. So a $2 million raise. Problem is, DeMond Williams 5 days ago had already signed a deal for $4 million. And he signed a contract that was designed and worded and built in a way that was specific to not allow players to bounce under these circumstances. And the question is, what should Washington do? On one hand, you do the right thing, right? You allow the kid out. As I've said many a time, a kid starts his college career. He's got 5 years. It ain't nothing to be taken lightly. You don't steal it from the kid. But if you let him out of this deal, the little bit of guardrails that the Big Ten does have on this thing are gone, because now kids, parents, agents, they're just like, hell, it don't matter what contracts happen. At any point in time, anybody comes to me, I can bounce and I can go for more money. I can leave for more money, right? So you either do the right thing by the kid and you let him bounce, and it creates this situation really in all of college football where kids don't and it's not the kid, it's players don't the contracts don't mean anything, all right?
And they can make more money.
Right. Or if you're Washington, do you hold his feet to the fire for the greater good? The bigger picture, not about Washington, because it's in no way, shape, or form is it a good idea for Washington, the 2026 team, to hold a player's feet to the fire, force him to play for you when he wants to go. That's never a good – I mean, hell, I don't think it's good in the NFL when you're franchising guys and holding guys hostage in the NFL and you're paying them that kind of money, much less in this situation. What's the right thing to do? I think it's a rhetorical question. I mean, the answer, I don't know what the answer is, but here's what Washington is doing. They're fighting back, right? They're refusing to portal submission, which means that the university. Now, I don't know what if there's ways around this, but the university is refusing to enter his name in the portal, and they're looking into the tampering claims against LSU, who, again, is rumored to have offered over $6 million to a quarterback that they signed 5 days ago. I mean, there's a couple of things here, Ron. I don't know. Sometimes you got to sacrifice one dude for the greater good, and I don't know where I land on this. What you do? Do you do the right thing, or do you try to change the landscape of college football, and at least in the Big Ten? Because if they let him out, every kid in the Big Ten that's not happy with their deal is going to bounce and start. This is going to become a major problem, right?
But also, like, are you going to just sit there and say, like, you feel this out if the kid is out and don't want to be there?
That's the hiccup.
Yeah, I mean, hell, I don't want you to be here.
Right. That's the hiccup.
Like,
right?
What are we going to do? You don't want to be here.
Yep.
And what's that going to come to? Make your ass, be here? Like, I don't know that.
Yeah, it's wild, Ron, because I don't know. It definitely, if I'm the coach and I want to win in 2026 and I want to do right by my team, it's say, man, get your ass up out of here. And now there is also, by the way, there is a buyout clause that is there's not an amount that's stated. It is up to the university that the player's leaving in this template that the Big Ten is using. So Washington could say, yeah, we'll let you bounce, but another $2 million or something, so they can actually end up coming out in the good on this thing, having never paid any of the $4 million and get $2 million on top of it to spend, which LSU's obviously got plenty. But it's just an interesting situation that we've gotten into here. College football's gotten into here, because I can understand where you got to do right by the team if you're the coach, and you don't want a quarterback in there that doesn't want to be there, that wants to be out, that you're holding hostage. That is not conducive to winning football games, right?
No.
However,
and
the best thing
you doing that ain't going to stop other kids to want to try to get out if they can.
Well, I mean, league
and ain't going to stop other lanes.
Right. No doubt. But if they can hold their feet to the fire and they can keep them, or at least penalize them for leaving, and if you can at least hold Lane and them accountable for tampering, whatever that is, which I doubt any of that's possible, by the way, with the way the NCAA is operating. But it's just an interesting, I'm not surprised that we're here with college football, but it is an interesting situation, Ron, where we've landed. And like I said, Lane Kiffin has got to be the most hated coach in college football. I mean, you just look at his track record. Have you seen that E60 with Lane Kiffin?
I have not seen it yet.
It's fascinating, bro. Of course, he's getting interviewed, and he's in the Ole Miss meeting room, so it's clearly right before any of the LSU stuff happened. But it's really interesting, kind of, because I've never paid attention to Lane Kiffin's story enough to know what his explanation is. All I've heard is the noise and how he quit on all these universities. I'm fascinated to hear some of the details around, like, why he left Tennessee and went back to USC. When he got to USC, kind of how that whole what do you call it when a school gets in trouble like that?
Sanctions.
Yeah, they told him they were going to lose a couple scholarships. They ended up losing 30. Right, and then he wins with Pete Carroll's guys for 2 years. And then all of a sudden that 30 scholarships kicks in, and all of a sudden you're like, what the hell happened? So he lost a couple years. He got fired coming off the plane.
Well, isn't that though? Didn't he just bounce out of Tennessee in the middle of the night to go to SC?
Well, he left out. Yes, he did. I don't know if it was the middle of the night, but he left out of Tennessee and got absolutely dog cussed for it on his way out. But the whole thought was this is a once in a lifetime deal to take over his dream job at USC with Pete Carroll leaving the organization. What he thought was super healthy, right? He didn't know that it was going to fall apart. The wheels were going to come off the way that it did. So. I missed the part about the Raiders.
Oh, well, yeah. Al told everybody he's like, I wouldn't mess with him.
Yeah.
Al Davis.
Yeah. But anyway, I thought it shed, obviously, with Lane in it, it shed a little light on him, a positive light on him. But I tell you, man, from the way that he's left, the way he trolls, like the way that I don't even know if it's trolling. The way that he just tries to get attention using Ole Miss's success right now instead of just staying out of the mix, the way he tweets or the way that these stories get out where he has – I don't know if you heard the story. I think you may have been out, but he was trying to get – the word on the street was that he was asking ESPN for permission during Ole Miss Georgia game, stuff like that. It's got to be – from the outside, I laugh, I chuckle at it, but it's got to be in those circles, man. It's got to be.
Well, you heard Paul Feinbaum talk about, like, in college football circles, like, he is an ass to many people. Like he is not well received by most people.
Well, speaking of Paul Feinbaum, the Alabama situation, the light they shed on that was Saban basically did. I thought the bus left him, and he
Nick told him
he had been out in them streets and stuff. But no, basically he was already taking the job at FAU or FIU or wherever it was. And Nick said, I don't want you torn between two jobs and trying to do two jobs. And so Sark took the play calling over. It was interesting, man. It was fascinating. By the way, I don't know, Tyler, have you seen any more of the reports of the Ole Miss? I reported on that. I talked about this last week of, how many of the Ole Miss coaches that are going to go to LSU, how many of them are going to actually coach the rest of the way? After they won the Georgia game, Ron, there was like 6 different coaches. There's 6 different coaches that are on the Ole Miss staff right now that are believed to, I think they're actually have already accepted jobs at LSU. Now, I think 3 or 4 of them are like assistant type guys. They're not big play callers or anything. But I think 4 of the 6 left and gone to LSU because the portal's already hit. And I think 2 of those coaches are going to stay at Ole Miss. Once again, what college football, where we're at right now, you got a team that has got to go, and coaches that are belling to go to what they believe is a rival in their book. That's why. Now, Charlie Weiss Jr. did stay.
Yeah,
I think the tight end.
They got a couple of, I think 2 or 3 coaches that are staying and coaching tomorrow, and will coach if they advance past Miami.
Yeah. Well, it was just wild to think that I mean, the first news I saw, Ron, after they beat Georgia was the AD being asked about the LSU coaches. Will they be here next week? Will they coach through the week? And he said, I don't know. We're going to enjoy this one tonight. So when he said, I don't know, I was like, that's a real thing. I would have thought for sure that they worked it out with all these guys. Like, hey, man, you're going to be here for the long haul, or yes, got to go. You can't come in for 1 week, right? But no, they're doing it week to week apparently. So it's wild, man. Hopefully they'll get this thing straightened out. Hopefully the kid and DeMond Williams, the quarterback from Washington, hell of a player. Hopefully he gets this thing figured out, whether it's at Washington or LSU.
I'm certain it'll get handled, but it ain't going to be straightened out in anything that makes sense, that makes it better. Like it's still going. This may be just the next step in trying to push the envelope on what you can get away with. All right, coming up as we continue, B. Scott coming up at 4:40 with his Texans report, playoff version. But before we get there, and maybe he'll jump in on this, but I think there is this is one of the bigger questions coming into this game for the Texans on what they're going to do across the offensive line. Who's going to play right tackle? Who is going to be the one going up against T.J. Watt? Trent Brown or Titus Howard? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look a look.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
What's up, Clint? How y'all doing, man?
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Clint, I have a real good feel that, to me, if the Texans can do an adequate job of handling whatever pass rush or pressure that the Steelers are going to try to put forth, if they can just be able to hold their own, Clint. Like, listen, I think some of these guys, you got T.J. Watt coming off one side, you got Alex High side, Cam Hayward, Harmon is pretty good, the rookie. Like, you got some of the guys they have over there. Higbee's got 7.5 sacks on this team as well. Like, they're going to get some pressure. You know, they may even get C.J. down, right? There's going to be some pressure. But if they can hold their own and not make it the story of the game, I find it really hard for the Steelers to win this game. Like, if they're able to run their stuff and run the football decently and get, Nico and Noel and I was going to say Christian Kirk, but I'm not kidding. But if they can get some of these guys and be able to run their offense and do things, like I find it really hard for the Steelers to win this game. But I can also see the scenario where T.J. Watt, Cam Hayward, Higbee, Highsmith give them problems. We watched it last week at times, give Lamar problems. We've seen this. I watched them here recently against Jared Goff, give them problems. And they've got a couple of situations, Clint. Are they going to start? Is Trent Brown going to come back and they're going to run with that offensive line that they had where it turned things around? Or are they going to have Titus Howard back at right tackle? I'll be honest, I feel better about Titus Howard on T.J. Watt than Trent Brown with a bad knee. But I also don't love the potential of Cam Hayward against Patterson in the middle. So, like, that to me is the big is, are they able to hold their own and not allow the Steelers pass rush for the Texans negatively be the story?
Well, look, I think if the Texans can run their stuff against anybody, they're going to win the game. They might even win it convincingly.
With their defense, yeah.
I mean, it just, the reality of it is if CJ can stay comfortable, and if they're getting soft coverage and teams are not athletic enough to run with guys like Dalton Schultz, guys like Xavier Hutchinson, guys like Higgins, if guys aren't able to run with them, or if teams schematically are just going to play zones and the bend don't break, the Texans are going to beat the hell out of folks. I mean, not just beat them. And CJ's going to have monster days. Now, unfortunately, I don't believe that's going to happen to any degree. I mean, it may happen, let's call it between the 20s, so make it a field goal game and hope your guys can score a couple times against our defense and win that way. But it's for the most part, at some point in the game, probably sooner rather than later, you're going to see some crowded box. You're going to see some crowd in the line of scrimmage. You're going to see them force CJ into a position where he's got to communicate what the hell's going on, and he's got to Nick Caley's got to figure out what's going on. And so, yeah, man. I think if they can run their offense, they're going to win. They're going to win convincingly. I just don't. I don't think it's going to get done in a clean way, in clean fashion.
Yeah, and to me, like, yeah, I'm not even talking about it being like perfect, right? Like, it just, if they are able to, like I say, hold their own, which means like it's not a domination. Like, they're going to win some and you'll win some, but if they're able to do that, I think they will be fine. By the way, like, if Trent Brown is able to go, is that the route you would want to go for this defense?
That's the route I would go.
Tackle?
That's the route I would go. Yes,
even with the knee,
and really because that gives me. I've said this a million times. That gives me a better chance inside, just from a size standpoint, to hold up against their interior guys, which allows C.J. Stroud somewhere to push up, which allows C.J. Stroud some separation from Hayward and some of their interior guys that can block passes. So I would go Titus Howard inside, and I'd go Trent Brown outside, and until it became a major issue, and then I would help, obviously. But I just, with Trent Brown and Ariante Ursher, to be honest with you, the bull rush is really not a thing, right? I mean, watch them both get dump trucked this week, but like the bull rush is just not a thing, right? They know that the opponent's going to be heavily dependent on the speed rush, which puts you outside, or some kind of game which puts it delayed. So if you do need to help either one of those guys, they know it's going to come a speed rush outside. I mean, T.J. Watt's not going to overpower Trent Brown, I don't believe, from jump. So you kind of make not one-dimensional is not the right word, but predictable, I think, with Trent Brown on the edge, and you make things a little bit more solid with Titus Howard at guard. So I would think if everybody's healthy, that's the route they go.
You're thinking is the guard is position more than the tackle.
Yeah, Titus would be fine at either position. I just think Titus, it's a Jarrett Patterson, Titus Howard difference inside. And I mean, you've got one's got the size and the strength and the length to I think maybe not completely eliminate Hayward, but handle him better. And I think Jarrett Patterson and Jake Andrews are going to have their hands full with him if that's him too at left guard and center.
Yeah, text line coming in. Trent Brown held up pretty well against Max Crosby. To me it's just the knee situation, right? Like I think we all kind of understand that whoever is on the right side, they're probably going to have to. There's probably going to be some one-on-ones that they're going to have to roll with, just because Cam Hayward, there's gonna be need of help. Like if Cam Hayward lines up, in the gap between Ed Ingram and Jake Andrews, Ed Ingram's gonna have to help Jake Andrews, no doubt. Right? And maybe you chip or whatever, but that speed coming off the outside. And I agree with you. He's like Max Crosby had some moments. I look at the Bosa game; he held up pretty well against Bosa, but now we're adding some sort of a knee issue. That's what's held him out the last couple of. That's also something to factor in. And I'll be honest, just from a pass rushing situation, if you're saying with T.J. Watt, I personally just feel a lot more comfortable with Titus Howard out there. But I get the point of the interior deal of their guys inside, because Harmon can potentially be a problem too if he's left one-on-one.
Well, the interesting thing too is if you watch that game last week, it is I don't know if he was not in shape or he wasn't completely healthy, one of the two. But T.J. Watt was not himself. Now, late he came along. When the interception happened, it kind of just fell in his hands. But he came along late.
But he was coming around the corner.
Yeah, he was a problem. But I mean, there was multiple times in that game where he's got to turn and run. When Harmon caught
Lamar.
When Harmon caught Lamar, TJ was chasing him and had a head start and didn't look good running. So whatever went on with that lung, that punctured lung or whatever, that is a I would imagine CJ will be healthier. I would imagine TJ will be healthier. I would imagine TJ will be in better game shape. But if it is that injury and it's not about you're just not quite there yet. He's not quite the T.J. Watt that you expect to see. Yeah, so we'll see.
All right, coming up, Texans report there with Brandon Scott. We'll get his thoughts on the O-line, and we'll get his thoughts on this game coming up. Playoff edition, Texans report with Brandon Scott coming up next.
The Drive is live and getting you set for the playoffs on a Football Friday. Join Clint and Ron at Boomer Jackson Katie. Fridays, stop by, enter for your chance to win tickets and memorabilia, and get ready for
Fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. Playoff edition Texans report every single Wednesday at 4:40. B. Scott joins us here. And Brandon, some news coming across right off the bat here.
Oh, yeah?
As you jump on with us, according to Aaron Wilson. Many people were surprised was released in favor of bringing Darrell Taylor back off of IR. The Texans are re-signing safety Kevon Wallace to practice squad.
All right. Good for him. Good for him. I'm so excited.
The practice squad. Does that mean he will rest? Does that mean he'll be a part of the playoff roster coming up on Monday? But many people were wondering. A few people were wondering about that situation, and he is back on the practice squad.
Dude, they have been piecemealing together that position literally the entire year, right? The other safety was supposed to be C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They released him early in the year, and since then it's been a hodgepodge
MJ Stewart got injured.
MJ Stewart until he got injured, and then they had the rookie Jalen Reed out there until he got injured, and now they've just been trying to piece together that position ever since. And look, they've been able to figure it out and still be, if not the league's top defense, among the top defenses in all of the league, despite having a question mark at the safety position opposite of Kalen Bullock. So for me, it's kind of a non-factor, a little bit of a non-story. Like for me, unless you're telling me that they're replacing Kevon Wallace with Gerald Wallace or Ben Wallace or Rasheed Wallace, I don't really too much care. We'll have to hear about it. They've done enough. Wallace from The Wire. Like any Wallace at this point. Like
any Wallace.
Like, and look, and I was saying this before we started. It is relevant of this is the one position on an elite defense where I can't tell you and you can't tell me who actually plays that position for the team because it's been such a revolving door. And so to that degree, it's relevant. But again, I would reiterate the point that they have figured out a way to work around.
Well, I mean, look, if Reed's coming back, I mean, you're talking about one of their guys from jump that they drafted. You're talking about a guy that's been in the building with this defense, learning the defense, communicating the defense for an entire season, not just a handful of however long Kevon Wallace has been here. So, I mean, that would make sense, right? They think highly of Reed, and they want to put him in there. To me, the crazy part is I guess depth isn't a problem. I was under the impression that depth would be a slight issue and just kind of, hey, man, this guy played for a couple weeks now you can be on a P squad. But I guess with Miles Bryant back there, is still your quality depth at multiple positions. And so really all you're looking for is that starter.
Yeah, it sounds like until Jalen Reed is ready to go, that Kevon Wallace is going to be an option to bring up from the practice squad, right? And so I think that they believe that if they advance, if Jalen Reed's not available to play in this game, if they advance, they probably anticipate that he would be available to play in the next game. If he's not available to play in this game, then Kevon Wallace is somebody that they could activate as soon as, Saturday, Sunday, whenever it is. I know the game is Monday night, so right before the game, he might be a standard elevation. But we're talking about a practice squad elevation guy for a spot, the one kind of kink in the armor that they got.
Yeah, let's get more into things that are going to determine the outcome of the game. What are you at that potentially is the biggest factor in this game, and being around these guys, D'Amico and them? What's the feel of the biggest thing in your mind that you're looking at this game that's a factor in this game against the Steelers?
So, Clint, we talk a lot on this show about the rubber meeting the road. This is the ultimate rubber meets the road matchup for me. I mean, think about it. This is the game where the key changes that you made in the offseason, the big ones, this is the game where that's going to be ultimately put to the test. the offensive coordinator? Like, what are the things that you have the most questions about aside from the fact that they don't have a clear safety aside from Caleb Bullock, right? What are the things that you are most concerned about? The offense and the person that's leading that offense, that being Nick Caley, the play caller. That was a key change that the Texans made in the offseason, firing their offensive coordinator, who they did have some success with, and replacing them with an unknown. And even up to this point, 9-game winning streak, 12 wins on the season, third straight season into the playoffs. We still have these relevant questions about the offensive coordinator and the play caller going into this game. So what kind of game is Nick Caley going to dial up? That's been a question going all the way back to the offseason and remains a question up until now. And then the offensive line, which has been better throughout this winning streak, but at the same time, I think it has its weaknesses. It's been unhealthy at times. And then just flat out, this is a worse matchup from an offensive line standpoint, from a protection standpoint, from a pass standpoint. This is a worse matchup than the Ravens would have been. When you're talking about Highsmith, T.J. Watt, they've got the rookie on the inside, of course, Cam Hayward, who is going to make a Hall of Fame bid. They got at least no less than 4 guys that are going to be tough to block up front. So that's what it's going to come down to me. The changes that the Texans made in the offseason, are they going to pay dividends in this game specifically? Oh, and by the way, they're looking to get their first road playoff victory in the DeMeco Ryans era.
What do you think of Pittsburgh, just from a standpoint? Because I think if you look at the box scores, you look at the stat line from this year, I think it's easy to kind of probably get overconfident, to be honest with you. But when you look at this group, I mean, they've been inconsistent, underperformed on both sides of the football for a good chunk of the year. I mean, what do you think this of the defense? Let's start with the defense in particular. How good do you think they can be, or do you think they are what their stats say they are?
So I think that the Steelers are honestly a lesser version of the Texans. Like I think that, and that's the reason why there's some confidence on my end that the Texans can and should win this game. But to be clear, like, it's not like the Steelers are out of this thing. They're hosting this game, and they are a similar outfit, a team that can wreck a game up front on the defensive side. And they got a quarterback that, like, an offense that is uninspiring overall, but a quarterback that can dial it up. So you ask about the defense. We were just hitting on this a moment ago. T.J. Watt, I know he's banged up, but he's still T.J. Watt, and we understand how the Watts get after it. They got motors like none other. You got Highsmith on the other side. You got on the inside the
rookie from Oregon.
The rookie from Oregon, and, of course, I mentioned Cam Hayward. That's 4 guys right there that, again, are going to be tough to block. Now, they don't have the secondary that the Texans have. So if they're able to block it up, I trust that the weapons, especially based off of what I've seen from the Texans as of late, that they can get the ball out to their weapons if they can block this thing up, and they should be able to move the ball and hopefully get in the end zone more than they kick field goals, which has been an issue for them throughout the season. Going back to the question that I have about the game, like, are they going to be able to, like, right those wrongs, so to speak? But from a defensive standpoint, I'm looking at those guys up front as that being, and I think you guys have talked about this throughout the show, that being like the key matchup. And I think it's the key matchup, honestly, on both sides, right? Blocking the guys up front for Pittsburgh is the key matchup for the Texans. And then likewise, and Mike Tomlin has talked about this, and we know this as people who have watched every snap of the Texans, blocking Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, and everything that the Texans got up front is going to be key for a Steelers team that's trying to protect a 40-plus-year-old quarterback who's on his last leg and only really has one weapon, and we talked about this, DK Metcalf, one real threat to speak of.
Speaking of that, and speaking of Metcalf, they haven't had him, right? And their offenses, it looked really bad against Cleveland. They seem to find something against Baltimore. We've watched Baltimore. Their defense got a little bit better, but it still was not up to par.
They cannot rush the passer
at all, right? That's a big difference. But DK Metcalf's going to be highly motivated, and as a player that has had big success in this league, how big the addition of him to this offense now for the Texans on their defense? Like, I mean, the Texans have faced some good receivers. Is this a big thing that changes a lot?
Yeah, I think without DK Metcalf, they have no chance. Like, I understand that they won this game against Baltimore, and it was a hell of a game. Baltimore kind of gave it to them at the end by not knocking down that field goal. Could have just been easy if they had done that. But, no, I think without DK Metcalf, they have no chance. I think with DK Metcalf, they absolutely have a chance, right? And then to the conversation y'all were having earlier about what do you do with him? Do you go with the more physical corner or at least kind of stylistically and brand-wise, that's what Kamari Lassiter is. That's how he's made his name so far in the league, of being a more physical corner.
Yeah.
Or to your point, Clint, Derek Stingley Jr. is actually the bigger corner and, of course, the better, more accomplished, the all-pro guy. I would just trust that more so against a DK Metcalf. But as far as how big of a deal is, I think it's a tremendous deal because it's like DK Metcalf, not a perfect receiver, but a game breaker, somebody that can change the game. I don't feel like they really had that outside of Freiermuth. I mean, other than that, man, they're out there with Marquez Valdez, Scantlin, Scotty Miller, Adam Thielen. I mean, these were the guys that were running routes for them the other night.
Yeah.
So, like, this is going to be a different thing now that they have DK Metcalf out there. It'll be up to the Texans on how they defend him.
Does he change the way that the Texans approach defense? Does him?
I don't think out of the gate it does. I don't think out of the gate it does. I think you let it become a problem before you make it a problem. You know, that kind of approach. But I mean, the reality of it is if you look at who the Texas offense has been gotten by is the explosive play, and if you look at kind of who's gotten them and how it's been done, it's things that DK Metcalf can do well.
And Aaron Rodgers, like
bingo.
Like, think about this.
Yep.
Could you not see back-breaking plays be the Aaron Rodgers, the infamous, if you're a Texans fan, infamous Aaron Rodgers back shoulder throw to DK Metcalf?
Yeah.
Like, the type of play, and Clint, you know this as a quarterback, like the type of play that can be perfectly defended, but if it's perfectly executed, there's not much of a defense for it.
Yeah, well,
he had a couple of those against the Ravens.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No question. But and then, you look at, his ability to anticipate and get the ball out of his hand and lay it in zones or lay it in voids in defenses. I mean, you're going to have to do that at a high level against the Texans or you're not going to beat them. Like, you can't – like some of these quarterbacks have to wait and see. Now, I'm not talking about the go routes, but I'm talking about some of the in-breaking stuff. And, like, some of these young quarterbacks and some of the older ones, they have to see it open before they throw it. And if that's the case, you got to hold it an extra tick against the Texans, and you have no chance.
Yeah.
Right? So you look at, like, Aaron Rodgers' ability to have a complete control at the line of scrimmage, his ability this year to throw the quick game and the screen game and use Gainwell in the pass game, but really his ability to anticipate and float the ball down the field to certain spots and give his guys chances. It's not like we talked about it earlier. Like with our defense, I mean, if you can make a big play in the first quarter, I mean, you apply pressure on the Texans in a way that most other teams don't feel it because the Texans offense now has to go play.
Yeah, I think the strategy you can expect this is going to be a dink and dunk type of thing, like a dink and dunk type of strategy. And when it is time to drop back and take your shots, who is going to have more time and who is going to make the most of said time? I think it's going to come down to that.
Yep.
All right, we appreciate you joining us. Hopefully next week we're talking about a win and preparing for the divisional round of the playoffs with the Texans on a Texans report. And stave off that Rockets report. Let's see if we can.
Man, those are going to be good too.
They will.
It's good. Yeah. It's good times in Houston right now. Those are going to be fire too. So I'm ready for that.
I'd have to mix in an Astros report. All right.
So a little Ime. I'm still working on that. Hopefully by the time we do an Astros report, I have my man's name pronounced correctly.
It's different than Ime because Ime Udoka, so it's the other opposite of that.
Because every time they say Ime, I'm like, what about the Rockets now?
Right.
But they mean Ime.
I mean, according to Sean Bijani, it's the opposite. It's M.E.
M.E.
Is it M.E.? I thought it was M.I.
I'm going to have to figure that out.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to figure
it out. It might be M.I. might be right. I know it's not M.A. is the point.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to get out there.
That's you do.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's right, Sean. I hear you.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get out there to the, what we calling the AC box, the AC joint. What are we calling
the dike?
The dike?
The dike, yeah.
When I get out to the dike, I'm gonna try to find out.
There you go. All right, that's B. Scott.
Now.
Hey, check him out tomorrow. He'll be on In the Loop right at 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock on In the Loop tomorrow. Right. Check him out.
You've been active on that pod too now.
There you go.
Yeah, man. B Block Podcast, In the Loop, The Drive.
Come on,
bunch of different ways you can
all
get with
over
your
the place, boy.
Now
5 o'clock fire as we continue rolling up next.
All right, y'all. Look, if you got 1, 2, 3 vehicles, however many you got in your family, man, it's you, your significant other. Maybe you got a kiddo driving. You got to make sure that they're serviced. You got to make sure that they're taken care of, and it's not just about.
KILTS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is with T-Mill coming up. We've moved it. Coming up after this segment, your chance to be able to get a little money. Now, hopefully it's not. T-Mill's best bets coming up in the next segment. Hopefully it's not like last night. I do not know why I thought you had the over on Darius Garland and DeAndre Ayton.
Both unders.
I thought, boy, you made some money. I saw Garland had 29 last night.
Yep.
Ayton had 18 or 20 last night. No, you took the under.
It's a rough evening.
Both of those were bad, huh?
Yeah, I only hit one of those 5 last night.
For me,
I knew you were feeling the Pelicans last night, so I knew you didn't have that. Bless you.
Thank you. The worst thing for me in betting is when because I'm typically like most folks, I'm an over and a favorite better. The one time that you take the under, and that old rookie better high over hits for you, boy, that'll piss you off. The one time you decide to stray, that under kicks the hell out of you all year long because you're constantly taking that over. And I'll say, hey, you know what, I'm wising up a bit and take it under. Boom, kick you dead in the teeth.
Yeah, it kicked his ass.
Sorry, I'm over here kicking you in the teeth.
Oh, it's all good. It hurt last night for sure.
Yeah, but that's coming up after we get done with a little 5 o'clock fire. So be ready for that in the next segment. But we just told you about this coming through yesterday. We knew Kevon Wallace was released, and I know, Clint, you were saying there's got to be something more to it, and the amount of time it was taking, thinking like, well, maybe there's something more to it is that he is just released. Well, they've re-signed him to the practice squad, but still, like, if he's going to dress, he's going to be a part.
Yeah.
But he's back on the practice squad, and we'll see what their safety situation looks like. I know Reed, there's a chance that maybe he could come off, which could change things for Kevon Wallace. But it looks like we've got some understanding of what was going on there.
Yeah, well, this is not the move that I thought would have been made. Now, again, like you said, they could still move him up, but I mean, this is not the move that I thought would be made. I thought Kevon Wallace would at least be depth for the playoffs. I didn't think we were in a position to completely remove a safety from the mix. But I guess, look, if Jalen Reed is going to come back, that is a guy that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans drafted. That is a guy that they thought highly of outside of him getting injured a couple of times. He has shown super small sample size in training camp, but he has shown the ability to communicate and execute this defense. And so that would make sense if he's coming back. The part that's kind of usually you don't like a guy that started for a couple of weeks doesn't just completely fall off the depth chart. But maybe they like Reed that much, and they really like Miles Bryant in that depth role, so they don't need another safety. So Kevin Wallace is to the practice squad is what happens. I expect him to be put back on the roster and play. I mean, at least be available. Maybe not play and start, but at least be available. So we'll see. Look, if Reed is healthy and they trust him and believe in him.
Yeah, it'd be a while since he's played last, but yeah, I hear that. So that is the latest there. Kevon Wallace is back, at least in the building on the practice squad after being released yesterday. And clearly, as you were saying, there had to be some sort of an agreement that he had an understanding that this would be the option.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, John Harbaugh was fired yesterday, and one of the things that happened to end the show was that Adam Schefter of ESPN said 7 teams had reached out. Well, according to Josina Anderson, the Dolphins have been in touch with John Harbaugh.
There it is. There it is. Look, 7 teams.
Did you say the Dolphins? Somebody on there said the Dolphins.
That was me.
7 teams. There's 7 openings right now. One including 7.
Is there 7?
There's 7 if you include Baltimore. So, but there's only 6 that would be calling.
6, 7.
That would be there. You go. That would be calling Harbaugh, and so that it had to be one team that still had a coach. Who would that be? Miami was a good one. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know how Mike McDaniel survives this.
Gosh,
but I mean, the only way it survives this is, is that the best option for John? Is Miami the spot where John wants?
That's the good point. There is Miami doing the smart thing for a change and not firing their guy until they know they have their other an upgrade. I don't know how. I'm not a Mike McDaniel hater. I mean, you've had Jalen Waddle, you've had Jonnu Smith, you've had Tyreek Hill, you've had Achane, you've had all these, you've had the weapons that you wanted, and a quarterback that you backed from the time you got on that private jet and went to Miami, and it's just you've left a lot to be desired. The team can't even go play in cold weather, which I understand the Miami deal, but damn, man,
quarterback had some
You know what I mean? Very limited at the quarterback position, and you stood behind him and they paid him. That may not be all.
I think what has happened with Quinn has helped him. The way that he has gone since Tua's been out, and it's shown
maybe it was the quarterback.
Maybe it was the quarterback.
When I watch him run, they leave a lot. You want to talk about leaving a lot to be desired on both sides of the football. It just seems like they have lost all their.
But the thing is, you've seen the high for them, right? It's not like he's had all of those weapons and then we haven't seen them be successful. Yeah. I'm just saying, he's had Tyreek and Achane and Waddle, and he's had all those guys, and they were one of the best offenses in football. We've seen him get success. It wasn't like he's always just underachieved with that group. It really seemed like, for me with him is it doesn't appear like they look at him and view him like a head coach. Well, that's a big thing. And then his quarterback is
bingo.
lost.
That you took the words right. I was fixing to say, Ron, he's a guy that needs a super alpha quarterback that is kind of who the team looks to. And after Tua's press conferences, I just don't believe he's that.
Yeah. Text line coming through. Hey, Ron, who would you trust more to rebuild a franchise? Got to be John. That's why Miami contacted. Yeah, I understand why Miami contacted him. Clint was saying, I don't know how Mike survives this, and the way Mike survives it is, I'm just telling you, if I'm sitting there and I'm John, and you're like, all right, we're gonna give you the NFC South. And I'm gonna give you Michael Penix. I'm gonna give you Drake London. I'm going to give you Bijan Robinson. I'm going to give you Kyle Pitts potentially. I'm going to give you Atlanta, and where they are, and you're trying to compete with the Panthers to win the division, and the Bucks. I'm going to give you that in Atlanta, or you going to go to Miami and try to fix this. Atlanta. You're going to go to New York. I would rather go to New York. Then with what they have comparative to what Miami is bringing to the table, and you start to look at those two divisions and those two teams, with Miami, they got the emergence of Drake May and the Patriots, who seem to be coming on, and then obviously Josh Allen and the Bills. So, Atlanta, there are a couple of jobs that seem to be one that would be more advantageous for John Harbaugh, but. What's Mike over there thinking? Oh, man, we're supposed to be in here looking for a general manager together.
Y'all out here talking to John?
Calling to John. John gets the general manager, too.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, moving on from Miami in the NFL to Miami in college. And they got a big game tomorrow. And we talked about a little bit earlier in the 4 o'clock segment, Dirty's Daily, about the portal. Well, Mario Cristobal, the head coach at Miami, he is downplaying his portal situation. And as I said, Miami, they're on the brink of playing Ole Miss tomorrow. But they have, Clint, they already have more than a half a dozen players in the transfer portal that were playing for the Hurricanes already. He came out and said, if you don't think this happens, we're kidding. You're kidding yourself. But I blame adults. We created this system, right? We're supposed to be setting an example. We're supposed to be setting the standard. When you create a system that has as many holes as it does, shame on you if you're surprised by some of the results that comes with it. So they're still playing, still in it, and you got teams. Hell, these guys ain't just coming out and jumping in the portal because they don't know where the hell they're going to go. They probably have word and understanding of where they're going to potentially go. So, yeah, that is wild right now. That they just got guys going to the portal that could help them in a chase to win a championship.
Well, boy, Cristobal said it in the room. It's about the adults in the conversation. I mean, they have failed the sport miserably, no doubt about it. Now the players benefit greatly, and if you're somewhere and you're not happy with your playing time, even if you're contributing and you're not happy with your playing time, or hell, maybe you're just not happy there in general. The reality of it is you got to jump in the portal right now, and the money that can be made with these kids is unbelievable. I mean, a kid out of Washington is got $4 million in his hand, and LSU's coming along and offering him $6 million. I mean, it is.
Can you imagine what Lane will do with him though? If he gets into LSU?
Yeah, but you know, talking about talking about the adults in the room, like there's just no. And I'm not saying they're wrong for it because it's NCAA. There's no guardrails on it, but the NCAA, like Lane is so, like, for a coach like that to go after a player that is protected by a Big Ten contract and is making $4 million, and it's not tampering. Now they're going to push him for tampering, but it's like, and I'm not blaming Lane for doing it, but the fact that that is a reality in college football that's that bad is crazy, man. And it's definitely about the adults in the room.
Yeah, it is. That's crazy, man. We got some people in here preparing to play Ole Miss and play Ohio State last week.
Come on, man.
And there's some people having to slide over.
Ole Miss got coaches leaving. Miami's got six players in the portal. I haven't even seen the numbers of what Ole Miss has in the portal. Ole Miss has
got a whole bunch of them.
Ole Miss, you see, they locked up that quarterback and that running back. So that running back at Ole Miss, he may be the best in the country.
Which
Lacey?
Ooh, oh yeah.
Boy, he is cold-blooded now.
Hopefully his shoulder's good, but yeah, he is nice. Yeah, just craziness with this college football landscape.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Alabama's quarterback Ty Simpson. He is the latest to enter the draft, and I completely understand with this class he should probably jump in. But to me, Clint, this will be one to watch. Right? We saw last year it was Cam Ward, and then Jackson Dart late found himself into the first round with the Giants. This year, Mendoza, the Heisman Trophy winner at Indiana, Dante Moore at Oregon. Many people like him even more than Mendoza. Ty Simpson in this. Those would be the top three in the class. I'll be honest with you, Clint. In terms of, all right, I got a draft in the top 5, top 10. Well, I don't know if I love any of these guys. I don't like Dante Moore, maybe the one that I potentially like the most, but I don't know if I like any of these guys. This doesn't feel like a class where it's like, some we've seen in the past where the Stroud, the Bryce, that class. It doesn't feel like that.
I really like the Ty Simpson kid at Alabama, but I think they're all guys that. It depends on where, right? Like if you go, like they're all guys that need to go somewhere and sit. Like they don't strike me an organization.
They probably won't.
Right? Yeah, I mean, they're going to be expected to play right away, and you wonder if they're ready. You wonder if they can handle it mentally. You might wonder if they're big immediate leaders in that lock. Are they the type of leader that can walk in and take over the NFL locker room? That's a different animal right there. So. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, we'll see what this as we get closer to this. Obviously, the Texans won't be involved in this, but the top three teams in the draft, it's the Raiders, the Jets, and I can't remember who else. That's up there. But I think they all potentially
– be Arizona, right?
Arizona or Cleveland, one of them. They all potentially need potential quarterbacks in the draft. So we'll see what this shakes out. But Ty Simpson, the latest to enter the NFL draft. Coming up, T-Mill's best bets. We'll run you some money. Hopefully he does better than last night, but get ready to get those locked and loaded and win you a little cash right here live on the drive.
Friday Night Lights, y'all. They're big in Texas, baby, and Fielder's Choice Sports Construction.
22. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Let me get you out of the way, Tyler.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, we're going to get Tyler's ass out the way here in just a bit. Give us a quick second. Remember, tomorrow, T-Mill's Best Bet's coming up here. New time. Someone texted in and said T-Mill coming through with that 5:30 recommendation. Love this, brother. Steve
the beer guy.
Yeah, there you go.
My boy.
Yeah, League City, Steve? Is that where I believe Steve's saying he's from? But no, 5:30 coming up in just a bit. Remember, come hang out with us tomorrow as a little Thirsty Thursday playoff edition. We will be at Buffalo Wild Wings. Shout out to Bud Light, Buffalo Wild Wings as well. We'll be at the Willowbrook location on the other side of the highway from Willowbrook Mall. We'll be there. Say hello to Scarlett. She'll take care of you. Good fun. Good spot. Favorite spots. So come on out and hang out with us tomorrow for a little Thirsty Thursday. We will not come empty-handed. Would you say Texans cheerleaders will be out there?
Texans cheerleaders will be out there. That's right. Come on through, man. That always brings them out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll bring them out. Come on out.
I don't know. Is Toro coming?
I don't
think they got a lot of stops tomorrow. I think they got
after what you did to his ass. I'm not sure.
Yeah, they just posted that on. I mean,
saw him limping, man. You heard him.
Hey, he's lucky I didn't do the Kamari Lassiter on his ass and stand up and beat my own forehead.
He's gonna knock himself out one day doing that, man. I hope not. His celebrations are just Kamari seems like that guy that used to celebrate that will come. I used to hate guys when you make a play with head bunch you as their celebration. Kamari looks like that type guy.
Yeah, all of it. I mean, I didn't even like the guy that make a play and they run up and slap you on the helmet.
Helmet either. I don't like that.
Brian Cushing style.
Yeah, Greg Casey, Blue Springs High School, was a head bunter in celebration.
Hey, you see last week, speaking of headbutting the Pittsburgh Steelers, Big Boy, what's Big Boy's name on the D-line? My mind just went blank. Pittsburgh Steelers D-line, Cam
Hayward.
Cam Hayward. His little brother.
Yeah, he's their tush push guy.
Yeah, he's tight end, does their tush push stuff, played some quarterback in high school, he said. After he scored that touchdown, they showed him they kind of went forehead to forehead.
Mm-hmm.
Little brother ain't got enough lead, brother. Big boy headbutted him, and you could tell it didn't bother him a bit. And the little brother's whole teeth chattered.
By the way, if they get in 4th and inches, they're gonna get that.
Oh, with him back there pushing.
He comes up behind his brother.
Yeah,
and just now they got aggressive. They tried to do it on like a 4th and 1.5 too, and got almost to the line, but the Ravens stopped them. But they did it in the end zone, Jack.
Yeah.
He's coming in. He is coming in and moving him. Like he comes in and moves his ass forward. There is ain't no issues with that. They better do it while it lasts. T-Mill's Best Bet's coming up here in just a second. Shout out to kicker, Kaimi Fairbairn, who was named AFC Special Teams Player of the Week after having to kick 6 field goals and the game winner versus the Colts. So congratulations to him. 44 field goals, as we said yesterday, tied for the most in NFL history in one season. And that will be something to watch, right? The Texans will be in one of the toughest stadiums to kick in. And if the games go generally how they have gone, they're going to call upon Fairbairn to have to kick some field goals. Now, he did pretty well earlier this year when it was cold in Kansas City and made some kicks. So we'll see hopefully they can get in the end zone and not have to come down for him to kick 6 field goals. But that has traditionally been one of the tougher stadiums. Boswell has been really, really good there. Tougher stadiums to kick field goals in.
That extra point that Boswell missed, I mean, I'm mad at him at that point, but I don't know how you do it. I mean, that thing was damn near dead center, and it was like
it just took a turn.
It was like a slide. Like that thing turned.
Luke's did too.
I mean, he pushed his and it faded, but not quite like that one, Ron. That damn thing. I mean, it literally it looked like a damn curveball.
Yeah, and it can get in your head if you haven't kicked a lot in those places. I don't know if it's like the Meadowlands used to be, but
that one tunnel had that wind coming out of it.
yeah, but yeah, hopefully it doesn't come down to a lot of field goals for the Texans in that game. All right, T-Mill, let's hear it. Let's get with your best bets because boy, you need one. Yesterday, you had 5 bets there and was only able to get one. So let's see if T-Mill can get it going again tonight.
Yeah, it was not an ideal evening, and because that was our first night of best bets, Kevin, I was off Monday. We got a short week and a lot of work to do.
I'm liking a little bit of this.
Can't slow down now with only 3 days left to bet. Here are your 5 best bets.
Go Smokey and the Bandit, baby. Long way to go and a short time to get there, man. Let's get it.
I like that. I got to remember that. I want to use it. All right, 5 best bets around the NBA. We need more than one tonight. We need to start working our way back. First, I'm trying this squad again. They failed me last night, but give them some more points this evening, taking on the Hawks. I'm taking the Pelicans plus 11. I think I was on like plus 5 or 6 last night. Of course, they didn't hit it for me. Plus 11 Pelicans at the Atlanta Hawks. Next, more points. I got the Milwaukee Bucks plus 5 at the Golden State Warriors this evening. These last 3 bets solve hometown team. Your Houston Rockets playing late tonight up in Portland against the Trailblazers. First, I'm taking the Rockets minus 5.5 points against the Blazers. I'm also taking the Rockets Trailblazers total to be over 221 tonight. The Rockets have hit the over 18 times this season. Only gone under 14. That's top in the league. One of the tops in the league. Hit the over. Put money in your pocket. And then lastly, I got Kevin Durant, KD. Last time we saw him, he was drilling a game winner against his former squad in the Phoenix Suns. I got over 4.5 rebounds. I didn't like KD's point total, but I like these rebounds. Over
what was the point total?
Rebounds.
What was it?
It was up at 27.5.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say, I like the rebounds, especially with Şengün out. He's been rebounding a lot more.
He had 10 rebounds last game in that game against the Suns.
I like I like a lot of the Rockets bets.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think all 3 of those are pretty good because the Trailblazers score pretty well too, and the Rockets just play a faster pace that you can see that score getting up there.
Age 10.
Pelicans Hawks, boy. Ooh, Lord.
Hold it, dang.
You just don't know. Zion. I'm thinking about getting that part in my hair that Zion got.
I got to pick one, Ron. Which one of them Rockets
you
like?
Make that
Which
look
one of them
good.
Rockets you like?
The one I feel most, I don't know what you feel best about. I mean, the minus 5.5 or that Durant.
Durant's my favorite bet on the board, over 4.5 rebounds. Lock it in, get some money. Let's go.
It's the board's favorite, too, at minus 130.
I need to hit 4, if not 5 of these things.
Yeah,
tonight.
let me get KD with you, man. Over rebounds. Let me get KD. You
Okay.
got enough, you still got enough?
Absolutely.
Okay, bro.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad of a night, thankfully.
And let me get $5 on it.
All right, I got you, bro.
I'm just kidding.
No, I'm doing
Five
it.
bones?
No.
I'm doing it.
No, don't put $5 on it.
I'm going to give you a $5, crispy $5 bill tomorrow after it hits.
Tyler, teach him. Put it down. Teach him don't play, man.
No, I didn't know. I've
if you're
told
not
him,
in, you can't
I've
speak
told
up.
him no.
I play
You're
for
not going to
keeps.
force it. I
play for keeps.
The keeps. It has to be at least 5 seconds. There's a 5-second rule of mind changing. Really, it should be of the ability to change the mind all the way up until.
I'm putting it in for you.
No, you're not. You're going to do it for 50. I'm just kidding.
That's right.
No, I just got the garbage disposal.
I'm Dave
You
Phillips.
got the invoice for the garbage.
Actually, man, we got you know us.
Got a deal.
No.
What happened? Something else broke?
Supposed to, yeah. Garage. Motor's out. They're supposed to be here today between 7 and 12. Some incident happened, so they ain't going to be able to come out till Friday.
I got to deal with it for another day, huh? Another 2 days.
Well, I wish we
park outside.
I wish it's only been 2 days we've been dealing with it.
No, I said 2 more. He was supposed to come today?
He's supposed to come today. Yeah, we got 2 more days.
2 more days. You be all right. Park outside, man. Park in the street.
Belts on my door snapped.
Yeah,
like a day ago.
Yeah. So yeah, man. So if we didn't have that garage situation, I'd be all in. But obviously, just that home ownership thing, man, it kills you every time, man.
It just sneak up just when you think you get ahead, huh?
Yeah. Just when you think. Well, take a deep breath. The
How's
old
your
motor,
water heater?
The old motor, great.
That's good.
Why would you even bring that up?
For now.
Like, hey, man, that's
better go check. You better check it when you get home.
Man, what are we doing here? messed up, man. I can't do it. No, hey, got a brand new furnace.
You talking about a bear to move.
Got a brand new furnace put in, baby. I wish I could have been there to see them bring that furnace upstairs. That's what I wish I could have seen.
Hey, by the way, the turtleneck under the suit for
it's got to be worn right. Kenny's not. Kenny's not the one.
Turtleneck.
Jay Williams does it well. Saw Jay Williams last night halftime. He does it well.
I don't know.
Only man I've ever seen rock a turtleneck right is Seal.
Kenny's just struggling in a lot of different ways. Coming up, his walk is just tough.
He's got to have knee replacements, right?
Knee, hip, ass, tailbone. He's got to have it all replaced.
He needs some more Forrest Gump.
I think he just needs
some more Forrest Gump braces, man.
He needs
put something on him.
Outside of the penis, he just needs to start all over with the lower half.
Have you seen him naked?
I'm assuming a guy like that is probably happy with it.
I was. Well, no, it probably ain't been a problem for him, huh?
Coming up. Hey, we got to discuss how the Texans are approaching their quarterback. We'll do that coming up.
Ready? Texans, Steelers, Monday Night Football. It's playoff time in H-Town. Hear the wild card round game here.
just $5 shipping. BlueChew.com, promo code 610.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, if you missed it, new time, T-Mill's Best Bets went off around 5:30. We'll do that each day. We have time to get them in. If you missed any of his best bets, he's got 3 with the Rockets as they face the Trailblazers tonight in Portland. If you missed those, go check him out at T-Mill Real Deal, and you can see all 5 of his bets to make a little cash.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
There you go. Looking to get back in the good lane today. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. The general manager, Nick Caserio, will be live right after we get done, so stay tuned for that. Texans All Access following us. And then Area 45, local late night action right here, as I'm sure they will be talking about that Rockets game while it gets started a little bit later on, and some Texans playoff stuff. We'll have that rolling for you. Area 45, 8 o'clock right after Texans All Access, and they go late, folks. They go till midnight, so good time to be having here with Sean Bijani and Patrick Creighton coming up behind Texans All Access. And also, remember, it is playoff week, but that don't stop us from being out. We're going to be out live the next 2 days, including tomorrow. We will be out for Thirsty Thursday at Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook, right off Tomball Parkway, Willowbrook location. Come on out, hang out with us 2 to 6. We will not be empty-handed. A chance to win prizes, but enjoy the great food. Get you some wings, and if it's a Thursday, I know they got a little special on the boneless wings, so get on out there and participate and have some fun. Shout out to Bud Light. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings holding it down. So that is tomorrow, Friday. Football Friday playoff edition will be at Boomer Jacks in Katy. So come on out on Football Friday as well. Don't mean you got to just pick one of them. Bring your ass to both spots.
Yeah.
Have a good time.
I mean,
Texans cheerleaders tomorrow. Good time.
It is. They are both at least close enough to where you could attend both.
Yeah, do it. You know what? Matter of fact, I'll attend them both.
You'll be at both. I will too.
Yeah, do it. We'll be there, both of them. All right.
See if we can get Tyler out of the office for a playoff game.
Hey man, you got the pool, boy.
He said no chance.
He didn't say that, did he? No. Got out there. Went well the last time, didn't it?
Yeah, I thought it did.
Yeah. Byron's earning his stripes. Why not? I still haven't followed Byron back. I told him he's got to earn it.
Gotta follow Scoot's World.
No, I don't. I told him he's got to earn it. He keeps asking me, what do I have to do to earn it? I said, hey, I determine what you had to do. I've almost done it several times, and then I said, let me hold out a little bit longer to mess.
Give that young man a follow back. I like that guy.
Yeah, follow Byron. What is it, at Scoot's World?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Is that the name of it?
Yeah, go follow Byron. Yeah.
What is Scoot's World?
He said it's his nickname.
His nickname is Scoot.
Yeah. His family.
Scoot, Scoot.
I can like that one.
Yeah. Oh, Scoot. Scoot, Scoot. Oh, Scoot. Go follow him. Tell him you beat show to them.
It reminds me of that puppet, though, Skeeter. Skeeter's World.
Yeah. Skeeter's World. Okay. Yeah. Scoots, Skeeter. I can see it. All right. Clint, tell me if you would agree with this assessment first before we jump into if you think it's the right way to go about it. I am watching the Texans, and we've watched them all year long, and we've actually had the ability to see Davis Mills start 3+ games, play in 3+ games, start 3, and we've watched CJ and the others. So there's a comp of somebody else in the game. For me, when I watch the Texans, it feels like they are going about their business with C.J. Stroud as if he is a game manager. And we talked about it a bit yesterday. We were comparing him to other quarterbacks. And, like, if we go look within the conference, the AFC, Bo Nix, it feels like they're asking him to do more than what they're asking CJ. I would still think maybe the defense is maybe the lead, that pass rush is the leading thing. But I don't know. Sean Payton seems to put the ball in Bo Nix's hands to try to make plays. You look at Drake May, he is the force of that football team. You look at in Jacksonville, Trevor's becoming the driving force of that football team. Aaron Rodgers, you can argue, I don't think they planned it to be, but he seems to be the driving force of their football team. Obviously, in Buffalo, that is the case that Josh Allen is, and I would say it's the same with the Chargers and Justin Herbert. And it feels like if we were to say who these teams look at in terms of we're putting the most on their plate, we have expectations that they make plays and help lead us and be the driving force of us winning. I think there's a real argument you could put CJ as last in that group. Now, those other teams don't have the number one ranked defense in football, so that plays a role of it. But it, to me, feels like they're treating CJ like a game manager. Do you agree with that first?
Absolutely, I agree with it. I think that's when they hired Nick Caley and decided that this is the offensive scheme and philosophy that they were going to go with. I think part of that plan is the quarterback of the team, which is obviously C.J. Stroud, has to be an elite game manager, and forget all the other strengths and that we've seen C.J. Stroud put the cape on and go win games, be the fixer, stretch the field, throw the ball, like unbelievably accurate at the second and third level. Like, forget all that. This offense, first and foremost, demands that the quarterback extremely efficient, and then all that tangible stuff, comes second to, the elite game manager part of playing the position. So yeah, I think the Texans lean into quote unquote game manager quarterback play more than anybody in the playoffs right now. Maybe Philly, because Philly does. I think there's an extreme lean that way but that's because Jalen Hurts is. I think he's limited, from a passing of the football perspective. CJ's on a whole different planet. So I think that's because they're leaning into his skill sets and his strengths, where I think this is just an offense that's what they're going to ask their quarterback to do here. So yeah, I would say that the minute they hired Nick Caley and decided to go with this offense, they decided that their quarterback was going to be asked to first and foremost be an elite game manager. Yes. You
think that is, and it's hard to argue. They've won 9 in a row. They've done what they've done. But you think for this team it is the best chance for them to get to a Super Bowl is CJ being a game manager? Do you agree with that? Because clearly, to me, they feel that way. The best chance for us to win and make a run is for us to approach it like this. Because Clint, that's why I said we saw Davis. I think clearly he's the better quarterback than Davis, right? We've seen him be able to extend plays in a way that Davis hasn't. But I don't get the feel that they're running or treating the offense.
No, absolutely not. It's the same with Davis in there as it is with CJ in there. I would argue there's probably a little bit more freedom. Freedom's not the right word, but probably a little bit more depth with Davis in there. I think we have seen, CJ's, when it comes to being top 10 quarterback in the league, and whether that's the play or stats, I think we've seen the last of CJ Stroud being in that conversation.
Yeah.
I think in this offense, I think the quarterback in this offense is going to have to win a significant amount of playoff games, if not a Super Bowl, before he gets put. When you're an elite game manager,